Welcome to the channel. Today's audiobook is Inside Soviet Military Intelligence by Viktor Suvorov, first published in 1984. This work is presented for historical and educational purposes and reflects the ideas and context of its time. If you enjoy classic literature, history, and political thought in audiobook form, consider subscribing. Now, let's begin. Inside Soviet Military Intelligence, Viktor Suvorov, to the memory of Oleg Vladimirovich Penkovsky. Introduction. There is but one opinion as to which country in the world possesses the most powerful secret intelligence service. Without the slightest doubt, that country is the Soviet Union, and the name of the monstrous secret organization without precedent in the history of mankind is the KGB. But on the question as to which country possesses the second most powerful secret organization, the opinions of specialists differ. Strange as it may seem, the country to which this organization belongs is also the Soviet Union, and the organization itself is called the Chief Intelligence Directorate of the General Staff. This book was written in order to confirm this simple fact. At first, it was conceived as an instructional manual for a narrow circle of specialists. Subsequently, it was revised by the author for a wider public. The revision was confined mainly to the excision of certain definitions and technical details which would be of little interest. Even after this, there remained in the book many details of a technical nature which may sometimes make for difficult reading, but though I may apologize, there is nothing to be done. In order to understand a disease, and the desire to understand a disease implies a desire to fight against it, one must know its pathology as well as its symptoms. XXX. For one of their very first chosen myths, the communists decided to record that the organs of enforcement of the new state were not created until the 19th of December, 1917. This falsehood was circulated in order to prove that Soviet power in the first 41 days of its existence could dispense with the mass executions so familiar to other revolutions. The falsehood is easily exposed. It is sufficient to look at the editions of the Bolshevist papers for those days which shook the world. The organs and subsequent mass executions existed from the first hour, the first minute, the first infantile wail of this Soviet power. That first night, having announced to the world the birth of the most bloodthirsty dictatorship in its history, Lenin appointed its leaders. Among them was Comrade A.I. Rykov, the head of the People's Commissariat for Internal Affairs, which sounds less innocuous in its abbreviation. NKVD. Comrade Rykov was later shot, but not before he had managed to write in the history of the organs certain bloody pages which the Soviet leadership would prefer to forget about. 15 men have been appointed to the post of head of the organs, of which 3 were hounded out of the Soviet government with ignominy. 1 died at his post. 1 was secretly destroyed by members of the Soviet government, as was later publicly admitted. 7 comrades were shot or hanged and tortured with great refinement before their official punishment. We are not going to guess about the futures of 3 still living who have occupied the post. The fate of the deputy heads has been equally violent even after the death of Comrade Stalin. The paradox of this endless bloody orgy would seem to be this: why does the most powerful criminal organization in the world so easily and freely give up its leaders to be torn to pieces? How is the Politburo able to deal with them so unceremoniously, clearly not experiencing the slightest fear before these seemingly all-powerful personalities and the organizations headed by them? How is it that the Politburo has practically no difficulties in displacing, not only individual heads of state security, but in destroying whole flocks of the most influential state security officers. Where lies the secret of this limitless power of the Politburo? The answer is very simple. The method is an old one and has been used successfully for thousands of years. It boils down to the principle, divide and rule. In the beginning, in order to rule, Lenin divided everything in Russia that was capable of being divided. And ever since, the communists have continued faithfully to carry out the instructions of the great founder of the first proletarian state. Each system of governing the state is duplicated and reduplicate. Soviet power itself is duplicated. If one visits any regional committee of the party, and then the regional executive committee, one is struck by the fact that two separate organizations having almost identical structures and deciding identical problems nevertheless take completely contradictory decisions. Neither one of these organizations has the authority to decide anything independently. This same system exists at all stages and at all levels of the government. If we look at the really important decisions of the Soviet leadership, those which are published in the papers, we will find that any one of them is taken only at joint sessions of the Central Committee of the Party and the Council of Ministers. I have in front of me as I write the last joint resolution on raising the quality and widening the range of production of children's toys. Neither the Council of Ministers of the gigantic state structure nor the Central Committee of the ruling party is able, since neither has the power and authority, to take an independent decision on such an important matter. But we are not talking here just about ministers and first secretaries. At all lower levels, the same procedure is to be observed. For example, only a joint decision of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of a republic and the Council of Ministers of the same republic, or the Provincial Committee and the Provincial Executive Committee is valid. At these levels, of course, such crucial problems as the quality of children's toys are not decided, but the principle remains that no separate and independent decisions can be taken. In shape and form, Soviet power is everywhere duplicated, from the planning of rocket launchings in space to the organization for the burial of Soviet citizens, from the management of diplomatic missions abroad to lunatic asylums, from the construction of sewers to atomic icebreakers. In addition to the governing organs which give orders and see that they are carried out, there also exist central control organs which are independent of the local authority. The basic one of these is, of course, the KGB, but independently of the KGB, other powerful organs are also active. The innocent-sounding People's Control, for example, a secret police organization subordinated to a Politburo member who exercise is almost as much influence as the chief of the KGB. In addition to the People's Control, the Ministry of the Interior is also active, and this is subordinated neither to the KGB nor to control. There is also the central organ of the press, a visit of which to a factory or work shop cause is hardly less anger than a visit of the OBHSS, the Socialist Fraud Squad. It was seen as essential that each powerful organ or organization which is capable of taking independent decisions be counterbalanced by the existence of another, no less powerful bureaucratic organization. On the initiative of Lenin, the thinking goes, we have a newspaper Pravda, let's have another on a similar scale, Izvestia, TASS, created as a counterbalance to it, APN. Not for competition, but simply for duplication. In this way, the comrades in the Politburo are able to live a quieter life. To control everybody and everything is absolutely impossible, and this is why duplication exists. Everybody jealously pursues his rival, and in good time informs whoever he should inform of any flashes of inspiration, of any deviation from the established norm, any effort to look at what is going on from the standpoint of a healthy critical mind. Duplication in everything is the prime principle and reason behind the terrifying stagnation of all walks of life in Soviet society. It is also the reason for the unprecedented stability of the regime. In duplicating the organs, the Politburo was able to neutralize any attempt by them to raise the standard of revolt against their creators, and thus it has always been. The creation of a system of parallel institutions began with the creation of the Cheka, an organization called INT. Existence to counterbalance the already growing powers of the People's Commissariat for Internal Affairs. During the course of the whole of the Civil War, these two bloody organizations existed independently and as rivals of each other. Their influence grew to immense proportions, and Lenin suggested the creation of yet another independent organ to carry out the task of control and retribution, the Rabkrin. This organ, known today as the People's Control, is still waiting for somebody to research it. Its history, the Rabkrin was Lenin's love child, remembered by him even on his deathbed. The Rabkrin, or more formally the Workers' and Peasants' Inspector, it was not created as an organ of repression for the whole population, but as an organization for the control of the ruling Bolshevik elite and, above all, the Cheka and the People's Commissariat for Internal Affairs. In the meantime, the tentacles of the Cheka had spread out over the frontiers, and the Bolshevik leaders were forced to create yet another parallel organization to the Cheka. Capable of counterbalancing its external activities, neither the People's Commissariat nor the Rabkrin was able to fulfill this role. On the personal order of the indefatigable Lenin on 21 October 1918, in external intelligence service completely independent of the Cheka, was created under the meaningless title of the Registered Directorate of the Workers and Peasants, Red Army. At the present time it is called the Chief Intelligence Directorate of the General Staff of the Soviet Army, and also known by its military classification as Unit 44,388. In history, there is a number of examples of similar organizations within repressive regimes. The most obvious of these is, of course, Hitler's Germany. The SS and the SA, and on the front, the Wehrmacht divisions and the divisions of the SS, all existed under the same duplication principle, as did the two intelligence services, the Gestapo and the Abwehr. This multiplication of institutions can only be explained by the desire of the ruling class to guarantee the stability of its regime. It is important to clarify this so that one can understand the role of Soviet military intelligence in Soviet society and in the international arena, and in addition, the reason why this organization has remained throughout Soviet history largely independent from the KGB, in spite of the many ordeals it has been subjected to. Partone, Chapter 1. The Triumvirate. The party, the KGB, and the army form the Triumvirate, which rules the Soviet Union. All other institutions and organizations, including those which appear officially to wield state power, occupy a subordinate position, but no single one of the three holds absolute power. They are all interdependent and have to share power with their rivals. There is a constant underlying struggle between these three forces, is with attacks and retreats. Bloody skirmish is victories, defeats, armistice, secret alliances, and permanent treachery. The party cannot exist without a continuous repression of the people, in other words, without the KGB. The KGB, in turn, cannot exist without a continuous fanning of the flames of communist fanaticism, and the deception of the people, in other words, without the party. Each of the two considers its own function to be the important one, and the function of its rival merely supplementary. Thus, the party and the KGB are striving for undivided rule, but with this in mind, each understands that it is not possible to kill off its rival. Too much depends on the continued existence of that rival. Both the party and the KGB need the army, which plays the part of a performing crocodile, ensuring a quiet life for the other two. In the triumvirate system, the army is the most powerful element, but it is also the most deprived as regards its rights. Unlike the party and the KGB, the army has never played the leading role in the trio. Should this ever happen, the party and the KGB would be swiftly destroyed. The fact is that this crocodile does not need either the party or the KGB. Its natural state is a free life in a swamp, enjoying the ability to gobble up whatever it wishes. Both the party and the KGB are perfectly well aware that they, in the role of trainers of the performing crocodile, would be its first victims should the crocodile ever be set at liberty. So why has the crocodile never gobbled up its trainers? The party and the KGB hold the crocodile firmly in check by means of two strong leash. The party leash is called the political department, that of the KGB the special department. Every organ of the army is penetrated by the political department of the party and the special department of the KGB. On those occasions when the army has attacked the party, which has happened several times, beginning with the military opposition of the 20s, the Chekists of the KGB have come into action and quickly gained control over dissident elements in the army. When the army has attacked the KGB, as happened after the death of Stalin, the party has gone into action against it. And at times when the KGB has been plotting against the party has invariably allowed the crocodile to take a bite at the Chekists, but not a bite to the death. After such incidents, the situation has returned to normal. The crocodile's trainers have manipulated their leash is in such a way and from different sides that it is impossible for any quarrel to have a conclusion. They have even been able to give the crocodile a few kicks and, if necessary, to direct it to another side, as it is said against any aggressor. Its dependent situation, notwithstanding, the army is sufficiently strong sometimes to pull its trainers after it. Thus it is not possible for the army to be left out of the triumvirate. None of the remaining inhabitants of the Soviet Union has any independent part to play in the concert. They fulfill an auxiliary role. They supply food to the trainers and the crocodile, put on their make-up for the show, announce the different acts, and collect money from the terrified spectators. The general staff of the Soviet army is the brain of the crocodile, and military intelligence is its eyes and ears. The GRU is a part of the general staff, in other words, a part of the brain. In fact, it is that part which analyses what the eyes see and the ears hear, the part which concentrates the unblinking eyes of the crocodile on the most interesting targets and trains its ears to hear with precision every rustle of the night. Although the crocodile is firmly tied to the party and the KGB, the general staff and the integral GRU are practically independent of external control. Why this should be is explained by the party's experience. In the period before the war, the party supervised the general staff so carefully, and the Chekists insisted strongly on the observance of every minute directive of the party, that the general staff completely lost the ability to think independently. As a result, the crocodile, despite its enormous size, completely lost its presence of mind. Its speed of reaction and any capability to think and take independent decisions, all this brought the system to the edge of catastrophe, as the army became practically incapable of fighting. The party learnt from this sad experience and realized that it must not interfere in the working of the crocodile's brain, even if this brain had ceased to think along party lines. The party and the KGB preferred, for purely practical reasons, to keep only the body of the crocodile under control and not to interfere with the work of its brain, of its sharp ears and piercing eyes. Chapter 2. History. Soviet military intelligence, the Russian version of the English intelligence, Razvedka, has wider significance and includes everything we understand by the terms intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance, and all activity governing collection and processing of information about actual or potential enemies, and its superior organ, the GRU, an integral part of the army. The history of Soviet intelligence can therefore only be surveyed in the light of the history of the development of the army, and consequently in the light of the continuous struggle between the army, the party, and the KGB. From the moment of the creation of the first detachment of the Red Army, small intelligence groups were formed within these detachments quietly and often without any order from above. As the regular army developed into newly formed regiments, brigades, divisions, army corps, and armies, so these intelligence organs developed with it. From the outset, intelligence units at all levels were subordinated to the corresponding staffs. At the same time, the superior echelons of intelligence exercised control and direction of the lower echelons. The chief of intelligence of an army corps, for example, had his own personal intelligence unit. It and in addition directed the chiefs of intelligence of the divisions which formed a part of his army corps. Each divisional intelligence chief in his turn had his own intelligence unit. It at the same time as directing the activities of the intelligence chiefs of the brigades which formed his division. And so on down the scale. On 13 June 1918, a front was formed for the first time in the composition of the Red Army. This front received the name of the Eastern Front, and in it there were 5 armies and the Volga military flotilla. On the same day, there was created a registrational intelligence department in the Eastern Front. The department had the intelligence chiefs of all 5 armies and the flotilla reporting to it. These intelligence chiefs of the front possessed a number of aircraft for aerial reconnaissance, some cavalry squadrons, and most important, an agent network. The agent network for the Eastern Front was first formed on the basis of underground organizations of Bolsheviks and other parties which supported them. Subsequently, the network grew, and during the advances of the Eastern Front in the Urals and in Siberia, agent groups and organizations intervened in the rear of the enemy before the main forces attacked. Subsequent to the formation of the Eastern Front, new fronts were added to the Red Army: the Southern Ukrainian, Northern Turkestan, and later Caucasian, Western, Southeastern, Northeastern, and others. The intelligence set up for each front was organized in the same way as that for the Eastern Front. There were also some independent and separate armies which did not form part of the fronts, and these, as a rule, had their own independent networks. In the spring of 1918, besides the agent aerial and other types of intelligence service, the diversionary intelligence service came in being. These diversionary detachments reported to the intelligence chiefs of fronts, armies, corps, and sometimes divisions, and were called the cavalry of special assignments. Formed from the best cavalrymen in the army, they dressed in the uniform of the enemy and were used to carry out deep raids in the enemy's rear, to take prisoners, especially staff officers, to collect information on enemy positions and activities, and to undermine, and sometimes physically destroy, the enemy's command structure. The number of these diversionary units and their numerical strength constantly increased. In 1920, on the Polish front on the staff of the Soviet force, there was a separate cavalry brigade for special assignments with a strength of more than 2,000 cavalrymen, and this was on top of several regiments and separate squadrons. All these units were dressed in Polish uniform. Much later, these diversionary units received the name Spets, as now given to all special forces of the GRU. From its inception, military intelligence suffered the greatest possible antagonism from the Chekists. The Cheka had its own central agent network and an agent network in local areas. The Chekists jealously guarded their right to have secret agents, and could not resign themselves to the idea that anyone else was operating similar secret networks. The Cheka also had units of special assignments which carried out raids not in the enemy's rear, but in its own rear, destroying those who were dissatisfied with the communist order. During the Civil War, the Cheka strove to unite all special assignment units under its own control. Several cases are recorded of the Chekists trying to take over organs of military intelligence. One such attempt occurred on 10 July 1918, when the Cheka shot the whole staff of the Eastern Front Intelligence Department, which had been in existence for only 27 days, together with the entire staff of the front and the commander himself, M.A. Morov, who had been trying to intervene in favor of his intelligence department. The whole of the agent system of military intelligence passed into the control of the Chekists, but this brought the front to the very edge of catastrophe. The new commander I.I. Vatsetis and his chief of staff had no intelligence service of their own and were unable to ask for the necessary information. They could only request information in a very tactful way, being well aware of the Cheka's attitude to those it disliked. As regards Vatsetis, the Chekists did indeed chid him, but much later. Naturally, while the agent network was under the control of the Cheka, its own work was given priority, and any tasks set it by the army command were given very low priority. This, of course, brought the force very near to complete defeat. If the army intelligence service is separated from the army staff, then the brain becomes nothing more than the brain of a blind and deaf man. Even if the blind man receives essential information from one source or another, his reaction will still be slow and his movements imprecise. The leader of the Red Army, Trotsky, placed an ultimatum before Lenin: either give me an independent military intelligence service or let Dzerzhinsky lead the army with his Chekists. Lenin knew what the Cheka was capable of, but he also knew that its capabilities were extremely one-sided. He therefore ordered Dzerzhinsky not to interfere in matters of military intelligence. In spite of this, the Cheka's attempts to swallow up military intelligence went on, and these efforts still continue on a reduced scale up to the present day. Towards the end of 1918, the organization of military intelligence from regimental staff level up to the level of front staff had been virtually completed. There remained only one staff which, as deprived of its own intelligence, service of the Republic. The staff of the Red Army at that time called the Field Staff, later the General Staff. For this reason, the General Staff remained blind and deaf, obtaining information indispensable to its work at second or third hand. In addition to this, the absence of a superior intelligence organ meant a complete lack of coordination of the front intelligence services. Military intelligence had acquired a pyramid structure, but the top of the pyramid was missing. The chief of the army and in charge of all military production, Lenin Trotsky, several times approached Lenin with the demand that he should create such a superior military intelligence organ. Understanding the necessity for the creation of such an organ, but realizing that this would inevitably mean a strengthening of the position of Trotsky, Lenin prevaricated and repeatedly refused Trotsky's suggestion at the beginning of autumn. The position of the communists worsened sharply. Production, fuel, and political crises became more acute. Armed uprisings were taking place against the communists. There was an attempt on the life of Lenin himself. In order to save the regime, the communists decided on a desperate measure. In each town and village they would take hostage, and in the case of the slightest manifestation of discontent among the inhabitants, these hostages would be shot. The Soviet state was saved by mass executions. Then another problem arose. The Cheka, released from its restraints and drunk with blood, got out of control. In Tver and Terzok, the Chekists, together with the hostage, destroyed communist leaders who displeased them. One threat to the stability of the state had been replaced by another, far worse. Lenin, not yet completely recovered, immediately resumed day-to-day leadership without restricting the terror. He took a number of steps to control it. The most important of his decisions were firstly to give to the people's commissariats, i.e., the ministries, the provincial and town committees, the right to take part in court cases against arrested communists. A communist would be declared not guilty if two members of the party committee testified in his favor. Secondly, Lenin directed his attention to the annulment of the Cheka's monopoly of secret activity. He finally accepted Trotsky's proposal and on 21 October 1918 signed a decree creating a superior organ of Soviet military intelligence, which was to be called the Registrational Directorate of the Field Staff of the Republic. The newly created directorate did not increase or decrease the importance of the front and army intelligence service, it merely coordinated them. But at this time the directorate began the creation of a new network of agents which could be active in countries all over the world, including those where the front networks already had active agents. The organization created in 1918 has in principle survived to the present day. Certainly the founding rules are fully applicable to our own time. These are, firstly, that each military staff must have its own independent intelligence set up. Secondly, the intelligence set up of subordinate its staffs is to be fully under the command of the intelligence of superior formations. Thirdly, the agent network must be part of the composition of the General Staff Intelligence Network and part of the composition of the Front and Fleet Intelligence Services. In peacetime, this means military districts and groups of forces. Fourthly, diversionary intelligence is subsidiary to agent intelligence. It must be found on front or fleet level, military districts and groups of forces, and also at the level of armies and flotillas. And fifthly, and most importantly, military intelligence must be quite separate from the organs of enforcement and their intelligence services. Since 1918, Each one of these rules has been broken at least once, if not more often, but invariably the mistake has been summarily corrected. The creation of the GRU, like the KGB, has been through several name changes in its history. At this time, it was called Registrup, later Razvdep. For our present purpose, is the name GRU will be used consistently, was not only an act of self-preservation on Lenin's part from the ravages of the Cheka, but also a concession to Trotsky. Having entrusted this weapon to Trotsky and the army, Lenin was careful to equip it with a safety device by the name of Simon Ivanovich Aralov, who came from the Cheka. On becoming chief of the Registrational Directorate, Aralov formally remained a member of the Collegium of the Cheka. This step was taken in the interests of subterfuge, and even up to the present day has confused many researchers. Remaining formally within the Cheka, Aralov, from the first day of his work in military intelligence, had to become a rival and consequently enemy of the Chekists. This had entered into Lenin's calculations. He had not been slow to see that it would be impossible for Aralov to avoid daily skirmish with the Chekists on the most mundane questions, and that this would inevitably lead to a confrontation which would preclude any possibility of Aralov being exploited as a trusted Chekist. But this was not all. In the case of any agreement with the army, not one of the army's chiefs would dare to trust Aralov. The GRU would be a part of the army, but the army would not be able to make use of the GRU in the struggle against the party and the Cheka. Lenin's calculations proved themselves sound remarkably quickly. In the spring of 1919, the reinforced army under Trotsky's leadership openly came out against the parties meddling in the affairs of the army. A united group of army delegates, the so-called military opposition, at the 8th Congress of the party in March 1919, demanded de facto independence of the army from party influences. At that time, it was still permitted to express personal opinions at party conferences, and more than 100 delegates out of 269 declared themselves in favor of the military program. There were widespread abstentions, and the party and the Cheka found themselves in a minority at their own conference. Only a few votes were necessary to secure the complete and legal victory of the army, but at this point the delegates from the military intelligence service, knowing the heavy hand of Aralov, maintained an icy silence and strict neutrality. Then, at the most dramatic moment of the session, Aralov spoke critically of the military opposition, after which the delegates of the military intelligence service with one voice supported the party. The number of supporters of the military opposition shrank to 95. A clear defeat, the session closed with a victory for the party. The military opposition crumbled, and many of its members never again took any action against the party. The army had learnt a lesson. In the struggle against the party, never count on the support of the military intelligence service. Emboldened by victory, the Cheka renewed its penetration of the army. Many unrepentant members of the military opposition were arrested and shot. The humiliation of the army inevitably affected military intelligence too. And on 13 May 1919, the Chekists executed members of the staff of military intelligence in the 7th Army who had displeased them. Military intelligence naturally objected sharply to the Chekas taking the law into its own hands, and from that time on it was its sworn enemy. Lenin was delighted. Military intelligence henceforth was an inseparable part of the army, but its chief was the personal enemy of both the army and the Cheka. Another unwritten rule was established in the organization of the GRU, which was that the chief of the GRU must be appointed only from among the senior officials of the Cheka secret police, historically known as the V. Cheka GPU, OGPU, NKVDN, KGB, MGB, MVD, and KGB, and unofficially as the organs. This rule has also been broken several times, but the party has always been able to correct its mistake in time. The agent network of the GRU was reinforced at almost lightning speed. There are several reasons for this. Firstly, inside Russia after the revolution, in her central provinces alone, there were more than 4 million foreigners: Germans, Austrians, Hungarians, Poles, Slovaks, Czechs, Koreans, Bulgars, Serbs, Croats, and others. Most of them were former prisoners of war. More than 300,000 of them voluntarily enlisted in the Red Army. There was no need to recruit such people. The overwhelming majority of them were convinced fanatical communists. Military intelligence simply sent them off to their own countries as GRU agents. Secondly, after the revolution, Moscow became the Mecca of communism, and after the foundation of the Comintern, communists from all countries flocked to Moscow. The Comintern openly declared as its aim the destruction of capitalism, and in this manifesto, it was helped from all sides, the Cheka and the GRU in particular developing their espionage activities. On the orders of the Comintern, the Communist International, grouping together the communist parties of the world, and declaring itself as the headquarters of the worldwide communist revolution. Thousands of communists spread into foreign states worldwide under the control of the Soviet intelligence organizations. Some of these, like the German communists Richard Sorge and Karl Ram, the Finnish communist Atto Guinian, the Hungarian Sander Rado, are now well known to history. But thousands more remained unknown activists, laboring strenuously to fulfill the will of Soviet intelligence. Thirdly, after the revolution, millions of émigrés appeared from Russia all over the world. Any Soviet intelligence officer who had undergone the most elementary linguistic training could move about freely from country to country without attracting the slightest suspicion. External circumstance is favored communism too. After the First World War, the world veered sharply towards communist doctrines. Communist parties were strong and united. In Germany and Hungary, there were communist revolutions. The heat of the conflagration was felt in Spain. France and China, Soviet intelligence skillfully exploited the situation which was unfolding. The First World War also left behind a legacy of despair. The world had given way, and there were many people who had lost their hopes and ideals. Embittered and depressed, their recruitment presented no difficulty whatsoever. In one of the early GRU instruction manuals, there is the following advice: if you need a facilities agent, a radio operator, owner of a safe house or transmission point, find a tall, handsome man who has lost a leg or an arm in the war. One last but by no means negligible factor is that Russia has always possessed too much gold. After the revolution, mountains of gold from millions of people killed in the torture chambers of Soviet power were added to the state treasury. In addition to this, communists plundered churches all over Russia, which from ancient times had been famous for their wealth. Great profit was harvested from the domes of the richest cathedrals, for these were roofed with solid gold. In looting the churches, the communists said, for the needs of the world revolution. What they meant was for the needs of espionage. XXX. There were many elementary errors and failures in the work of these early field officers who had no experience whatsoever. For example, the counterintelligence officers of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, which at the time were independent states, simply told any suspicious person who claimed to be a fugitive Russian officer or engineer or doctor to tie a necktie. In 1920, by this method alone, more than 40 GRU agents were unmasked in these three small countries. The GRU was unperturbed by these failures, however, its philosophy being that if it could not have quality, it would go for quantity. It was an astute calculation. If one agent in 100 sent abroad showed himself to be talented, and his natural talent made up for his lack of education, then that was enough. Nobody was worried about the agents who were discovered. Let them get out of the mess. If they could, the Soviet Union will never admit that the people it sends out belong to Soviet intelligence. This large-scale attack was highly successful. Out of the thousands of intelligence agents sent abroad, some dozen began to give positive results. The help of communists abroad also began to tell. Gradually, quality began to creep into the work of the GRU. One of the first outstanding successes was the creation of the so-called Mrach-Kovsky enterprise, or, as it was officially called in GRU documents, the network of commercial undertakings. Jacob Mrach-Kovsky, his brother, was a member of the Central Committee, was sent to Germany, where he organized a small shop and then a small factory. Subsequently, he bought, in fictitious names, several factories in France, Great Britain, Canada, the United States, and finally China. The money put into these undertakings quickly grew, and after several years, the Mrach-Kovsky undertakings began to show profits of tens of millions of pounds. The money earned was used by the GRU as its chief source of clean money, that is, money which had never been on Soviet territory and consequently could be used for agents' operations. In addition to obtaining money, the Mrach-Kovsky undertakings were widely used for the legalization of newly posted intelligence officers, who by now were beginning to be better trained. Journeying from country to country, they found help and support from the Mrach-Kovsky network. They got themselves jobs, and after some months received the most laudatory references and went off in other countries where the same thing took place. This went on until the agent was able to stand on his own 2 feet. The security of the network was so tight that no undertaking ever suspected the existence of another. Mrach-Kovsky himself traveled all over the world buying up new enterprise, installing 1 or 2 of his own people, and obtaining perfectly legal and highly lucrative licenses and patents. Relations with the Chekists were gradually stretched to their limit. The party was striving to inflame the hostility between the GRU and the organs of state. Lenin made a great success of this, as did his successors. The next conflict broke out in the spring of 1920. Both Lenin and Trotsky considered themselves outstanding thinkers, theoreticians, and practical men of deep knowledge as regards military affairs and international relations. Naturally, neither one nor the other took any notice of evaluated intelligence. They both demanded that the intelligence material should be laid before them gray and unevaluated. They would then draw their own conclusions and analyze the material on the basis of Marxist doctrine. But Marxism had very precisely and categorically foretold that there would be a world war in Europe, which would be the last war of mankind. The imperialist war would develop into a worldwide revolution, after which a golden age would begin. Yet the war had finished 2 years before, and no worldwide revolution had happened. Intelligence reported that there were no signs of this revolution coming about. So both Lenin and Trotsky were either compelled to admit that Marxism was wrong or to take measures to bring the revolution about. They decided to trigger off a revolution in Europe. Starting with Poland, intelligence assessments were ignored, and naturally, the adventure ended in complete failure. Both the organizers immediately started to hunt for escape. The only possible explanation for the scandal was that the intelligence service had done its work badly. Lenin announced to the rank and file of the party, "We have suffered this defeat as a result of the negligence of the intelligence service, but the GRU was a completely unknown entity." Even to some of the highest representatives of the Soviet bureaucracy, and much more so to the rank and file party members, all eyes turned towards the Chekists. Their unpopularity among the people, even before this was evident after Lenin's announcement, their authority finally fell. Dzerzhinsky caused a scandal in the Kremlin and demanded explanations from the Politburo. In order to calm the Chekists and to support his own version of the story, Lenin permitted the Chekists to purge the GRU. The first bloody purge took place in November 1920. On Lenin's orders, hundreds of intelligence officers who had allegedly failed to evaluate the situation correctly were shot. Up to this time, there had been no need to account for the GRU's activities, but now information was made available to some party members. This has led some specialists to the mistaken conclusion that the GRU did not exist until this time. However, the GRU did not take long to recover from the 1920 purge. This may be explained mainly by the fact that the overseas organs of the GRU were practically untouched, and this for eminently sound reasons. Neither Lenin nor Trotsky had any idea of shooting the intelligence officers who were overseas, not only because they were manifestly innocent, but also because their deaths would have absolutely no salutary effect on others, since nobody would hear about them, not even the many members of the Central Committee. The other reason for the quick recovery of the GRU was that its agent intelligence network in the military districts was also left untouched. At the end of the Civil War, the fronts were transformed in military districts, but the chain of command in the new districts did not undergo any essential changes. A registration department was included on the strength of the staff of each district, which continued in peacetime to carry on agent intelligence work in countries where the district would have to carry out military activities in any future war. Up to the time of the 1920 purge, there were 15 military districts and 2 fleets in the Red Army. They all carried out independently from each other agent intelligence work of a very intensive nature. The internal military districts were no exception. Their intelligence centers were moved out to the frontiers, and it was from there that the direction of agents was undertaken. Each internal military district also has its tasks in wartime, and its intelligence work is based around these tasks. The direction of activities of a frontier district is very precisely defined. At the same time, the internal district, independent of circumstance, may operate in different directions. Consequently, its agent network in peacetime operates in different directions too. For example, in 1920, agents of the Moscow military district operated on the territories of Poland, Lithuania, at that time still independent, and Finland. This system has prevailed in all respects, except that the districts and fleets have become more numerous, as also has money available for intelligence. We are richer now than we were then. XXX. After 1927, Soviet military intelligence began to blossom. This was the year in which the first 5-year plan was drawn up. which aimed as all subsequent 5-year plans have exclusively at the growth of the military potential of the country. The plan stipulated the creation and speedy growth of the tank, shipbuilding, aviation, and artillery industries. The Soviet Union set itself the target of creating the most powerful army in the world. The Soviet leadership made haste and demanded from its designers not only the creation of new kinds of weaponry and military technology, but also that Soviet armaments must be the best in the world. Monumental sums of money were spent to attain this aim. Practically the whole of Russia's gold reserves was thrown in the task. At Western auctions, the Soviet authorities sold off Russian corn and wood. Pictures by Rembrandt and Nicholas I's stamp collection, a tidy sum of money was realized. All GRU residents received book-length lists of foreign military technology, which they would have to steal in the near future. The lists included equipment for bombers and fighters, anti-aircraft and anti-tank guns, howitzers and mortars, submarines and torpedo boats, radio valves and tank engines. The technology for the production of aluminium and equipment for boring out gun barrels. Yet another GRU tradition first saw the light of day in this period, that of stilling analogous kinds of armaments at the same time in different countries and then studying them to select the best. Thus, at the beginning of the ER's Soviet military intelligence succeeded in stilling samples or plans of torpedoes in Italy, France, the United States, Germany, and Great Britain. It was hardly surprising that the Soviet torpedo, manufactured in the shortest possible time, conformed to the highest international standards. Sometimes Soviet copiers selected the best assemblies and components and constructed out of them a new type which often turned out to be the very best in the world. Luck, too, was on the side of Soviet military intelligence. Nobody took very seriously the efforts of the Soviet Union in the military sphere, and few countries went to great pains to hide their secrets from it. Communists the world over were obsessed by the idea of helping Soviet intelligence. Soviet residents were able to throw their money round. And finally, the Great Depression threw into the arms or Soviet intelligence thousands of opportunists who feared losing their factories, workshops, or offices. Soviet intelligence by the beginning of the ERS had attained unprecedented heights of power within Soviet territory. The GRU had practically no political influence. In the international sphere, it did not very much seek to enter into the political life of parties and states. But in the field of clean espionage, the GRU already clearly occupied the leading position in the world, having by far overtaken the political intelligence work of the OGPU. At the beginning of the ERS, the GRU budget was several times larger than the overseas budget of the OGPU. This situation remains true today. The system in use today of recruitment and running of agents had already fully developed by the end of the ERS. In agent organizations directly subordinated to the GRU, the recruitment and running of agents was in the hands of illegals, that is, GRU officers posted abroad undercover with forged documents and offices, posing as Soviet diplomats, consuls, trade representatives, correspondents, and so on. In agent organizations subordinated to military districts and fleets, the recruitment of agents was carried out from the territory of the Soviet Union. Only rarely did certain officers of the intelligence, directorates of districts, travel abroad with forged documents for short periods. Before diplomatic recognition of the Soviet Union, emphasis was concentrated on the activities of illegals, but after its recognition. Undercover residencies were added to the numerous illegal residencies. The GRU illegals and undercover residencies acted independently from each other, but in the pre-war period the communications of illegals from GRU residencies with the center were frequently accomplished through the Soviet embassies. This was a very serious mistake. With the beginning of the war, when the embassies were closed or blockaded, the communication with illegals was disrupted. The mistake was subsequently rectified. Military district intelligence always operated independently of the GRU illegals and Soviet embassies, and for this reason, at the beginning of the war, it was practically unharmed. Gradually, a tendency became noticeable in the operations of military district intelligence service is to limit the use of Soviet officers even for short trips abroad. Faced with wartime conditions, the military district intelligence service began to recruit and run their agents only from Soviet territory. The recruitment of new agents was carried out either on Soviet territory or on the territory of neighboring countries by means of agents who had been recruited earlier. There is an interesting story to be told about the recruitment of agents at this time, whose moral holds as true. Today, in the pre-war period, recruitment took up little time. The Comintern simply made a decision and immediately scores. Sometimes hundreds of communists became Soviet secret agents. In the interests of successful agent work, the GRU always demanded from them that they should publicly resign from the Communist Party. The vast majority accepted this without demur. After all, it was only a camouflage, a Bolshevik maneuver to help defeat the last enemy. Sometimes, however, there were communists who were unwilling. In Germany, one group agreed to the GRU's demands only on condition that it was accepted in the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. The demand was a simple one, for it is not difficult for the GRU to write out a dozen new party cards, and as the new agent group was working so successfully, the GRU did not want to refuse. At a routine meeting, the GRU case officer, an employee of the Soviet embassy in Berlin, informed the group's leader that their demands had been met. He congratulated the group on becoming members of the CPSU, and informed them in conclusion that the General Secretary of the party himself, Comrade Stalin, had written out the party cards. As an exceptional case, the German communists had been accepted without going through the candidacy stage. Their party cards were naturally to be kept in the Central Committee. At this news, the group's productivity redoubled. It was supposed to receive a certain sum of money for its work, but the group members refused to accept the money. More than that, they began to hand over to their case officers sums of their own money in order to pay their membership fees to the Soviet Communist Party. Punctually, they handed over to their case officers all documents and payslips concerning their earnings together with their party subscriptions. This took up a great deal of time during the agent meetings, but the Germans were working very productively and nobody wanted to offend them. Some time later, the Gestapo got on their trail, but all the members of the group managed to escape in Austria, then to Switzerland, and finally through France to Spain, where the civil war was going on. From Spain, they were brought to Moscow. Terrible disappointments awaited them in the capital of the proletariat of all the world, the chief of which was that nobody int at any time written out their party cards or accepted them int the Soviet Communist Party. The GRU officials had of course assumed that the agents would never set foot in the Soviet Union, on that therefore it would be very easy to do them. However, on their arrival in Moscow, the first thing the agents did was to declare a hunger strike and demand a meeting with the higher leadership of the GRU. The meeting took place and the GRU leadership did all in its power to help the Germans join the party after going through the candidate stage naturally, but foreigners can only be accepted in the CPSU through the Central Committee, and the natural questions arose: were you ever members of the Communist Party? Why did you leave it? The fanatics told exactly what had really happened, but were damned out of their own mouths. To burn one's party card is a cardinal sin, and the Central Committee threw out their application. The Germans again declared a hunger strike and demanded a meeting with Stalin in person. At this point, the NKVD offered its help to the Central Committee, but the GRU intervened, being in no way desirous that its agents should fall in the hands of the NKVD. So the ex-agents ended up in the GRU cellars. In the meantime, the political situation had changed sharply. Hitler had become Stalin's best friend, and the communists likewise friends of the fascists. There ensued an exchange of gifts, the most up-to-date German military aeroplanes for Stalin, including the top-secret Mi-Ju-Do, Hell, and even the Mi, in exchange for the surrender of all German communists, had taken political asylum in the Soviet Union. Hitler's calculation was very simple. In the short time before war broke out, the Russians would not be able to copy the planes, but he would have the heads of his political opponents. It was a fruitful deal for Stalin too. He was bored with the German communists, and now he would be able to give them to the Gestapo in exchange for the best German aeroplanes. In addition to the ordinary members, there were members of the German Central Committee and the Politburo, together with the editors of the communist newspaper. These were not taken to Germany, but the Gestapo was told it could shoot them in situ in the Moscow area. However, as far as the former GRU agents were concerned, the decision had been taken not to hand them over. They knew too much. The German embassy in Moscow was informed that they had all died in Spain and had never got as far as Moscow. The fascists did not object, but suggested they would present one more aircraft at the same price. Unfortunately, the former agents, not knowing anything about the bargaining that was going on, again declared a hunger strike, and this decided their fate. The Soviet side now admitted to the fascists that they were in Moscow and proposed a compromise. The fascists could shoot their victims in the Soviet Union without talking to them. The execution took place among the huge coal bunkers of the Kashiersky electric power station. Beforehand, the Gestapo men had personally identified each of the people to be executed and photographed them. Then, under cover of protracted whistling of locomotives, they shot them all. Afterwards, joint detachments of the GRU, the Central Committee of the Soviet Communist Party, and the Gestapo burnt the bodies in the furnaces of the power station. The Germans' mistake was threefold. They believed too quickly in the promises of the GRU. They insisted too strongly on the GRU's fulfilling its promises, and they forgot that if somebody puts a high enough price on the head of an agent, however good he may be, the GRU will sell him without hesitation. XXX. In the meantime, the party under the leadership of Stalin arrived face to face with the ultimate necessity of subjugating all layers of Soviet society and utterly eradicating dissension. The decision was taken by the party to purge the whole country of potential dissidents. Today, we have irrefutable proof that the Great Terror was carefully planned and prepared. On the testimony of a Afteron of the Central Committee of the party had as long ago as the May 1935, taken the decision to create a special security commission for carrying out mass repressions in the country, which took place in 1937 to 1938. For almost 2 years, the Special Commission prepared the most bloody page in the history of mankind. Its members were Stalin, Zdenov, Yezhov, Shkiriatov, Malenkov, and Voyshinsky. It is interesting to note that the then head of NKVD Yagoda was not a member of the commission, and this was a sensible move. Before carrying out its massive blood-letting of the whole of society, the party took pains to purge the surgical instrument itself, the NKVD organs. The purge began secretly as early as 1935, and at that stage concerned only the organs and the overseas residencies of the NKVD. In order not to frighten anybody, it was carried out secretly and without public trials. Naturally, it was the GRU which was entrusted with the task of purging the NKVD overseas organs. In 1935, Yan Karlovich Berzin, the GRU's chief, traveled to the Far East with special powers and a grip of trusted helpers. Secret orders appointing one IS Unschlicht and later St. Uritsky as chief of the GRU were issued, but no order was issued for Berzin to relinquish his post. In other words, the appointment of Uritsky was simply a cover-up for the long absence of Berzin. In the Far East, Berzin and his assistants secretly liquidate the leading illegals of the NKVD in the following year. Berzin with his assistants appeared in Spain. His official job was chief advisor to the Spanish government, a post in which he was extremely active. Firstly, he endeavored to direct the activities of the Spanish government along lines favorable to Moscow. Secondly, he personally ran from Spain the whole of the overseas network of the GRU. And finally, he did not forget his most important task. The head of the Foreign Directorate of the NKVD, Slutsky, was also in Spain, also personally supervising the activities of all his overseas agents. In all probability, Slutsky was aware that Berzin and the GRU had some connection with the mysterious disappearance of NKVD illegals. Evidence has been preserved which shows that Slutsky and Berzin had clashes practically every day in Spain. However, at the same time, the intelligence chief of the NKVD was finding himself increasingly subject to the chief of Soviet military intelligence. At the end of September 1936, the NKVD chief Yagoda was dismissed from his post, and the secretary of the Central Committee of the party, Ezov, was appointed in his place. Ezov himself began a most cruel purge of the NKVD, and he no longer required the assistance of the GRU. More than 3,000 Chekists were shot on Ezov's orders, including Yagoda and Slutsky themselves. It is interesting to note that Yagoda's death followed an open trial, but Slutsky was murdered secretly in the same way as his best illegal residents had been executed previously. After the party in the person of Ezov, and with the help of the GRU, had purged the NKVD, the time came for the army to be dealt with. This purge began with the liquidation of the general staff and the complete destruction of the GRU. Among those military leaders first executed together with Marshal Tukhachevsky were army commanders Yakir and Aburevich and Corps Commander Putna, the Soviet military attaché in London. As might be expected, all military attaches are GRU officers, but Putna was not simply a military attaché. Until his appointment to London, he had been deputy chief of the GRU. His execution served as an extra excuse for the NKVD to carry out a special purge in the ranks of the GRU. Hatred which had been collecting for many years, at last came out in the open. In the course of the purge, first the acting head of the GRU, Ritsky, was arrested and shot, and after him all the rest. The NKVD and GRU now exchanged roles. NKVD men with special powers went around the world destroying both GRU illegals and also those intelligence officers of the GRU and NKVD who had refused to return to the Soviet Union and certain destruction. In the course of the 1937 purge, the GRU was completely destroyed, even down to the lavatory attendants and cooks on its payroll. Berzin, back from Spain, had to recreate the GRU from scratch. XXX. By the autumn of 1937, by a special effort of the Comintern, particularly in Spain, with the help and coercion of the international brigades, the GRU had somewhat recovered its strength. A year later, Soviet military intelligence had returned to its stormy activities. But in the summer of 1938, in the course of a second wave of terror, the GRU was again destroyed, losing its entire strength. This time Berzin himself, one of the cleverest and most successful leaders the GRU has had, was among the victims. The blow delivered automatically meant a blow to all organizations subordinate it to the GRU, that is, to the intelligence directorates of the military districts. Here the death-dealing whirlwind came twice, literally destroying everything. During the pre-war years, in the areas of western military districts, the intelligence directorates had extended the existing reserves of underground armies in case of the occupation of these areas by an enemy. Secret depots and stores of weapons and explosives had been established. Radio sets had been secreted and refuges for partisans and intelligence officers had been set up. In the terror, all this was destroyed, and tens of thousands of trained partisans and saboteurs, ready to meet the enemy, were shot or perished in prisons and concentration camps. Military intelligence ceased to exist, and not only military intelligence. The army had been bled white, and military industry too. But Azov, the head of the NKVD, had made a fatal mistake in taking Berzin's place when he was executed on 29 July 1938. The very next day, Stalin received only one report on both GRU and NKVD activities instead of the usual two. The implication was clear: a monopoly of secret activity had begun, and Stalin now had no way to balance the power of the NKVD. With his customary precision and deliberation, he realized that his control of Soviet intelligence was slipping away, and the same day, 30 July, he set in train the events which would lead to Azov's removal and execution. In the winter of there occurred an improbable scandal. The Red Army, whose strength at the moment of the attack was more than 4 million men, was unable to crush the resistance of the Finnish army, whose strength was only 27,000 men. Reasons for this were quickly found. Of course, there was the cold. The German army's right to claim the same reason for its defeat in the winter of 1941 was unanimously denied. The second reason was the intelligence service. In all Soviet historical works which may be published only with the permission of the propaganda department of the party's Central Committee, even to this day, the cold and poor intelligence are the reasons always given. The party forgets to specify that from 1937 to 1939, Soviet military intelligence was practically non-existent at the party's own wish. After the Finnish scandal, Stalin did not order a purge of the GRU. It is probable that at that time there was nobody to purge, but he still ordered the execution of General Proskurov, the new head of the GRU. and his staff because of Proskyrov's disagreement with him over the Hitler-Stalin Pact in June 1940, General Philip Golikov was appointed chief of the GRU. Under Golikov, the GRU was reborn amazingly quickly into an effective intelligence force. There has been much speculation about this period. Did the GRU know of the plans for Germany's attack on the Soviet Union or not? The best answer to the question must lie in Golikov's own survival. 7 leaders before him and 2 after him were murdered, yet he went on to become Stalin's deputy of personnel and marshal of the Soviet Union. The political leadership may not take the right decision, even with the best information that Golikov could give, but it will not bite the hand that feeds it. The war had begun with a catastrophic defeat for the Soviet Union in the first few hours. The German army succeeded in securing a strategic initiative. Thousands of serviceable aircraft were destroyed on their airfields and thousands of tanks burned in their own pox. It may have been that Stalin spared Golikov in order to give him a testing assignment. He was certainly told to take himself abroad and revive and renew the GRU agent network, which had been cut off immediately. He went first to England and then to the United States, and to give him his due, this time he succeeded in carrying out his work in an exemplary manner. For his visits to Great Britain and the United States, he naturally did not use faked documents. He came with a numerous entourage as the head of an official Soviet military delegation to obtain American and British armaments. For the chief of the GRU and his colleagues, the doors of secret factories and laboratories were opened the very place his Soviet intelligence had been trying for decades to penetrate. This historical visit was the beginning of intense penetration by Soviet military intelligence of the armaments industries of America and Britain. Golikov also succeeded, albeit only temporarily, in establishing communications with GRU illegals who were functioning on territory occupied by Germany. But this also signaled the beginning of GRU penetration of the German General Staff from many different quarters. The consequence of this were that, beginning with Stalingrad, even top secret plans of the German High Command were known to Soviet frontline generals before they were known to the German field commanders. And the Soviet military leadership was equally enlightened as to the plans of its allies, the Americans and the British. Churchill bears witness to the fact that Stalin enumerated several points as to the contents of British top-secret plans. Though he attributes such enlightenment to Stalin's genius in foreseeing the future, the only thing that is not clear is why Stalin did not display a similar clairvoyancy with regard to Hitler's intentions in 1941 and the beginning of 1942. In the autumn of 1941, Golikov returned from the United States in another exceptionally successful visit. He could not, of course, expect to keep his post, but he stayed alive and even kept his general's rank. On 13 October, he was relieved of the command of the GRU and appointed commander of the 10th Army. Later, in 1944, Stalin gave Golikov yet another chance to expiate his guilt with regard to the sudden German attack. In October, he was appointed plenipotent in Thierry of the Council of People's Commissars on questions of the repatriation of Soviet citizens. At the same time as he was occupied with this task, several of the former residents of the GRU in Europe were assigned to him. He acquitted himself again with great credit, and being able to count on the help of the GRU, succeeded in returning to the Soviet Union several million people who were practically all shot on arrival. Golikov's career was on the up, and he eventually reached the rank of Marshal of the Soviet Union. In the autumn of 1941, after Golikov had relinquished his post, the GRU was divided into two. One of the newly created organizations was directly answerable to Stalin and entitled the Chief Intelligence Directorate of the Supreme High Command. In the hands of this organization was concentrated the agent network controlled by illegals and undercover residencies of the GRU in a small number of Soviet embassies. The other GRU was subordinated to the General Staff and preserved its former name of Chief Intelligence Directorate of the General Staff. But now, this junior branch of the GRU coordinate the efforts of intelligence officers on all Soviet fronts in action against Germany. This new setup was fully justified at that time. The GRU General Staff was freed from having to make decisions on global problems which at that moment had lost their importance for the Soviet Union, and instead was able to concentrate all its attention on carrying out intelligence operations against German forces. In order to distinguish between the two GRUs, the term strategic intelligence was introduced for the first time and applied to the GRU of the Supreme Command, and the new title of operational intelligence was given to the Intelligence Directorate of Fronts and the GRU of the General Staff, which controlled these directorates. Both the strategic and operational intelligence services of the Red Army conducted themselves with great distinction in the course of the war. The finest achievements of the strategic agent network were, of course, the penetration of the German General Staff through Switzerland via the illegal residency Dora and the theft of American atomic secrets by way of Canada through the residency Zaria. Operational intelligence mean, while developed activities unparalleled in scale, besides its agent intelligence, a very large role was allocated to diversionary intelligence. Groups of guard mine layers were formed in the intelligence unit. It's of the fronts and armies whose basic purpose was to hunt down the German military staff. Parallel with these diversionary elements of the GRU, analogous groups of NKVD men were in action at the rear of German forces. Between these two groups, the traditional enmity fostered by the party continued. XXX. After the war, military intelligence was once again fused in one organization, GRU General Staff, which independently carried out strategic intelligence and directed operational and tactical intelligence. At this time, the party and Stalin took care to weaken the army and the Ministry of State Security, both of which had strengthened their positions during the war to such an extent that they had stopped acting. Alleging the civil leadership, i.e. the party, the leading commanders headed by Thukov, were dismissed from the army, and Beria was also deprived of the leadership of the Chekists. It would obviously not be a simple matter to expel him, so Stalin technically promoted him, appointing his deputy to succeed him. But in fact, this deprived him of direct leadership of the organs of state, because his title of minister was taken away. Within the framework of the program for weakening the army and the Ministry of State Security, Stalin decided to remove intelligence from both the army and state security. This plan was put into effect in 1947. The GRU and the organs of political intelligence of the Ministry of State Security were joined together in one organization called the KI, the Committee of Information. The man closest to Stalin was appointed to lead this organization, and this was the activist of the Politburo Molotov, Thus, the Army and Ministry of State Security were deprived of intelligence. All intelligence work would hence forth be subordinate it to the party. Such a situation did not sit the Army or the Ministry of State Security, and they, for the first time, united against the party. From its inception, the Committee of Information was an utterly ineffective organization. The intelligence officers of the Ministry of State Security and the GRU formed the nucleus of the Committee of Information, strove by all means to return from under the control of the party back to their own former organizations. Both sets of officers strove to sabotage the activities of the Committee of Information. The Ministry of State Security and the Army, acting in collusion, informed the Central Committee that they could no longer work effectively since they were receiving their information at second hand. Then they exerted pressure on their former officers in order to try to make the Committee of Information collapse from inside. The Central Committee of the party made efforts to improve the effectiveness of the Committee of Information. In less than a year, 4 chiefs were appointed and dismissed for the reason that not one of them was able to counter the unified strength of the Ministry of State Security and the Army. After long struggles behind the scenes, Abakumov, a pupil and favorite of Beria, became chief of the Committee of Information. At a stroke, all the intelligence service is passed to the control of the Ministry of State Security. Stalin immediately saw that a mistake had been made. In his opinion, the creation of one intelligence service, even if it was under the leadership of the party, must sooner or later lead to the Chekists seizing power over this organization. And this would mortally endanger the party. There was only one way out of such a situation: immediately to liquidate the Committee of Information and divide the intelligence service into 2 hostile camps: military intelligence to the Army and political intelligence to state security. But the coup was not an easy one. To get round the problem, the party naturally found support from the Army, which had not been at all happy with state security's monopoly of the intelligence service. On the instructions of Stalin, the first deputy of the Chief of the General Staff, General Shtemienko, made a report to the Politburo on the subject of the blind General Staff, after which the GRU was removed from the control of Abakumov and given to the Army. For his distinguished service, Stalin immediately appointed General Shtemienko as Chief of the General Staff, the senior curator of the GRU. After 2 years, Shtemienko and the GRU, seeking to please Stalin, presented documents about the existence of an agreement among subordinates of Abakumov. Abakumov was immediately shot, the Committee of Information finally abolished, and the usual purge carried out in the ranks of state security. But the Ministry of State Security did not forgive the General Staff and the GRU for having taken such liberties. 1952 was a year of struggle between the Politburo and Stalin. The Ministry of State Security presented documents which they claimed proved the existence of a plot in the ranks of the GRU. This time it was the turn of the GRU and all the General Staff to be purged. Stalin was opposed to the move, but the Politburo insisted. Shtemienko was demoted to Lieutenant General and expelled from the General Staff. The action continued against the General Staff and the GRU, and even against Stalin himself, who was removed as General Secretary of the Communist Party later that year. At the beginning of 1953, immediately after the death of Stalin, there ensued a fierce squabble among his disciples and comrades at arms for the distribution of the inheritance. The most dangerous pretender to the throne was, of course, Beria. The united strength of army and party was automatically against him. Beria was arrested at a joint session of party and army leaders and immediately done away with. After this, there began the usual persecution of the organs of state. During secret trials, incriminating documents were produced from the GRU concerning the leaders of the Ministry of State Security, and many of its leaders were shot after frightful torture. The torture was carried out in the GRU cellars on Gogol Boulevard at the beginning of 1950, for the Ministry of State Security lost its status as a ministry and was transformed into a committee. Simultaneously with the fall of the Ministry of State Security, the army acquired more and more weight within the framework of the state. The Russian Bonaparte, Marshal Zhukov, became Minister of Defense, having returned from his exile under Stalin. After a short time, Zhukov also became a member of the Politburo. He quickly effected the return of all the exiled generals and marshals and appointed them to key positions. The Ministry of State Security could not exercise any restraint on Zhukov, and he was therefore able to appoint Shtemyenko to the post of chief of the GRU, reinstating him as a full general after his demotion. The GRU became an organization solely dependent on the army. Zhukov's next step was a blow against party influence in the army. On his orders, all political workers and party commissars were expelled from the army. He also ordered the chief political directorate of the Soviet Army to stop interfering any more in army affairs, and at the same time liquidate all the special departments of state security present in the army. The crocodile was clearly throwing off its bands. In Politburo sessions, Zhukov openly contradicted Khrushchev and publicly abused him. The party understood how rashly it had behaved in depriving the KGB of power, since the party alone was clearly defenseless against the army. There was absolutely no doubt that very soon the army would become the only master of the situation. But in October 1957, Zhukov committed a grave error. He went on a visit to Yugoslavia, and in his absence, a plenum of the Central Committee of the party was hurriedly convened. Zhukov was secretly removed from the Politburo, and also from his duties as Minister of Defense because of Bonapartism. The chief of the GRU, General Shtemyenko, learned about what had happened and immediately sent a telegram of warning to Zhukov in Yugoslavia, but it was intercepted by the KGB. Zhukov returned from Yugoslavia straight into renewed exile. Shtemyenko followed him again, reduced to the rank of lieutenant general. Some survive vicissitudes better than others under Brezhnev. Shtemyenko was again reinstated. Now once more the post of chief of the GRU was held by a member of the KGB, Ivan Serov. Henceforth everything would go according to Lenin's teachings. Serov, on his appointment, automatically turned into an arch-rival and enemy of the KGB, and was not in the least interested in the fusion of these two organizations. But since he had been a general of the KGB, the army could not exploit him against the party and the KGB. That was not all. In order to control the army in the interests of the party, General Golikov, the former chief of the GRU, was appointed chief of the political directorate of the Soviet Army. Golikov was a former Chekist and political worker, and he was ready to serve anybody who desired his service, and to report only the data which would please the leadership. Such a person was eminently suitable as far as the party was concerned. Serov's successor as chief of the GRU was Colonel General of the KGB Petr Ivashkin. General Yepeshev, who had been from 1951 to 1953 Deputy Minister of State Security, succeeded Golikov as chief of the political directorate of the Soviet Army. In a word, the crocodile was again firmly on the leash. Chapter 3. The Pyramid. If we approach the term GRU in a formal way, in order to explain everything that is covered by those three letters, we shall get a very impressive picture, but one that is far from complete. To look at the GRU in isolation from its subordinate organizations is to look at Genghis Khan without his innumerable hordes. The GRU may formally be described as an immensely powerful intelligence organization forming part of the General Staff and acting in the interests of the higher military command of the Soviet Union. On its strength, there are more than 5,000 senior officers and generals who have specialist academic qualifications in intelligence matters. The GRU has its illegal representatives in every country of the world. In addition, officers of the GRU operate undercover in every country of the world as diplomats, military attaches, trade representatives, and so on. Both the illegals and the undercover officers, independently from each other, carry out the recruitment of agents, who then, under the direction of the GRU, steal top-secret documents, axe governments, and kill statesmen. The central apparatus of the GRU process is espion, information coming from 1,000 secret agents, and it also carries out cosmic, electronic, air, and sea intelligence on a global scale. But we have not mentioned the most important point, yet up to now we are talking about Genghis Khan, but not his hordes. What is more important is that in addition to all this, in addition to carrying out intelligence work in the interests of the General Staff, the GRU is also the superior directing organ of the gigantic formation called Soviet Military Intelligence. Essentially, the Soviet Army consists of 16 military districts, 4 groups of forces in Germany, Poland, Hungary, and Czechoslovakia, and 4 fleets, the Northern Pacific, Black Sea and Baltic fleets on the staff strengths of each district, group and fleet there, our intelligence directorates in all, these directorates number 24. They are all subject to the GRU and are, in effect, a GRU in miniature. Each of these mini-GRUs utilize its own facilities. With all the force is at their disposal, they gather information on the enemy, both in peacetime and wartime. When we speak of an intelligence directorate of a district group or fleet as a mini-GRU, this does not in the least mean that the intelligence directorate is small or weak. We only mean that the intelligence directorates RU of staffs are smaller than the chief directorate of the General Staff. But each of these 24 intelligence directorates is sufficiently strong to be able to recruit agents independently in the territories of countries or groups of countries which are in the sphere of interest of the given district, group, or fleet. Each intelligence directorate possesses sufficient power to be able, without assistance, to disrupt life in any contiguous country or group of countries. There is only one form of intelligence possessed by the GRU which the intelligence directorates do not possess, and this is cosmic or space intelligence. At the same time, instead of this, they have a perhaps no less important means, which are the diversionary spets. As it's in addition to ordinary agents providing secret information, the intelligence directorates recruit special agent terrorists destined to murder statesmen or senior military officers and to carry out general terror in the country or group of countries. Thus, each district group of forces or fleet has its own independent secret agent networks, the first being the ordinary espionage network, and the second the espionage terrorist network called Spetsnaz. To visualize the strength of one intelligence directorate, it is sufficient to remember that each one controls an entire Spetsnaz brigade. 1,300 professional cutthroats continually in readiness to penetrate the territory of a contiguous state and go to the assistance of the agent terrorists. One can best imagine Soviet military intelligence in the form of a powerful, feudal state, the GRU, with a first-class army. There are 24 lesser satellite states, the intelligence directorates RU, subordinated to the head of this state, and each of these in its turn has its own army, and a strong one at that. But each satellite also has its vassals, each of whom has his own army and his own vassals, also with armies and so forth. The only difference as regards this pyramid form of subordination is that Soviet military intelligence does not operate on the principle that the vassal of vassal is not my vassal. The GRU fully and without delegating authority controls every step of the pyramid. These steps need to be examined. Each military district and group of forces consists of armies. Each fleet consists of flotillas, which are equivalent to the armies of the land forces. On the staff of each army there is an intelligence department, RO, which is in effect a full vassal of the Superior Intelligence Directorate and the still Superior Chief Intelligence Directorate. The Intelligence Department, RO, of an army or flotilla does run an agent network of its own. On the strength of each intelligence department, and there are in the Soviet armed force is at least 50, there is a Spetsnaz company. This company, which numbers 115 saboteurs and cutthroats, is capable of penetrating into the enemy's territory to murder and kidnap people, blow up bridges, electric power stations, dams, oil pipelines, and so on, and these Spetsnaz units are supplemented by the intelligence department's wide choice of electronic air and other types of intelligence. An army in the Soviet Union consists of from 4 to 6 divisions in peacetime. There are in the Soviet armed forces about 180 tank and motorized divisions. In the interests of simplification, we can omit the 8 divisions of airborne forces, VDV, the brigades of marine infantry belonging to the fleets, and still many more branches of the Soviet army which have intelligence units. It's subordinated directly to the GRU of the General Staff. On the strength of the staff of each division, there is a chief reconnaissance officer. He has his own troops, a reconnaissance battalion and his vassals, the heads of regimental reconnaissance and their troops. The reconnaissance battalion of each division, apart from tank and electronic reconnaissance, has a sabotage company which is also staffed with cutthroats capable of successful operations in the enemy's rear. In the interests of accuracy, it is necessary to add that not all of the 180 tank and motorized rifle divisions have a full complement of personnel in peacetime. Many of them have a complete technical staff and full officer strength, but only a partial complement of soldiers and co's. However, this rule does not apply to reconnaissance units. All the Spets, as brigades and companies of the military districts and armies, all the reconnaissance battalions, 180 of the divisions, all the regimental reconnaissance companies, more than 700, are always kept at full strength and staffed by elite officers and NCOs. Everything that we have listed comes under the indivisible control of the GRU, although none of it is called by this name. The researcher who studies the GRU but does not take in consideration the GRU's vassals will have overlooked 24 separate espionage organizations, each of which is as powerful as the intelligence service of one Central European country. He will have overlooked 100,000 elite troops possessing as many fighting vehicles as a well-equipped Western European country, but even that is not all. In addition to its official vassals, the GRU also has unofficial vassals who carry out the orders of the GRU as precisely and with as much jealous zeal as do the intelligence directorates of military districts, the intelligence departments of armies, and the chief reconnaissance officers of divisions and regiments. These are the military intelligence services of Cuba, Poland, East Germany, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Bulgaria, Mongolia, and a number of other countries. These countries are satellites and, in the full meaning of the word, vassals of the Soviet Union. Their secret police forces are under the complete control of the Soviet KGB and take the form of a miniature copy of the KGB. Their armies are in thrall to the Soviet Army, and their military intelligence service are full vassals of the GRU, with all their agents, illegals, military attaches, sabotage agents, diversionary troops, and so on. But of these later. Chapter 4. The GRU and the Military Industrial Commission (VPK). When we use the term army with regard to the Soviet Army, we must have in mind not only the Ministry of Defense, but also the 12 other ministries whose sole function it is to produce weapons and military technology. Together, all these ministries form the high-powered monolith headed by the Military Industrial Commission, VPK. Included in the Collegium of the Military Industrial Commission are one of the first deputies of the chairman of the Council of Ministers, 13 ministers, and the chief of the General Staff and the chief of the GRU. The Military Industrial Commission is the Army, and the Army is the Military Industrial Commission. When we talk of a struggle between the Army and the Party and the KGB, we have in mind the struggle of the whole Military Industrial Commission, whose fortunes wax and wane in perfect harmony with the Army's own. The economic and financial might of the Military Industrial Commission can only be compared with the might of the Soviet Union itself. Theoretically, the Soviet Union spends in the interests of defense the improbably small sum of 19 billion rubles a year. This 19 billion, however, is the budget of the Ministry of Defense alone, the budgets of the remaining 12 ministries which produce armaments are kept secret. The Soviet system is constructed in such a way that the Ministry of Defense does not buy, it receives the armaments necessary to it. For example, an aircraft carrier is under construction in the Soviet Union. The Ministry of Defense does not bear any of the cost of this. The price of the ship is paid to the Ministry of Shipbuilding by the Council of Ministers under the debit item, shipbuilding industry. This ministry, by the way, has never constructed any non-military vessels. Non-military vessels are, without exception, but for the Soviet Union in Poland, East Germany, Yugoslavia, Bulgaria, Italy, France, Norway, Sweden, Denmark. It is difficult indeed to list all of them. It is probably true that only Switzerland is an exception to this list. The same thing is true of aircraft, tanks, rockets, nuclear bombs, military electronics, every item of hardware. Nobody in the Soviet Union knows exactly how much the Military Industrial Commission swallows up, but in any case it is an astronomical figure. At the heart of any Soviet 5-year plan for economic development, not the propaganda plan which appears in all the newspapers, but the genuine, secret plan will be found the Military-Industrial Commission's plan for all the other branches of the Soviet economy: metallurgy, machine tool construction, energy, transport, agriculture, have no independent significance, but only provide for the activities of the Military-Industrial Commission. Soviet science is another organ providing for the Military-Industrial Commission. Officially, it is allocated about 60 billion rubles a year, 3 times more than defense. But what sort of science is it? If the Soviet Union can produce the first automatic satellite destroyer in the world, but cannot produce an ordinary compact, small-engined car, the Soviet Union has had to buy all its technology for the production of small cars from Italy. What are Soviet scientists up to if the Soviet Union has first-class military poisons, but has to buy fertilizer technology from the United States? Ultra-high frequency transmitters for communications with submarines whose underground aerials amount to thousands of kilometers in length, but has to buy the technology for the production of ordinary household television sets from France. What are the 60 billion rubles spent on if the USSR constructs gigantic trans-horizontal radar? 60 billion rubles on science is yet another means of camouflaging Soviet military expenditure and the true might of the Military-Industrial Commission. What has the GRU to do with this? The connection is this: the budget of the GRU is many times greater than the budget of the KGB, but the KGB is much bigger than the GRU. It has a vast apparatus within the country, and its political influence is colossal. So why is the financial might of the GRU many times greater than that of the KGB? Some specialists consider it to be several tens of times greater. The business may be explained as follows. The KGB has its budget, which is without doubt enormous, and the GRU also has a mater. Its budget both form a part of state expenses, and naturally the state tries to limit these expenses. But in addition to its clean budget, the GRU has colossal orders from the Military-Industrial Commission and from Soviet science, which provides for the Military Commission. These orders are incalculably greater than the actual clean budget of the GRU. For example, on receiving an order from the Military-Industrial Commission to steal a tank engine, the GRU receives money allocated as a debit item to science or industry. With this money, the GRU will recruit an agent without spending a single cent of its own money. Industry and science will receive the engine they want and save enormous expense. And finally, the GRU's free agent will continue to work on its behalf for the rest of his life. All 12 ministries of the Military-Industrial Commission, plus all of military science, are ready to place money with the GRU, if only they can obtain the technology which is essential to them. Designers and factory directors receive medals and prizes for copying foreign samples of armaments in the same way as they would if they worked out their own examples. The KGB depends only on its actual budget, but the GRU draws on the budget of all Soviet armament industries and science. In the course of a major GRU operation, such as the theft of all the technological documentation for the American nuclear submarine George Washington, which enabled the Soviet Union to build a perfect copy Nick, named Small George. The GRU will not spend a single dollar of its own budget. Other memorable examples were the copying of the American missile Red Eye and the Anglo-French Concorde, among many others. XXX. Why does the KGB not carry out orders for the armaments industry? This is very simple. The chairman of the Council of Ministers and Gosplan, the State Planning Committee, are responsible for the Soviet economy. They plan how much money to allocate to whom and for what purpose. To the chairman of the Council of Ministers are subordinated both the armaments industry and the Minister of Defense, with the General Staff and the GRU. The KGB, alas, is not answerable to the chairman of the Council of Ministers. Having given money to the GRU to obtain something interesting, the chairman of the Council of Ministers or the chairman of the Military Industrial Commission may bang on the table and demand that delivery be speeded up. But if they give money to the KGB, then they will have to wait quietly until the KGB is ready to deliver the goods. The KGB is not usually in much of a hurry, even when it has been handsomely and generously paid. The KGB is a vain and arrogant courtier, having the right to speak at the King's Council, but without a sow in his pocket. The GRU is an ugly hunchback, a Moan Islander ready to serve anybody and making millions in the process. The courtier hates the Moan Islander. The courtier would kill the Moan Islander were it not for the fact that he serves the king himself. Chapter 5. But why is nothing known about it? In the Soviet Union, the registration plates of certain cars from Georgia end with the letters GRU. This amusing coincidence goes unnoticed by almost everybody, including the police, for the GRU is unknown in the Soviet Union, except to a small circle of enlightened ones. Even in the General Staff, of which the GRU is a part, thousands of colonels simply consider that Military Department 44,388, whence comes all espion. Information is a branch of the KGB. Moreover, KGB officers who guard Soviet embassies over sees but are not members of the KGB intelligence organization consider in many cases is that there is only one residency in the embassy, that of the KGB. Much is known about the GRU by Western specialists, but the ordinary Western man in the street has practically no idea at all about it. His attitude is analogous to his attitude to the mythical animal from A Scottish Loch. Either it exists, there have been photographs published of it, or then again, perhaps it does not exist. Some believe, others do not, but decidedly no. Buddy is frightened of the animal. Nevertheless, how can so little be known about the GRU, given that it certainly exists and certainly possesses colossal power? There are quite a few reasons, so let us discuss the most important ones. The communists had to announce to the people the existence of an extraordinary organ of the dictatorship of the proletariat, which was permitted to deal in whatever way it pleased with the people, including the mass executions of millions. Firstly, having established their bloody dictatorship, they did this through the mouth of Lenin when he informed the people about the birth of the V-Chika. Later, Lenin's successors informed people of all the change is in the names of the organs, underlining that it was only the nomenclature that changed, the essence remained as before. Traditions live and it is still forbidden to complain about the organs. The GRU did not need such publicity and for nothing official was given out about its existence. Secondly, the main function of the organs is to exert pressure on the people themselves. Consequently, in the people's consciousness, everything that is dark, underground, and secret is connected with the KGB, but not at all with the GRU. In practical terms, the GRU did not take part in the struggle against the people, not because it was full of humanity and love for its fatherland, but simply because nobody had given it this function. Naturally, people remember the KGB on any pretext, but never the GRU. Thirdly, in his struggle for power, Khrushchev made known to a stunned world some of the crimes of his predecessors and honorable Chekists. The effect was so shattering that from that moment the whole world unreservedly saw the leadership of the KGB in all spheres of secret criminal activity. Khrushchev by no means revealed everything, but only that which at a given moment might bring him undoubted political capital. He pointed to the mass executions in Stalin's time, but forgot to mention the mass executions in Lenin's time. He mentioned the destruction of the communist leaders in 1937, but omitted the destruction of the peasants in 1930. He demonstrated the role of the NKVD, but completely forgot the role of the Communist Party as the main leading and directing force. Khrushchev was interested in showing up the crimes of the organs within the country, and he did show up several of them. Revelations of crimes committed over. Seas did not enter into Khrushchev's plans. They could not bring him any political advantage. He was there, for silent in this regard, and did not mention the over. Sees crimes of the KGB and, of course, those of the GRU. Fourthly, the struggles against dissent, emigration, and Western radio stations broadcasting to the Soviet Union are the sole responsibility of the KGB, but not the GRU. Naturally, the most talented representatives of liberation movements and immigration address their best efforts to enlightening the KGB itself. It is the same as regards radio station broadcasting to the Soviet Union and the Western organs of mass information in general. They certainly devote to the KGB significantly greater attention. Fifthly, any unpleasant things which happen to foreigners in the Soviet Union are, first and foremost, connected with the KGB, and this gives rise to a corresponding flow of information about the KGB. Lastly, having made rivers of blood from the people, the KGB strove to wash itself at all costs, advertising the attainments of the Chekists. In this connection, all intelligence officers, KGB or GRU, were categorized as Chekists, and this at a time when GRU intelligence officers hated the Chekists many times more than they did the Gestapo. The GRU did not object to this. It preferred to maintain silence not only about its crimes and mistakes, but also about its successes. The spying breed of animal keeps itself in the depths. Muddy water and darkness are more to its liking than publicity. Chapter 6. The GRU and the younger brothers. The state structure of any communist country strikingly resembles the structure of the Soviet Union. Even if it finds itself in conflict with the Soviet Union or has been able to escape from its influence, it is much the same in character. The cult of personality is a general rule for all communist countries, and any big brother needs an all-powerful secret police force to preserve that cult. Then there must be another secret organization to counterbalance the power of the first one. It is usually military intelligence which fulfills this counterbalancing role the more, so since all communist countries, regardless of the kind of communism they adopt, are warlike and aggressive. In a number of communist countries, there would appear to be only one secret police organization, but in these cases, closer inspection will clearly show a minimum of two mutually hostile groupings. Sooner or later, the dictator will be forced to split his secret service in two parts. In the countries within the orbit of the Soviet Union, that separation has already been carried out, for all of them have been created in the image of the elder brother. The military intelligence service is of the satellite countries show great activity in the collection of espionage material, and all such material obtained is sent directly to the GRU. The fact is that the intelligence service is of the satellite countries are even legally answerable to the Ministry of Defense of the Soviet Union. The military intelligence service of each war saw pact country is subordinate to its chief of the general staff, but the chief of staff is in his turn subordinate to the chief of staff of the war. Saw pact theoretically a general from any country of the war. Saw pact may be appointed to this position. In practice, of course, there have only ever been Soviet generals appointed. One of them is already well known to us, the former chief of the GRU, General Shtemenko. After the fall of Khrushchev, Brezhnev, trying to please the army, recalled the disgraced general from exile and reinstated him as a full general. As chief of staff of the war, saw pact, his direct superior was and is the high commander of the United Armed Forces of the member countries. To this post it has always been a Soviet marshal, who has been appointed. First it was Konev, then Grechko, after him Yakubovsky, and finally Kulikov. But the official title of all these marshals during the time they commanded the United Force was First Deputy of the Minister of Defense of the USSR Commander-in-Chief of the United Armed Force of the member countries of the war, saw pact. In other words, the armies are the armies of several states subordinated to a Deputy Minister of Defense in one of those states. There is sovereignty for you. The USSR Minister of Defense, through his deputy, directs all the forces of staffs of the fraternal countries, including, of course, the military intelligence service is of those countries. And we are not talking of close cooperation, but of direct subordination in the legal sense. This is all very well, some skeptics will object, but after what happened in 1939, every Pole had a fierce dislike for the Soviet communists, and their intelligence service would hardly work their best in the interests of the GRU, would they. After 1953, the East Germans fully shared the feelings of the Poles. In 1956, Hungary joined them, and in 1968, the Czechs and Slovaks. Surely the intelligence service of these countries would not work hard in the interests of Soviet military intelligence. Unfortunately, this is a delusion which has gained too wide an acceptance in practice. Everything contradicts it. It is a fact that the peoples of all countries in thrall to the Soviet Union hate the Soviet communists, but none the less their intelligence service work to the full extent of their powers in the interests of the elder brother. The solution to the riddle is this. By means of harsh economic treaties, the Soviet Union has enchained all its younger brothers for Soviet oil and coal, electric energy and gas. They all have to pay very heavily. The Soviet Union proposes to its satellites that you may pay by means of your own wares, or you may pay by providing the secrets of other people. This alternative offer is a very tempting one, to which the General Secretaries have unanimously responded by ordering their intelligence officers to redouble their efforts. So the intelligence service of all countries tied economically to the Soviet Union make the greatest possible efforts. By stealing Western secrets and transmitting them to Soviet military or political intelligence, they reduce their country's indebtedness and raise their people's standards of living. Western states have been surprised by the extent of the intelligence interests of communist states. Why should Mongolian intelligence be interested in atomic reactors, or Cuban intelligence in high-powered rocket engines? These questions are easily answered as soon as one realizes is that they are all part of one gigantic formation. In the ranks of officials of Soviet state institutions, sees it is almost impossible to find one clean one. All Soviet citizens, from ambassadors to cleaning staff, in one way or another cooperate with the KGB or the GRU. The same thing is true of the official institutions of the fraternal countries. There it is also difficult to find a single clean official. All of them are to some extent cooperating with the Soviet KGB or GRU, even though frequently they themselves do not realize it. Chapter 7. The GRU and the KGB. The working methods of the GRU and the KGB are absolutely identical. It is impossible to tell their signatures apart, but their functions differ essentially one from the other. The basic function of the KGB may be expressed in one guiding phrase: not to allow the collapse of the Soviet Union from inside. Every specific function stems from this. To enumerate some of those functions: the protection of communist VIPs, the suppression of any clashes or dissent among the population, the carrying out of censorship and disinformation, the prohibition of any contact between the people and the outside world, including the isolation of foreign visitors, and the cutting off of any contacts already established with them, and the guarding of frontiers. There are 10 districts of KGB frontier forces. The KGB also acts sees, but its activities rotate around the same main axis to prevent the collapse of the USSR from within. This task can be divided in the same way in its parts: the struggle with emigration and efforts to diminish its influence on the internal life of the Soviet Union, the struggle with Western radio stations broadcasting to the Soviet Union and other means of mass information, which give a correct picture of the situation within the state of workers and peasants. The struggle with religious organizations which might exert influence on the Soviet population. Observing the fraternal communist parties with the aim of nipping in the bud any heresy which might emerge from them. The surveillance of all Soviet citizens abroad, including KGB officers themselves, the seeking out and destruction of the most active opponents of the communist regime. The KGB also has other functions, but these are all either a part of the main function or not of prime importance. The function of the GRU may also be stated in one parallel but quite different phrase: to prevent the collapse of the Soviet Union from an external blow. In the opinion of the General Staff, such a blow may be struck at the Soviet Union in peacetime, even in the course of routine Soviet military adventures in Asia, Africa, or Europe. This, the most important function of the GRU, is undertaken on 4 fronts. On the military front, literally everything is of interest to the GRU. Of prime importance, of course, are the composition, quantity, and deployment of the armed forces of all countries of the world, the plans and thinking of the military leadership and staffs, mobilization plans in case of war, the type and direction of military training of forces, the organization of forces, the means of supply, morale, and so on. Of prime importance on the military political front are the relations between the different countries of the world, overt and covert disagreements, possible changes in political and military leadership of military and economic blocs, new alliance. Is even the slightest change in the political and military orientation of armies, governments, countries, and whole blocs and alliances. On the military technology front, the GRU handles intelligence related to the development of new kinds of armaments and military technique in the countries of a probable enemy. the carrying out of trials and tests, technological processes which might be utilized for military ends, and the military economic front presents exceptional interest for the GRU. First and foremost, it is fascinated by the capacity of such and such a state or group of states to produce modern types of weapons, but it is also extremely keen to learn about industrial potential, energy, transport, agriculture, the presence of strategic reserves, vulnerable areas of economy and energy. The General Staff considers that if the GRU can give accurate information in good time from every country in the world on these four fronts, then it can count it impossible to destroy the Soviet Union by means of a blow from outside. In many instances, the interests of the KGB and the GRU are diametrically different. For example, a demonstration of white Russian émigrés is of absolutely no interest to the GRU, but an object of the greatest possible interest to the KGB, and vice versa. No military exercise is of any interest to the KGB residents, but they are of great interest to GRU residents. Even in those fields where the GRU and the KGB have what would seem to be interests in common, for example in politics, their approach to a particular problem would differ in essence. For example, the personality of President Carter from the very beginning provoked almost no interest from the side of the GRU. For on the most superficial possible examination of the president's personality, the GRU infallibly decided that he would never be the first to carry out a preemptive strike against the Soviet Union, but that same man, from the point of view of the KGB, appears to be the most dangerous opponent possible, because his human rights policies are a weapon which could destroy the Soviet Union from within. In another case, the GRU displayed exceptional interest in the change of personnel in the Chinese political and military leadership. For the KGB, this question posed practically no interest at all. The KGB very well knows that after 60 years of communist power, the Soviet population will not be in the least interested in any communist ideology from China or Korea or Yugoslavia. It is also quite convinced that not one defector from the Soviet Union will ever seek refuge in China. China is, for the KGB, almost an empty place. In examining mutual relations between the GRU and the KGB, we have to return to the question of the GRU's dependence on the KGB. In the chapter on history, we endeavored to show the character of these mutual relations in the past. The same mutual relations have been preserved up to the present day. The GRU and the KGB are ready at any moment to destroy each other. Between them exist exactly those mutual relations which perfectly sit the party. The jealousy and mutual hatred between the GRU and KGB are familiar to the police of every country where the Soviet Union has an embassy, and it is precisely this enmity, noticeable even to unarmed eyes, which provides proof of the independence of the GRU. If the fate or career of a GRU resident were to depend even slightly on his colleague from the KGB, he would never in his life dare to differ with, still less quarrel or brawl with, the Chekists. He would be like a cowed lapdog with his tail between his legs, not even daring to bark for the lady of the house, like the clean diplomats in all Soviet embassies. But officers of the GRU do not do this. They have guarantees of their independence and invulnerability from the KGB. Some specialists are inclined to consider the GRU as a branch of the KGB, usually adding in defense of this opinion two arguments. Firstly, they say that the chief of the GRU is always a former KGB general, but this has always been the case beginning with Aralov, and has never prevented the GRU from actively opposing the efforts of the KGB to swallow it, and even sometimes on the order of the party striking the Chekists sudden and heavy blows. The second argument is that everybody joining the GRU has to be vetted by the KGB. This argument appears convincing only at a first glance. The fact is that each new official of the Central Committee of the party also undergoes the same vetting by the KGB, but it certainly does not follow this that the Central Committee is under the control of the KGB or is a branch of the KGB. Both the Central Committee and the GRU select for themselves the people necessary to them, and in this connection consult the KGB. For any person until he becomes a Central Committee official or joins the GRU is under the control of the KGB, and possibly the KGB may have some unfavorable information on a given person. The KGB in this case plays the part of a filter, but once having passed this person through its filter, the KGB no longer has the right to interfere with him, either inside the Central Committee or inside the GRU. The KGB is like a guard at the gate of a secret installation. The guard may refuse entry to an engineer who has forgotten his pass at home, but he has no right to examine the contents of that engineer's safe. If it so desires, the KGB may, of course, discredit any unwanted official of the GRU or the Central Committee. However, this is fraught with potential reciprocal measures. There exists still another irrefutable indicator of the independence of the GRU from the KGB in the GRU. There is no special department. The security of the GRU is assured by its own forces, and always has been. The party is very keen that this should continue because it knows that if the KGB were to organize its own special department in the GRU, a similar department would swiftly be introduced in the Politburo to illustrate the uneasy peace and the paradox of the independence that exists within the triangle of party KGB GRU. Let us consider a real confrontation. The working day of the GRU chief usually begins at 7 o'clock in the morning, sometimes earlier. At that time, he personally reads all telegrams which have come during the night from illegals, from undercover residencies, and from the intelligence directorates of military districts. Groups of forces and of the fleet intelligence in the next door office, the first deputy to the GRU chief, and the chief of information of the GRU are doing the same thing. If any questions have been raised by any of the higher commanders from the chief of the general staff upwards, their opinions will be heard separately, independent from the opinions of the GRU chief. This day began for the GRU leadership at the unusually early hour of 3:3 in the morning, when it was informed by the command point that the aircraft from Paris had landed at the central airport and taxied up to the GRU building. The day before at Le Bourget Airport, the Soviet supersonic passenger aircraft Tupolev II had crashed. The whole of the Paris residency had been at the show, and the majority had had sign cameras. The moment of catastrophe had been photographed from different points by different officers, and the GRU had at its disposal no fewer than 20 films showing the same moment. The films had not been developed in Paris, but brought straight to Moscow. Now the Operational Technological Institute of the GRU would develop them immediately. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the Politburo session was to begin, at which they would hear evidence from Tupolev, his deputies, the Minister of Aviation Production, the director of the Voronezh Aviation Factory, directors of subsidiary concerns, test pilots, and, of course, the GRU and the KGB. But at 7, the telephone rang, and it was Andropov, at the time head of the KGB. Peterovich, how are you? Peterovich Ivash, in present chief of the GRU, did not hasten to match the friendly tone. Well, how are you, comrade Andropov? Peter Ivanovich, don't be so official. Have you forgotten my name? Peter Ivanovich, there is something I want to talk to you about. I hear you have got some films showing the catastrophe. Peter Ivanovich said nothing. Peter Ivanovich, would you be very kind and give me just one little film? You know yourself that I have to make a report to the Politburo, but I have no material. These shows are not of great interest to my chaps, and unfortunately not one of them was there with a sign camera. Help me to get out of this mess. I need that film about the catastrophe. All service telephone calls to the GRU chief are relayed through the GRU command point. The duty shift of operators is always in readiness to prompt their chief with a necessary figure or fact, or to help him over a mistake in conversation. At this point, the entire duty shift was frozen to the spot. Their help was not called for at all. The GRU chief remained silent for some time. The duty operators were quite certain that in a similar situation, the KGB would undoubtedly refuse if the GRU asked for its help. But what would be the decision of the GRU chief, an ex-colonel general of the KGB and ex-deputy chairman of the KGB? Finally, in friendly, even tones, he answered Andropov, Yuri Vladimirovich, I won't give you one film, I'll give you all 20. Only I will show them at 9 o'clock in the Politburo, and at 10 o'clock I'll send my chaps over to the Central Committee to give you all the films. Andropov angrily slammed down the receiver. A concerted roar of laughter shook the walls of the underground command point. This senior operator, choking with laughter, entered the conversation in the logbook. After Andropov became General Secretary of the Communist Party and Soviet leader, Ivash, and still survived as GRU chief, because any attack from Andropov could easily have upset the fragile party-army balance with unpredictable consequence, is for Andropov himself. Chapter 8. The Center. Unlike the KGB, the GRU does not try to advertise itself, and its head office does not rise in the center of the capital on its most crowded square. The head office of the GRU, although it is in Moscow, is by no means easy to find. It is enclosed from 3 sides by the central airport, the old Kodinka field. The aerodrome is surrounded on all sides by restricted buildings, among which are the offices of 3 leading aviation firms and 1 rocket construction firm, and the Military Aviation Academy and the Aviation Institute. In the center of these secret institutes, the aerodrome carries on with its life as if half asleep. Very, very rarely in the middle of the night, a covered-up fuselage of a fighter aircraft is taken out of a hangar, loaded onto a transport aeroplane and transported somewhere into the Trans-Volga steppe for testing. Sometimes another transport aircraft lands, goes up to the GRU building, and unloads a foreign tank or rocket, after which everything becomes peaceful again. For 2 months of the year, preparations are carried out for the grandiose military parades, and the roar of tank engines can be heard on the airfield. The parades finish, but the guarded area remains guarded, an empty field in the center of Moscow, patrolled by watchdogs. Not one civil aircraft or helicopter disturbs the quiet of Kodinka. Only the watchdogs howl at night like wolves. How many of them are there one lose is count. No, from 3 sides it is impossible to get to the GRU. From the 4th side, too. On the 4th side, there is the Institute of Cosmic Biology, with more dogs and electric barbed wire. A narrow little lane leads through a blind wall 10 meters high, behind which is the aquarium. In order to penetrate the inner fortress of the GRU, one must negotiate either the area of the secret aerodrome or the area of the top secret institute. The head office of the GRU is a 9-story extended rectangle. On all sides, the building is surrounded by a 2-story structure, the windows of which give on the central courtyard. The external walls have no windows at all. The 15-story building adjacent to the area also belongs to the GRU, although it is situated outside its external walls. Many families of GRU officers live here, and the building has a completely normal appearance and looks like an ordinary block of flats. Only a certain number of the flats, however, are used for living purposes. The others are used by the service for official purposes. The whole of the area, centimeter by centimeter, is under surveillance from the telecameras and patrolled continuously by gentlemen with big, fat faces. But even if it were not thus, a stranger there would be apprehended immediately. Any of the little old men seated on benches minimum 20 years service in the GRU would immediately inform the necessary people if he saw something untoward. Nobody is allowed to bring a car into the GRU's inner area, not even the Minister of Defense or General Secretary. One is only admitted after passing through a special inspection and sophisticated electronic equipment. Nobody may bring in so much as a cigarette lighter, still less a briefcase. There must be no metallic object on your person, not even a belt buckle. The GRU recommends braces. All necessities for work and life are to be found inside, including cigarette lighters and fountain pens. The GRU gives them out after they have been checked, of course. XXX. The chief of the GRU is subordinate to the chief of the general staff and is his deputy. Directly subordinate to the chief of the GRU are the GRU's command point, the deputy chief, and a group of advisors. The organizational unit, it's constituting the GRU are dir. Hector, its directions and sections. In units which are not directly concerned with the acquisition and processing of information, there exist the divisions of directorates, departments, and sections. The military rank of the chief of the GRU is Army General. Under him are a first deputy and deputies. In the case where the deputy has several directorates under his command, his military rank will be Colonel General. If he only has one directorate, Lieutenant General. Chiefs of directorates are lieutenant generals, the deputies of heads of directorates. Heads of directions and departments are major generals. The deputy heads of directions and departments, the heads of sections and their deputies are colonels. The rank and file members of sections are called senior operational officers and operational officers. The military rank of a senior operational officer is colonel of an operational officer, lieutenant colonel. An overwhelming number of GRU officers hold the military rank of colonel. This, however, does not at all mean that they are equal amongst each other. between the colonel, who fulfills the duties of a senior operational officer, and the deputy head of a direction, who is also a colonel, there is a wide gulf. The high service ranks existing in the GRU do not preclude the appointment of a very young captain or senior lieutenant to the post of senior operational officer, either. The system adopted by the Soviet Army permits this. A captain may be an acting major, or a senior lieutenant may be an acting colonel. Seniority is judged not by the pips on the officer's shoulder, but by the position he holds. In total, the GRU has 16 directorates. Most of them have a number from 1 to 12. Certain numbers do not exist, and the directorate is simply called by its name, as for example the Personnel Directorate. Directions and departments forming parts of a directorate have numbers. For example, 41 direction means the first direction of the 4th directorate. Directions and departments not forming part of a directorate have a single number with the letters GRU added. For example, the 1st department, GRU, the hierarchy in the GRU is as follows. The chief of the GRU has 1 first deputy and 7 deputies beneath him. He controls the illegal section. With the help of this section, he personally directs effective illegals and agents about whom nobody knows. He also directs his own first deputy. First deputy chief of the GRU, Colonel General, beneath whom are all the procurement organs which provide information. The chief of information, Colonel General, in charge of all the processing organs of the GRU. If the chief of the political section, Lieutenant General. The chief of the Electronic Intelligence Directorate, Lieutenant General. The chief of Fleet Intelligence, Vice Admiral. The chief of the Cosmic Intelligence Directorate, Lieutenant General. The head of the Soviet Army Academy, Colonel General. The head of the Personnel Directorate, Lieutenant General. Chapter 9. The procurement organs. All units of the GRU are divided in their designations int. Procurement, processing, and support. The great majority of the procurement organs, the providers of information, are controlled by the first deputy chief of the GRU. They include the first directorate, which carries out agent intelligence on European territory, and consists of 5 directions, each of which carries out agent intelligence on the territories of several countries. Each direction consists of sections which direct undercover residencies in one of the countries concerned. The second directorate, with an analogous organization carrying out agent intelligence in America, both North and South. The third directorate, which carries out agent intelligence in Asia. And the fourth directorate, dealing with agent intelligence in Africa and the Middle East. Each directorate contains about 300 high-ranking officers in the Moscow center and about 300 abroad. Besides these 4 directorates, there are also 4 directions which undertake the same duties. These directions do not form parts of directorates, but are answerable to the first deputy chief. The first GRU direction carries out agent intelligence in the Moscow area, and it has its influential representatives in all Soviet official institutions used by the GRU as cover. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of External Trade, Aero, Flot, the Merchant Navy, the Academy of Sciences, and so forth. These representatives fit their young officers int. Slots in the institution, serving as cover and guarantee their progress in their future activities. In addition, some GRU officers on their return from overseas continue to work in their covering organization and NAT in the head office. Using these officers, the first direction recruits foreign military attaches, members of military delegations, businessmen and representatives of aviation and steamship companies. The second direction carries out agent intelligence in the area of East and West Berlin, a gigantic organization which again does not form part of a directorate. The third direction is concerned with agent intelligence in national liberation, movements and terrorist organizations, its favor. Its child until recently was the Palestine Liberation Organization. The fourth department carries out agent intelligence work from Cuban territory against many countries, including the United States. In many respects, the fourth direction duplicate. It's the activity of the second directorate. It has unlimited power in the ranks of the Cuban intelligence, service, and with its help actively penetrates and endeavors to direct the activities of unaligned movements. The GRU adheres to a different principle in running its illegals from the principle adopted by the KGB. Among its procurement organs there is no separ. It for directing illegals, and the GRU does not consider such a it necessary. Each of the directorate heads and several of the direction heads have under their command sections of illegals. This permits them to run illegals and residencies undercover at the same time in the territories of groups of countries or entire continents. The directorate or direction head may at any moment use his illegals for carrying out a secret check of the undercover residencies. The first deputy to the chief of the GRU also has an analogous section under his command. Naturally, he has very high quality illegals. The first deputy may use his own illegals for secret checks on undercover residencies, and also the illegals under the command of directorate and direction heads. Finally, the absolute cream of the illegals are run personally by the chief of the GRU through his own illegals section. He can use his illegals for the checking of everything and everybody, including illegals under the command of the first deputy. There is a fifth GRU directorate, which is also concerned with procurement and controlled by the first deputy. However, its functions differ from those on the four directorates and four directions listed above. The fifth directorate does not carry out independent agent intelligence work, but directs the activities of the intelligence directorates of military districts, groups of forces, and fleets. This directorate is a kind of controller of vassals. Directly under its control are 20 intelligence directorates belonging to the military districts, groups of forces, and fleet intelligence. The latter having in its turn 4 more fleet intelligence directorates beneath it. The number of secret agents and diversionary agents ultimately controlled by the fifth directorate exceeds the number of all the agents controlled by the first 4 directorates and 4 directions. And these agents operate on all the same territories where illegals, undercover residencies, and agents of the above-mentioned directorates and departments operate. With their help, the first deputy or, indeed the chief himself, may secretly check on the activities of his directorate. This arrangement works in reverse too. With the help of agents of the first 4 directorates and 4 directions, he can check the activities of the secret agents of military districts, fleets, and groups of forces. In addition to the proliferation of units outlined above, there are 2 more GRU directorates which are concerned with the procurement of information: the 6th Directorate and the Cosmic Intelligence Directorate. These directorates procure and partly process information, but they do not go in for agent intelligence. so they are not considered as purely procurement directorates and are not subordinate to the first deputy chief of the GRU. The chiefs of both these directorates answer to the chief of the GRU and are his deputies, but not first deputies. The GRU 6th Directorate is concerned with electronic intelligence. For this purpose, its officers are posted to undercover residencies in the capitals of foreign states, and there form groups which intercept and decipher transmissions on governmental and military networks. There are also many regiments of electronic intelligence on the territories of the Eastern Bloc and Soviet Union, and these are integral parts of the 6th Directorate. Furthermore, this directorate controls the electronic intelligence service of the military districts, groups of forces and fleets, which in their turn have their own regiments, special ships, aircraft and helicopters for electronic espionage. The electronic espionage services of each military district, group and fleet correspondingly control similar services in the armies and flotillas, and these in their turn control those of the divisions, and so it goes on. All the information acquired from the electronic companies of divisions, electronic battalions of armies, regiments of military districts and groups of forces, and spy ships of the fleet, is collected in the 6th Directorate and analyzed there. The GRU Cosmic Intelligence Directorate is no less powerful. It has its own cosmodromes, a number of research institutes, a coordinating computer center, and huge resources. It works out the technical details for spy satellites independently and prepares them in its own works. The Soviet Union has sent into orbit more than 2,000 cosmic objects for different purposes, and 1 in 3 of them belongs to the GRU. The vast majority of Soviet cosmonauts, with the exception of those who undertake only demonstration flights, work for half their time in space in the interests of the GRU. The KGB lies far behind the GRU in this respect. Chapter 10. Fleet Intelligence. The GRU 5th Directorate directs 20 intelligence directorates of military districts and groups of forces directly, and 4 intelligence directorates of fleets coordinate by an organization known as Fleet Intelligence. Fleet Intelligence was introduced because each military district and group of forces has a very strictly delineated sphere of responsibility in time of war. Whereas the ships of the 4 Soviet fleets operate in widely scattered areas of the world's oceans, and each ship must continuously have full information on the enemy, the Chief of Fleet Intelligence comes under the GRU Chief as a deputy, and he controls the 4 intelligence directorates of Naval Staff, Northern Pacific, Black Sea and Baltic, and the Fleet Cosmic Intelligence Directorate and Information Service. In his day-to-day activities, he is under the orders of the GRU 5th Directorate. Fleet Intelligence Directorates have a structure similar to that of the directorates of military districts. There are small difference is caused by maritime factors which for our purpose are insignificant, and the Fleet Intelligence Directorates together with those belonging to military districts will be examined in detail in Part I under the heading of Operational Intelligence. The GRU Chief has at his disposal 2 independent cosmic intelligence services. One is beneath him directly, the GRU Cosmic Intelligence Directorate, and the other through the Chief of Fleet Intelligence. The Soviet High Command quite reasonably considers that, bearing in mind the tasks to be fulfilled, the fleet must have its own cosmic intelligence service. This, of course, does not exclude the GRU chief controlling his own cosmic intelligence, service with the help of the other and vice versa. Considering that not only the GRU cosmic intelligence service, but also that of the fleets has its own spy satellites, we may say that out of all the satellites put in orbit by the Soviet Union, about half are directly or indirectly subordinated to the GRU. Chapter 11. The GRU processing organs. The GRU processing organs are sometimes called the information service or more frequently simply information. The Chief of Information has the rank of Colonel General and is a deputy to the GRU Chief. The following are under his control. I. The Information Command Point I. 6. Information Directorates E. The Institute of Information if the Information Service is of Fleet Intelligence. V. The Information Service is of Intelligence Directorates of Military Districts and Groups. Vi. All the organizations of military intelligence listed below which are concerned with the processing of secret material acquired. The Information Command Point is second only to the GRU Central Command Point. It receives all intelligence material coming from illegals, undercover residencies, agents from cosmic and electronic intelligence, and also from the intelligence directorates of military districts, fleets, groups of forces, and from the military intelligence services of the satellite countries. It has full power to ask any resident, agent, or illegal, in fact, any source of intelligence information, to give more precise details or to recheck information submitted. The Information Command Point works without breaks, without days off, without holidays. It carries out all preliminary processing of all the material submitted. Each morning at 6 o'clock it publishes a top secret intelligence summary destined for members of the Politburo and the higher military command, and in the morning all material which has come to hand during the previous 24 hours is transmitted to the informational directorates of the GRU for detailed analysis. In all, there are 6 directorates plus the Information Institute on the strength of the Information Service. The numbering begins, of course, with the 7th Directorate, which is concerned with a study of NATO in all its aspects. The Directorate consists of 6 departments, each of which consists of sections. Each department and each section carries responsibility for the study of individual trends or aspects of NATO activities. The 8th Directorate carries out studies of individual countries worldwide, irrespective of whether that country belongs to NATO or not. Special attention is paid to questions of political structure, armed forces and economies, and special emphasis is put on a study of the personal activities of statesmen and military leaders. The 9th Directorate studies military technology. It is very tightly connected with the Soviet Design Office and with the armaments industry as a whole. It is the only link between the Soviet armaments factories copying foreign weapons and the residents of Soviet intelligence who obtain the necessary secrets. The 10th Directorate studies military economics worldwide, carefully watching arms sales, studying production and technological developments, strategic resources, and vulnerable points. The idea of an oil embargo first saw the light of day in this directorate as a suggestion in the Locomotive Report of 1954, when it was pointed out that, to wreck the locomotive of capitalism, it was not necessary to smash the engine, only to deprive it of a crucial ingredient. Immediately after this, the Soviet penetration of the Arab nations began. Happily, this stunning idea of the 10th Directorate has not as yet been put into practice. The 11th studies strategic concepts and strategic nuclear forces of all countries who possess such capabilities or may in the future possess them. This directorate carefully monitors any signs of increased activity, any change in emphasis in the activities of strategic nuclear forces in any region of the globe. The officers of this directorate form the backbone of Soviet delegations to the SALT talks. Unfortunately, we do not possess reliable information on the activities of the 12th Directorate. The gigantic Information Institute functions independently of the directorates. It is controlled by the Chief of Information, but operates outside the walls of the GRU. As opposed to the directorates, which base their analyses of the situation exclusively on secret documents obtained by agent, electronic, and cosmic intelligence, the Institute studies overt sources. The press, radio, and television. The Western press is a veritable treasure house for Soviet intelligence. The activity of each information directorate in many respects duplicates the activity of its neighbor directorates. The advantage of such a setup is that it prevents a one-sided view and a subjective approach to problems. Directorates and sections look at problems in a narrow, parochial manner, giving their opinions not on the whole question, but only on a part. A unified opinion is worked out by the head of information, with the help of his best experts and the command point. Many reports from the procurement organs of the GRU are analyzed simultaneously by several or even by all units of the information at the same time. That a case officer belonging to an undercover residency receives a short verbal report from an agent to the effect that a new jet fighter is in the process of being developed in the United States and no official announcement has as yet been made. Let us suppose, for example, immediately after the meeting with the agent, the case officer would send an enciphered telegram, one brief sentence to Moscow. But the information command point has no other report on this question, nor any evidence to support it. The report would be published in the intelligence summary under the heading Unchecked and Unconfirmed Report. The next morning, all members of the Politburo and the higher military command would receive the volume printed during the night. At the same time, all branches of information would be studying the report. The 7th Directorate, trying to put itself in the shoes of NATO leaders, would endeavor to calculate what present and future value this fighter would have for NATO and, if it were really to be taken in service, how it would affect the balance of power in Europe and in the world. The question of which country of the United States allies would be likely to buy such an aircraft would also be studied. Units of the 7th Directorate would immediately start searching their archives for information on what NATO leaders have said about the future development of aviation. Simultaneously with this, the 8th Directorate, responsible for individual countries, including U.S. studies, would thoroughly research the question as to who insisted on the decision to develop a new aircraft. What forces in the country might come out against such a decision, which aviation companies might be drawn in the development of the aircraft by tendering for the contract. Who would be likely to win and who to lose? The 9th Directorate, on the basis of an analysis of the latest American achievements in the sphere of engine building, aerodynamics, aviation, electronics, might be able to foretell the basic technical parameters of the aircraft. The 10th Directorate would unerringly tell on the basis of an analysis of military orders military budgets and the budgets of the country's main corporations. Which aviation companies would actually be involved, and to what extent, the 11th Directorate would study the problem from the angle of the aircraft's potential use as a carrier of nuclear weapons. It would be able to draw conclusions without knowing very much about the new aircraft, simply on the evidence of existing carriers of atomic weapons, their replacement in service, the quantity of nuclear weapons and plans for their utilization. At the same time, the Information Institute would call up all overt publications which might have some bearing on the problem and present its own opinion to the Information Command Point. And all residents, illegals, independently operating agents, intelligence directorates of military districts, fleets and army groups would receive appropriate orders to increase their activity with regard to the question. Such an order would also be received by the younger brothers. By the evening, reports of all the branches would be collected at the command point and be printed that night in the routine intelligence summary, amongst hundreds of similar reports already confirmed. The GRU lays great stress on questions of training specialists for the information directorates. Alongside professional intelligence officers work the best specialists from a wide range of scientific, technical, and industrial fields. The GRU has the right to co-opt any specialist from cosmic research or atomic energy, microbiology or computer technology, strategic planning or international relations. Such a right was accorded to the GRU by the Central Committee on the principle that it is better for the Soviet Union to be in the know about the most modern achievements of the United States, Japan, Great Britain, France, and the Federal Republic of Germany than to work out its own. In conformity with this, the GRU, during the most dramatic moments of the space race of the 60s, unceremoniously co-opted the leading Soviet specialists in the field of piloted cosmic flights and, with their help, monitored every step of the Americans' progress. It is evident that every Soviet program was based on an American model, but launched days or even months before the Americans carried out theirs. As a result, every record, including the first orbital flight, the first multi-seater spaceship, the first entry into outer space, went to the Soviet Union. This state of affairs continued right up to the time when the adventurism of the Soviet program produced a series of tragic accidents. Considers that the technical equipment of the processing organs of the GRU is vastly superior to that of comparable units within the CIA, in spite of the fact that some Western specialists have said that the GRU information service is not as effective as it should be. The information directorates of the GRU have at their disposal the highest quality electronic equipment produced by the best American firms, and the GRU leadership, not without reason. They base this on two facts: that in 1941 the GRU had all the data on the forthcoming German invasion, but was unable to evaluate correctly the information it had, and secondly, that much of the intelligence material was reported to the higher command in a gray, unprocessed state. It is impossible to deny either of these facts, although one may complain that they belong to past history and not the present. If the GRU information service is truly less effective than it should be, the answer lies in the communist system itself. General Golikov did possess detailed German plans for the invasion, but Stalin was not of a mind to believe them. 2 years before, he had twice liquidated the whole staff of Soviet military intelligence, from the chief of the GRU downwards, so what more was Golikov to do? 13 years later, the new chief of the GRU, General Stemyenko, found the solution. He ordered the publication of an intelligence summary each night, which would include gray, unprocessed information and unsubstantiated data. In this way, the gallant general implied that this is not my opinion, it is the opinion of my residents. The GRU chief and the head of information would only give their own opinion 24 hours later in the next issue of the summary. This stroke of genius on the part of the GRU was immediately adopted by the KGB too, which in the same way began to print gray information each night and save its judgments for the following day. In a totalitarian state, every lower level is completely dependent on its superior, and there is no organ which can defend it from the caprices of its superior. This is the very essence of the Soviet Union, and this is why it is necessary for the leaders of Soviet intelligence to have recourse to such cunning. The system has been well tried up to the present time and serves as a kind of lightning conductor. The chief of the GRU, Kamov, lays his own opinion, always adopting the position adopted by the general secretary of the party at a given moment. And at the same time, he is able to present the developing situation to the leadership in a most objective way, thus transferring all responsibility from his shoulders to the shoulders of his subordinates. The overseas intelligence organs, separated by thousands of kilometers from Moscow, cannot possibly know what opinion their rulers hold at a given moment. They are therefore forced to give simply objective material which can be directly reported to the higher command. Only in this way can the intelligence leadership exert any influence on its stubborn masters when the latter do not wish to listen to any opinion which contradicts their own. But the totalitarian system still exerts a crushing influence on all branches of society, including the intelligence service. Nobody has the right to object to or contradict the supreme command. Thus it was under Lenin and Stalin and Khrushchev and Brezhnev, and thus it will be in the future. Should the supreme command have an incorrect view of things, then no intelligence or information service can convince it otherwise. It does not dare. Nor does first-class American equipment help, nor the very best specialists. It is not the fault of the intelligence service. It is the system's fault. In cases where the supreme command is frankly deluded, as Stalin was in 1941, intelligence has absolutely no chance of influencing him, and its effectiveness at that moment is nil. However, it is not always like that. If the desires of the dictator and his intelligence service coincide, then the latter's effectiveness grows many times greater. In this case, the totalitarian system is not a brake but an accelerator. The dictator does not care at all for moral sides of a question. He is not at all answerable before society for his actions. He fears no opposition or discussion, and he is able to supply his intelligence service with any amount of money. Even at a moment when the country is suffering from hunger, the GRU has carried out its most brilliant operations at exactly such moments when the opinions of the dictator and the intelligence service coincided. And the information service has played a first-class role on these occasions. Let us consider one example. During the Second World War, a section of the 10th Directorate Economics and Strategic Resource was studying the trends in the exchange of precious metals in the United States. The specialists were surprised that an unexpectedly large amount of silver was allocated for scientific research. Never before, either in America or in any other country, had such a large amount of silver been spent for the needs of research? There was a war going on, and the specialists reasonably supposed that the research was military. The GRU information analyzed all the fields of military research known to it, but not one of them required the expenditure of so much silver. The second reasonable assumption by the GRU was that it was some new field of research concerning the creation of a new type of weapon. Every information it was brought to bear on the study of this strange phenomenon. Further analysis showed that all publications dealing with atomic physics had been suppressed in the United States, and that all atomic scientists, fugitives from occupied Europe, had at the same time disappeared without trace from the scientific horizon. A week later, the GRU presented to Stalin a detailed report on developments in the USA of atomic weapons. It was a report which had been compiled on the basis of only one unconfirmed fact, but its contents left no room for doubt about the correctness of the deductions it made. Stalin was delighted with the report. The rest is well known. Chapter 12. Support service is all GRU organs which are not directly concerned with the provision or processing of intelligence material are considered as support services. It is not possible for us to examine all of these, but we will simply take briefly the most important of them. The political department is concerned with the ideological monitoring of all GRU personnel. The military rank of the head of the political department is Lieutenant General, and again, he is a deputy to the GRU chief. As opposed to any other political departments, the GRU political department is made up not of party officials, but of professional intelligence officers. There are also several other differences. All political directorates and departments of the Soviet Army are subordinated to the Chief Political Directorate of the Soviet Army, which is at the same time one of the Central Committee departments. The GRU Political Department, however, is subordinate directly to the Central Committee Administrative Department. The political department of the GRU has considerable weight in Moscow, especially as regards staff movements, but it has no right to interfere in intelligence work. It exerts practically no influence on the activities of overseas branches of the GRU. Overseas the residents are personally responsible for the ideological monitoring of their officers. The Personnel Directorate is directly beneath the chief of the GRU. The head of the directorate, a lieutenant general, is also a deputy to the chief of the GRU. The directorate is staffed only by intelligence officers who, in common with officers of the procurement and processing organs, the political department and other branches of the GRU, regularly go abroad for a period of several years and then return to work at domestic postings. The Personnel Directorate has exceptional influence both in the GRU and outside. It directs the movements of all officers not only inside the GRU, but in a number of satellites in fleet intelligence, intelligence directorates of military districts and groups of forces too, and also in the intelligence services of Eastern Bloc countries. The Operational Technical Directorate is concerned with the development and production of all espionage equipment and apparatus. Within its dominion fall several scientific research institutes and specialist undertakings. On the orders of the procurement organs, the Directorate prepares equipment for secret writing and microphotography, several kinds of dead letter box radio appliance, is eavesdropping material, armaments and poisons, to name but a few. Its head is a lieutenant general. All though he is not classed officially as a deputy. The Administrative Technical Directorate is in charge of foreign currencies and other items of value, gold and diamonds, for example. This directorate is the currency middleman between the Military-Industrial Commission and the operational users. It controls all the currency resources of the GRU and also carries out secret speculative operations on the international market. Possessed of colossal currency resource, it frequently uses them in order to exert secret pressure on individual businessmen, statesmen, and sometimes even on whole governments. No less important, it is responsible for the growth of capital belonging to the GRU and for the acquisition of clean currency. The Communications Directorate deals with the organization of radio and other communication between the GRU and its overseas units. Needless to say, it controls several powerful reception and transmission centers of its own, but should the need arise to secure special channels of communication. In case of a worsening of operational conditions, for example, then it can make use of the services of the Cosmic Intelligence Directorate, communicating with illegals and agents by means of GRU satellites. The Financial Department, unlike the Administrative Technical Directorate, the Financial Department deals only with Soviet money, not with foreign currency. The Financial Department carries out legal financial operations in the Soviet Union. The first GRU department passport studies passport regulations worldwide. In the pursuit of this esoteric duty, it has the greatest collection in the world of passports, identity cards, driving license, military documents, passes, police documents, railway, air and sea tickets. The department keeps maps of many thousands of frontier posts, customs and police posts, and so on. The department can at any moment say what documents are required at any given control point in the world, what sort of questions are asked, and what stamps are to be put on the passports and other documents. Within a few hours, it can forge the passport of any country to conform with the latest changes in the passport and visa regulations of that country, having at its disposal hundreds of thousands of blanks for new passports, identity cards, and driving licenses for every country in the world. In my experience, the preparation of the papers which will preserve one's true identity can be done in a very short time. The 8th GRU department is the most secret of all the top secret units of the GRU. The 8th department possesses all the GRU's secrets. It is here that the enciphering and deciphering of all incoming and outgoing documents is carried out. The Archives Department is possibly the most interesting of all the departments. In its cellars are millions of personal details and files on illegals, domestic officers, undercover residencies, successful recruitment of foreigners and unsuccessful ones, material on everyone from statesmen and army heads to prostitutes and homosexuals and designers of rockets and submarines. In every file lies the fate of an individual. In every file there is an unwritten novel. PARTTWO. Chapter 1. Illegals. We can define an illegal as an officer of strategic intelligence performing the tasks of the center on the territory of a foreign state, who passes himself off as a foreigner but not as a Soviet citizen. Illegals are frequently confused with agents, but these are completely different things. The crucial difference is that the agent is an inhabitant of a foreign country who has been recruited by and works in the interest of Soviet intelligence. Whereas an illegal is first and foremost a Soviet officer passing himself off as a foreigner, sometimes some of the most valuable and deserving agents receive Soviet citizenship as an incentive and are awarded the rank of an officer of the GRU or the KGB, but even so, an agent remains an agent. However, in the occasional case when a foreigner has been recruited by Soviet intelligence and for some reason or other change his appearance or name and continues his activities with false documents, then he is called an illegal agent. Both the GRU and the KGB have their own illegal networks, but these are completely independent one from the other. Each organization selects, trains, prepares, deploys, and utilizes its illegals as it sees fit. In the same way, each organization separately works out principles, methods of work, and technical details of the illegal system separately. The system of running illegals is entirely different in the two services. In the KGB, there is a special directorate of illegal activities. In the GRU, all illegals are trained in a training center under the leadership of Lieutenant General V.T. Guryenko. After their training, the illegals are put at the disposal of the heads of the 4 geographical directorates and are controlled personally by them. Thus, each directorate head supervises a number of directions and separately a group of illegals. In order to help him, the directorate head can call on a small group of advisors consisting in the main of former illegals, though not blown ones who are ready at any moment using false papers, to go to the target country and fine-tune and help the activities of the illegal networks. Directorate heads themselves frequently travel abroad for the same reasons. A number of the more important illegals are directly controlled by the first deputy head of the GRU, and there is a cream who are under the personal supervision of the head of the GRU. Thus both one and the other have small groups consisting of the most experienced and successful illegals who have returned from abroad and who exercise supervision over the daily running of the illegals. If a young illegal begins to acquire really interesting information, he is transferred from the control of the head of a directorate to that of the first deputy or, in the case of even greater success, to that of the head of the GRU himself. This is, of course, a very high honor, granted only to those who return information of a very high caliber, unprecedented or highly classified material which produces an intelligence breakthrough. Equally, an illegal may be demoted for failing to produce the goods. In certain cases, his grade may fall below that which is supervised by the head of a directorate, and he will be supervised only by the head of a direction. This is a very critical stage for the illegal, although he may not even be able to guess that it has happened. If he is demoted to direction head level, and he is, of course, not informed about this, the next step could well be a recall to the Soviet Union, regarded by all intelligence personnel as the direst form of punishment. Recall to the Soviet Union is a particularly effective measure against any Soviet citizen serving abroad. It is all the same to them whether they are in Paris or in Phnom Penh. The only important thing is that they should not be in the Soviet Union, and transfer to the Soviet Union, even on promotion, is regarded as the tragedy of a lifetime. The selection of potential illegals is carried out by each of the 4 geographical directorates. Independently, candidates are selected on the basis of future requirements. In basic terms, officers of the Soviet Army and Navy are used, who as yet may know nothing about the GRU. Sometimes experienced officers of the GRU are used, those who have completed the Military Diplomatic Academy and have already worked in intelligence or in the information processing departments. Sometimes the GRU will select for illegal activities young Soviet citizens, mainly those who have completed linguistic courses in higher education. Higher education is an essential requirement there, for the minimum age at which a recruit will begin his training is 21 to 23 years. Although General Guryenko's organization is called the Training Center, not one Soviet illegal who has defected has ever been able to say exactly where it is. The name Training Center seems simply to reflect the existence of one organization occupied with one task. Either the organization is constantly on the move, or a secluded little place is selected for each individual train, normally in the Moscow area where there are great numbers of dachas. The dachas for the training of illegals are well concealed among other governmental buildings, where outsiders are not to be seen on the streets and unnecessary questions are not asked. But gentlemen of sporting appearance may be seen walking in pairs in the quiet, shady avenues. The dacha provides an ideally isolated territory for training. In addition to the candidate and his family, 2 or 3 instructors also live in the dacha, where they can immerse him completely and supervise him very carefully all the time. His wife is also trained, but the children led normal lives and will be held eventually as hostage. The internal fittings of the dacha are prepared very thoroughly and carefully. From the first day, the candidate becomes accustomed to the circumstance, in which he will be living and working probably for many long years. In this connection, he wears the clothes and shoes and eats the food, even smokes cigarettes and uses razor blades procured from overseas. In each room, a tape recorder is installed, which runs 24 hours a day, while he is occupying the dacha. These tape recorders continuously broadcast news from the radio programs of his target country. From the first day of his training, he is supplied with the majority of papers and magazines. He sees many films and descriptions on videotapes of television broadcasts. The instructors, for the most part former illegals, read the same papers and listen to the same radio programs and spend their time asking their pupil the most difficult questions imaginable with regard to what has been read. It is quite obvious that after a number of years of such training, the future illegal knows by heart the composition of every football team, the hours of work of every restaurant and nightclub, the weather forecasts, and everything that is going on in the realm of gossip, as well as current affairs in a country where he has never been in his life. The instructional program is tailor-made for each train, giving due consideration to his knowledge, character, and the tasks which he will be called upon to perform in the future. Attention is obviously paid to the study of the language of the target country, to working methods, and to a cover story. Often, the illegal's wife also undergoes training. She, as a rule, works as the radio operator. The posting of a husband and wife together, leaving their children behind as hostage, is a very frequent occurrence. It is considered that maternal feelings are much the stronger, and with the wife posted hostage are that much more effective. Perhaps more surprisingly, the wife also acts as a control for the GRU on her husband. She scrutinizes his behavior and sometimes may warn the GRU about his excessive interest in women or alcohol. On their return to the Soviet Union, husband and wife are subjected to a detailed individual debriefing on all aspects of their life abroad. If the husband and wife have decided to keep something secret from the GRU, their stories will eventually differ. After as much as 3 or 4 years of intensive training, the illegal passes a state commission of top GRU and Central Committee personnel and goes abroad. Usually, his journey to the target country is effected through a number of intermediary countries. For example, a journey to the USA would go from the Soviet Union to Hungary to Yugoslavia to Cyprus, Kuwait, Hong Kong, and Hawaii. At each stage, or most of them, he destroys documents with which he has entered the country and goes on under new documentation which has been prepared for him, either by other illegals or by the residencies under cover. The illegal will find these documents in a reserved hotel or a steamship cabin or in a letter through the post. At each stage, he goes on to another cover story, becoming another man. He may have to live in one place for some months and study it, so he can use his knowledge of the country in future cover stories. He does not stop over at all in some of the countries, only using his visit to cover his tracks. After some months, he arrives at the country where he is to work. The first thing he does is to visit the city where he is supposed to have been born, gone to school, and married. He gets a job and works for a time, after which he returns to the Soviet Union, having finished the second stage of his training, the illegal probationary period abroad. This probationary period is divided as a rule into 1 or 2 years, after which the third stage begins. On the basis of the experience he has gained and the shortcomings which have come to light in the training, the illegal and his instructors work out a program of training for a period which lasts another 1 or 2 years. After this, he again undergoes state examinations, at which the head of the GRU or his first deputy have to be present. Then the illegal is placed at the disposal of one of the heads of directorates and again commence is the operation for his roundabout journey to the target country. For operational purposes, though not for instructional purposes, much use is made of Finland as a window to the West. In the course of his operational journey, the illegals stay in one of the intermediate countries may continue for several years. This stage goes by the name of the intermediate legalization. To take the case of an illegal whose target destination is Washington, he might pretend to be a refugee from Hungary escaped in 1956. This would mean periods of residence in Hungary to begin with, then Austria and Germany before he arrives finally in America. An eventual French illegal would be likely to make the journey via Armenia and Lebanon. Both would consolidate their nationality every step of the way. In the course of the intermediate legalization, the illegal endeavors to acquire as many friends as possible to go to work, to get hold of in papers and character and work references. At the end of these years of preparation, he at last appears in the country where he is to spend so many more years endeavoring to do it as much harm as possible. The minimum age of an illegal clearly cannot be less than 27 to 29, but usually he is older, on average about 40. This age sits the GRU very well for a number of reasons. A man of 40 has a balanced, conservative approach to life. The stormy passions of youth have disappeared, and he is less inclined to take ill-considered decisions, especially if he ever suffers the dilemma of whether to continue working or to go to the police. His children are sufficiently old to be able to live without their parents in the complete care of the GRU, but not old enough to live independently, and so they are ideal hostages. And in the event of mobilization in the target country, he may well be able to avoid being called up for the army, which would mean the breaking off of relations and an end to his active working life. On his arrival at his objective, the illegal sets about basic legalization. He has been provided with good papers by the best forgers of the GRU on genuine blank passports. At the same time, he is extremely vulnerable if he is not registered with the police or the tax departments. Any check may give him away, and for this reason he endeavors to change jobs and places of work often to get his name on as many company lists as he can, and to acquire character reference is signed by real people. The ideal solution is for him to obtain new documentation from the police department under some pretext or another. Often he will marry another agent who may already be his wife. She will then be given a genuine passport, and he will lose his false one to have it replaced with a real one on the production of his wife's genuine document. The acquisition of a driving license, credit cards, membership documents of clubs and associations are a vital element in legalizing the status of an illegal. A vital role in the lives of illegals is played by cover stories, in other words, concocted life stories. The basic or ground cover story is created on the basis of real events in the life of the illegal, only changing a few details. He keeps the date of his birth, but of course change is the place of his birth. The dates of birth of his parents and relatives are also accurately recorded, usually along with the professions of his parents, dates of weddings, and other details. The illegal is thus not telling an out-and-out lie, but only a half-truth. He will not bat an eyelid when he tells you that his father served all his life in the army. The only thing is that he will not tell you in which army he served. There is also the emergency cover story, which is the last line of defense of the illegal on having been arrested by the police. As its name suggests, this cover story is only to be used as a last resort, when the illegal perceives that the police no longer believe his basic cover story. Designed to be used only when the illegal is in the hands of the police department, it is concocted in such a way that the details it gives should be impossible to check. For example, one illegal was arrested by the police while he was trying to obtain a new driving license because a mistake had been found in his old one. He was subjected to questioning, as a result of which his basic cover story was found to be inaccurate. Then he went over to his emergency cover story and informed the police that he was a Polish criminal who had escaped from prison and bought a passport on the black market. During this time, the GRU, not having received from the illegal his routine communications, informed the Polish authorities about the criminal. The Poles published photographs of the criminal and applied to a number of countries for his extradition. However strange it may seem, the police believed the story and handed him over to the Polish consul. It would have been easy to break the emergency cover story if the police had only thought to invite a real Polish immigrant for a 10-minute chat with his supposed fellow countryman. Of course, he would not have known more than 10 words of the language, but for the police it was sufficient that he spoke their language and did not object to being handed over to the Polish consul. No less important than the cover story is the cover or the place of work, and the type of employment which the illegal takes up in his life overseas. Soviet propaganda paints a grave picture of the intelligence officer playing the role of a colonel in the enemy general staff, but this is pure disinformation. Such a cover is unacceptable to an illegal for a number of reasons. Firstly, he must keep himself away from counterintelligence and the police. He must be a gray, inconspicuous man in the street, such as millions would hurry past without noticing any officer on any Western General Staff is continuously under scrutiny. Secondly, he must be professional in his field in the General Staff. He would be exposed almost immediately. Thirdly, for such a cover, his legalization would have to be unacceptably protracted. He would certainly be asked about the military schools and academies where he is supposed to have been, the regiments in which he has served, and his acquaintance is among the officers and staff. Fourthly, an illegal needs plenty of time and opportunity to meet whoever he wants to meet. If a colonel on the general staff consorted with prostitutes, homosexuals, stockbrokers, atomic submarine workers and blacks, all those multifarious people he needs to cultivate, he would be exposed within 48 hours. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, the requirements of the GRU change with great rapidity. Today, they are interested in documents from a certain department of the General Staff, and tomorrow from another. But our illegal is working in yet another department, and all his attempts to have talks with officers of the first two departments have been met with a blank wall or cold suspicion. No, the kind of cover offered by such a role is neither feasible nor a great deal of use. Much better for him to be an independent journalist like Richard Sorge, or an independent artist like Rudolph, able, coming and going as he pleases. Today he is talking with the Prime Minister, tomorrow with prostitutes, the next day with professional killers, and then with atomic weapon workers. If he doesn't want to work for 3 months, there is no problem. If he gets many thousands of dollars through the post, again, no problem. It is part of his cover. There are better, of course. A garage owner, for example, he hires his staff and himself goes wherever he wants and for as long as he wants, or he stands at the window and takes the money. Thousands of people pass him every day, ballerinas and artists, senators and scientists and colonels of the General Staff. To one, he gives money and instructions written in secret writing. From another, he receives reports. For the basic task of the illegal is not himself to penetrate secret targets, but to recruit agents for this purpose. This is his race. Andetri. XXX. An illegal residency is an intelligence organization comprising a minimum of 2 illegals, usually the resident and a wireless operator, and a small number of agents, at least one working for them. We already know that illegals themselves, without agents, are not able to obtain anything gradually as a result of recruiting new agents. The residency may increase in size. More illegals may be sent out to the resident, one of whom may become his assistant. The GRU considers it counterproductive to have large residencies. 5 illegals and 8 to 10 agents are considered the maximum, but usually the residencies are much smaller than this. In cases where the recruitment of new agents has gone well, the GRU prudently divides the residency in 2 parts. Thereafter, any contact between the 2 new residencies is of course forbidden. Oh, that if one residency is discovered, the other does not suffer. Chapter 2. The Undercover Residency. The undercover residency is one of the basic forms of intelligence set up for the GRU abroad. It should be remembered that the undercover residency and the illegal residency are completely separate entities. In every country where official Soviet representation exists, there is a GRU undercover residency. It exists in parallel with and is analogous to the KGB undercover residency. Thus, every over see Soviet colony is invisibly divided into three organizations: the clean ones, that is the genuine diplomats and correspondents and the representatives of external trade; civil airlines, the merchant navy and in tourist, headed by the ambassador; the undercover residency of the GRU, and the undercover residency of the KGB. Very often, the clean personnel make no distinction between the KGB and the GRU, and call them both dirty savages, Vikings, or neighbors. The more enlightened staff, like for example, the ambassador, his senior diplomats, and the more observant people, understand the difference between the two organizations, dividing them up as close neighbors, the KGB, who continually meddle in the day-to-day affairs of each person in the colony, and distant neighbors who take absolutely no interest at all in the day-to-day life of the Soviet colony, the GRU. For the GRU undercover residency lives a secluded and isolated life. It contains significantly fewer employees than either of the other organizations. Normally in Soviet colonies, up to 40% of the people may be considered in the clean category. This, of course, does not prevent the majority of them, to a greater or lesser extent, from cooperation with both the KGB and the GRU. But they are not to be considered as professional intelligence officers. Up to 40 or 45% are officers of the KGB, and only 15 to 20% in rare cases up to 25% are officers of the GRU. This does not, however, mean that the intelligence potential of the GRU apparatus is less than that of the KGB. The larger part of the KGB personnel is occupied with questions of security, that is, with the collection of compromising material on Soviet people, clean people including the ambassador, and their own colleagues in the KGB who have contact with foreigners and frequently with officers of the GRU. Only a small proportion in optimum case is half of the KGB personnel are working against foreigners. The GRU, on the other hand, directs its entire potential against foreigners. When one adds to this the unequaled financial power of the GRU, vastly in excess of that of the KGB, it becomes clear why the most outstanding operations of Soviet intelligence have been mounted not by the KGB but by the GRU. The minimum number of staff for any GRU undercover residency is 2, the resident and a combined radio cipher officer. Such a theoretical minimum exists also for the other organizations, the KGB and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Theoretically, the Soviet colony in a very small country may consist of 6 people, 3 of whom, the ambassador and 2 residents, are diplomats, and the other 3 radio cipher officers. Each of the 3 branches of the Soviet colony has its own enciphering machine and completely independent channel of communication with Moscow. Equally, each has its own boss in Moscow, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the chairman of the KGB, or the head of the GRU. Supreme arbitration between them can only be carried out in the Central Committee, which in its turn has an interest in fanning the flames of discord between the 3 organizations. The Central Committee has the right to recall any ambassador or resident, and this same Central Committee has to decide questions as to which slots and how many should be accorded to each of the 3 organizations. This is a difficult task, as the committee must not offend the KGB on questions of security on the shadowing of its own diplomats above all, nor must it offend the GRU. For without the acquisition of data on present-day technology, the quality of the Soviet army would remain static. Finally, it must not offend the clean ones. They also must have a sufficient complement to serve as a screen for the dark activities of the two residencies. This is why Soviet embassies, consul, its trade representations, and so on grow and multiply and swell. As the residency grows, the resident acquires several deputies in place of the one he had at first. The number of radio cipher officers increases. A technical service group is organized an operational group, a tech apps group, a radio monitoring station on the networks of the police and counterintelligence. The number of operational officers engaged directly in recruiting and running agents increases. In the very biggest residencies of the GRU, such as that in New York, there may be from 70 to 80 officers. Medium-sized residencies like that in Rome would contain between 30 and 40 officers. All officers on the staff of a residency are divided into 3 categories: operational staff, technical operational staff, and technical staff. The operational staff are those officers who are directly concerned with recruiting and running agents. In the operational staff are included residents, deputy residents, and operational officers. To the technical operations staff belong those officers who are directly concerned with and responsible for the production of intelligence, but who do not have personal contact with agents, nor often with foreigners at all. These are radio cipher officers, officers of the technical service, and operational technical services, and the operators of the radio monitoring post. To the technical staff belong chauffeurs, guards, and accountants. The resident, he is the senior representative of the GRU in any given place, and answerable only to the head of the GRU and the Central Committee. He is the boss of all GRU officers, and has the right to send any of them, including his own deputies, out of the country immediately. In this case, he does not even have to justify his decision, even in front of the head of the GRU and the Central Committee. The resident is completely responsible for security, both as regards the work of each of his individual officers and recruited agents, and the security of the residency as a whole. He is chosen from among the most experienced officers, and as a rule must have a minimum of 3 to 5 years of successful work as an operational officer and 3 to 5 years as the deputy resident before his appointment. A resident in a large residency will hold the military rank of Major General, in medium and small residencies that of Colonel. This does not mean that a lieutenant colonel cannot be appointed resident, but then according to the GRU system he will be paid a full colonel's or major general's salary, and, if he copes successfully, will have to fill posts commensurate with the higher rank. He is not afterwards permitted to return to a post ordinarily filled by a lieutenant colonel. The deputy resident serves as the resident's assistant and assumes his responsibilities when he is absent. He undertakes the duties given to him by the resident and carries on recruiting work in the same way as all other operational officers. Frequently, a deputy resident heads teams of officers working in one or another specialist field. Sometimes the resident himself is the most experienced operational officers, and the deputy residents the younger, less experienced officers. In some very large residencies, and also sometimes where there is great activity on the part of GRU illegals, there is a post called Deputy Resident for Illegals. The undercover residency and the illegal residency are completely separate, and the undercover residency has no idea how many illegals there are, or where or how they work. At the same time, on instructions from the center, the undercover residency continually gives them help and support, placing money and passports in dead letter boxes, emptying dead letter boxes for them, studying conditions and clarifying certain important questions. Very often, the undercover residency is used to rescue illegals. The military rank of any deputy resident is full colonel. At the same time, the same rules apply as apply to residents. The deputy resident may be a lieutenant colonel or even a major. However, from the administrative and financial points of view, he is a full colonel with full rights. The operational officer, this is a GRU officer, carries out the recruitment of agents, runs them, and through them receives or acquires the secret documents and samples of weaponry and military technology. Every operational officer, from the moment of his arrival in the country, is obliged to recruit a minimum of one agent, as well as often having to take charge of one or two other secret agents who have previously been recruited by his predecessors. He must keep these agents and increase their productivity. An identical burden is placed on the deputy resident at the same time as he is fulfilling the obligations of a deputy. This system is applied in all small residencies. In medium-sized residencies, the resident himself may take a direct interest in recruitment or not as he wishes. The residents of very large residencies are exempted from personal recruitment. Alongside his recruitment work, the operational officer carries on with the acquisition of intelligence material by all possible means. He converses with foreigners, travels around the country, and reads the press avidly. However, the GRU's overriding view is that recruitment work is the most important part of an officer's duty, and it calls it number one in addition to certain other colloquial words. All other work support and the performing of operations for others, however important, is known as zero. One may be added to zero if a zero agent manages to recruit a foreigner, in which case he becomes a 10, which is clearly the best number to be. For this reason, an operational officer who has been abroad for 3 years and not recruited a single agent, even if he has achieved outstanding success in collecting the most interesting intelligence material, is considered to be idle. According to the standards of the GRU, he has sat for 3 years doing absolutely nothing, and therefore hardly merits consideration for another overseas posting. The military rank of an operational officer is lieutenant colonel or colonel, but in practice he may be a major as I was, or captain, or even a senior lieutenant. If he is successful in his recruitment work, he stays on at this level, receiving automatic promotion according to the length of time served. If he does not manage to recruit any agents, he is deprived of all his colonel's privileges and again becomes an ordinary senior lieutenant or captain, and has to compete for promotion in the ordinary way, as automatic promotion is not granted to unsuccessful officers. The military ranks prescribed for undercover residencies are also applicable for illegal residencies, with the sole difference that the illegal resident may be a major general having many fewer people under his command than the resident of the undercover residency. The radio cipher officer, although he is an officer of technical operational staff, and his military rank is not usually higher than that of major. The radio cipher officer is the second most important person in the Residency. He is not only responsible for cipher matters, the storage and use of ciphers and cipher machines, but also for the transmission and reception of enciphered cables and the storage of all secret documentation in the Residency. The radio cipher officer possesses all the secrets of the Residency, and since he deciphers communications from Moscow, he knows the news even earlier than the resident. Nobody, including the ambassador and the KGB resident, at any time or under any pretext, has the right of access to his room. They do not even have the right to know the number and types of cipher machines installed there. These restrictions also apply to GRU deputy residents. Even during periods when the resident is away and the deputy resident is acting for him, he does not have the right to go in the radio cipher operator's room or to ask him any specific questions which have a bearing on his work. Only the resident may exercise any control over the cipher officer, and he pays for the privilege because the cipher officer is the only man in the Residency who is entitled to communicate with Moscow without the knowledge of the resident. He can send a cable containing an adverse report about the resident of which the resident himself will know nothing. It is the duty of the cipher officer to exercise silent watch over the behavior of the resident, and if there is any shortcoming, he must report it. In small residencies where there is only one radio cipher officer, only the resident may replace him should he become incapacitated for any reason. If both the resident and the cipher officer should become incapacitated at the same time, then the deputy resident and the whole Residency will remain completely cut off from the center. Naturally, the ambassadors and the channels of communication can be used, but only in order to inform the GRU in a very general way. It is natural there, for that great care is taken of cipher officers. This is just as true of the KGB as the GRU. Draconian living conditions are imposed on all cipher officers. They are only allowed to live in official Soviet embassy accommodation guarded around the clock. Neither the cipher officer nor his wife is allowed to leave the guarded territory independently or unaccompanied. They are at all times led by an officer who enjoys diplomatic immunity. Neither the officer nor his wife is allowed near places where foreigners are to be found. Even if these foreigners are Bulgarians or Mongolians and are on guarded territory belonging to a Soviet embassy, the restriction remains in force. The cipher officer is not allowed in the same room with them even though he may be silent and in the company of his resident. He and his family must have a diplomatic escort on their journey out from the Soviet Union and on their return during the time of his assignment abroad. He is forbidden all leave. It is easy to see why cipher officers are not posted abroad for longer than 2 years. Of course, those cipher officers who have served their whole lives on the territory of the Soviet Union deeply envy those who have had postings abroad, no matter where, and those who have been abroad will give their right arms to get another posting abroad, no matter where Calcutta, Shanghai, or Beirut. They will agree to any conditions, any climate, any restrictions on their family lives. For they have learnt with their mother's milk the rule that overseas life is always better than in the Soviet Union. Technical service is TS officer. They are concerned with electronic intelligence from the premises of official Soviet premises, embassies, consulates, and so on. Basic targets are the telecommunications apparatus of the government, diplomatic wireless communications, and military channels of communication. By monitoring radio transmissions, secret and cipher, technical service is groups not only obtain interesting information, but also cover the system of governmental communications. Subordination of the different components of the state and the military structure. The military ranks of technical service is officers are major and lieutenant colonel. Radio monitoring station officers, in contradistinction to TS officers, these are concerned with monitoring the radio networks of the police and security services. The technical service and the radio monitoring station are two different groups, independent of each other, both controlled by the resident. But the monitoring station works only in the interests of the residency, trying to determine where in the city police activity is at its highest at a given moment, and thus where operations may be mounted and where they should not be mounted. The difference between them is that the technical service is work in the interests of the center, trying to obtain state secrets. Groups for the study of operational conditions are made up of the most junior officers who will eventually become operational officers, be sent out on independent recruitment work. These are small groups who continually study the local press and police activities, endeavoring to obtain by means of isolated snippets a general picture of the police work in a given city and country. Besides their scanning of police reports for an ultimate overview, they also minutely study and analyze, for example, the numbers of police vehicles which appear in newspaper pictures or the surnames of police officers and detectives. Sometimes this painstaking work brings unexpected results. In one country, a keen journalist on a small newspaper reported a police plan to install secret television cameras in order to survey the most highly populated parts of the city. This was enough for the GRU to become interested and to take corresponding measures. Within a month, the GRU resident was able to say with conviction that he was fully informed with regard to the police system of control by television, and this enabled the whole residency successfully to avoid traps laid for them for several years. The military ranks of officers of these groups are senior lieutenant and captain. The operational technical group. This is concerned with the repair and maintenance of photographic apparatus, photocopying equipment, and the like. At the disposal of the group there are dead letter boxes of all types, radio transmission stations, SW, secret writing materials, microphotography, and pantography. The officers of this group are always on hand to give the necessary explanations to operational officers and to instruct them on the use of this or that instrument or method. These officers continually monitor television programs and collect useful items on videotape, giving to Moscow material it could not get from any other source. The officers of the group, together with the officers of the group for the study of operational conditions, are widely used for the security of agent operations, the carrying out of counter-surveillance, signals organization, dead letterbox operations, and so on. Technical personnel. Only the very largest residencies contain technical personnel. Drivers are only allocated to residents who hold the rank of general. However, many generals, in an effort to be indistinguishable from other diplomats, dispense with the services of drivers. The military rank of a driver is an ensign. However, sometimes an operational officer is to be found in the guise of a driver, and he, of course, has a much superior rank. This is a widespread method of deception for who would pay attention to a driver. Some residencies, especially those in countries where attacks on the embassy cannot be excluded, have a staff of guards besides the KGB guards who are responsible for the external protection of the building. The GRU internal security guards consist of young spets, as officers in the rank of lieutenant or senior lieutenant. The internal security guards of the residency may be deployed at the request of the resident in countries where KGB attempts to penetrate the GRU get out of hand. The internal security guards answer directly to the resident or his deputy. Naturally, they do not take part in agent handling operations. An accountant in the rank of captain or major is employed only in those residencies where the normal monthly budget exceeds $1 million. In other cases, the financial affairs are the concern of one of the deputy residents. XXX. In our examination of the undercover residency, we have naturally to examine its cover, the official duties used by KGB and GRU officers to camouflage their secret activities. Without exaggeration, it may be said that any official duty given to Soviet citizens abroad may be used to mask officers of intelligence organizations as ambassadors and drivers, consuls and guards, dancers, writers, artists, simple tourists, guides and stewardesses, heads of delegations and simple section heads, UN employees and priests, intelligence officers conceal their true functions. Any person who has the right of official entry and exit from the Soviet Union may be used for intelligence tasks, and the vast majority of these are in fact only occupied in intelligence work. Some types of cover provide better possibilities, some worse, some are used more by the GRU, some more by the KGB. Let us look at the basic ones. The embassy is used to an equal extent by both organizations. Both residents and their deputies are in possession of massive amounts of information, which would expose them to an unacceptably high risk of arrest. For this reason, the KGB resident and his colleague from the GRU, and usually their deputies too, are bearers of diplomatic passports, that is, they work officially in the embassies. Other officers of both organizations give themselves out as embassy diplomats too. They all prefer to concern themselves with technological and scientific questions, and questions of transport and communications. They are rarely found in cultural sections. The consul, it is entirely KGB. You will almost never find officers of the GRU there, and only very rarely genuine diplomats. This is because all exit and entry from and to the Soviet Union is in the hands of the KGB. KGB officers in the consulate issue visas, and the frontier forces of the KGB then control them later on. Every aspect of immigration and of flight and defection has some connection with consular affairs, which therefore rank extremely high in the sphere of interest. So it follows that the percentage of KGB officers in consulates is unusually high even by Soviet standards. There do exist very rare instances of GRU officers working in consulates. The KGB only agrees to this on the grounds of practical considerations, and so that it should not appear to be too one-sided an organization. Aeroflot, the Soviet civil airline, is the exclusive domain of the GRU. This can be explained by the fact that aviation technology is of extreme interest to the Soviet armaments industry, and there is huge scope for any Aeroflot employee to inform himself about the progress of the West international exhibitions. Meetings with representatives of the leading aviation and space corporations, perfectly justifiable meetings with representatives of firms producing aviation, electronics, oils, lubricants, fuels, High-tension materials, heat isolators, and aero engines, usually the firms which produce civil aircraft, also produce military aircraft and rockets. And in this field lie the GRU's richest pickings. Happily, those officers whom the GRU selects at advanced aviation institutes for work in aeroflight do not need lengthy specialist instruction. Sometimes Soviet military and civil aircraft have identical parts. KGB officers are only rarely employed at aeroflight, and then for the same reasons as the GRU in consular affairs. The merchant navy is almost identical, the only difference being that the officers there are selected to study cruisers and submarines and not strategic aviation. An organization of exceptional importance to both service is the trade representation that is the organ of the Ministry of External Trade. Literally swarming with KGB and GRU officers, this organization provides exceptional access to business people whom both strive to exploit for their own ends. Representation in TASS, APN Pravda, and Izvestia are almost forbidden ground for the GRU. Even the KGB in this field has very narrow powers. Press matters are very carefully kept in the Central Committee's own hands there. For KGB officers and officers of the GRU do not occupy key posts in these organizations. This does not mean, of course, that their secret activities suffer in any way. Interest is in the hands so much so that it is not just an organization strongly influenced by the KGB, but an actual branch of the KGB, beginning with the construction of hotels and the putting of advertisements in the papers, and ending with the recruitment of foreigners in those same hotels. It is all run entirely by the KGB. GRU officers are found in tourist, but rarely there does exist, however, one rule which admits of no exceptions. Anything to do with the military attache is staffed exclusively by officers of the GRU. Here there are no genuine diplomats nor KGB. The naval, military, and air attaches are regarded by the GRU as its particular brand of cover. In the West, one is accustomed to see in these people not spies but military diplomats, and one assumes that this has spread to one's Soviet colleagues. This deep misapprehension is fully exploited by the GRU. Whenever you talk to a Soviet military attaché, remember always that before you stands at the very least an operational officer of an undercover residency who is faced with the problem of recruiting foreigners and who, if he does not recruit a single foreigner, sees all his other work become insignificant and all his hopes of a shining career crash to the ground. Look into his eyes and ask him how much longer he has to serve in this hospitable country, and if in his answer you perceive a note of anguish, then be on your guard, for he will recruit you if he can. But perhaps he is happy with life and his eyes express pleasure. This means he has recruited one of your fellow countrymen. Possibly there even stands in front of you a deputy resident or the GRU resident himself. Fear him and be careful of him. He is dangerous. He is experienced and cunning like an old hand should be. This is not his first time abroad, and that means he has already chalked up a significant number of successful recruits. XXX. Every GRU officer in an undercover residency, whatever his official duties may be and under whatever cover he Moscow aid, has his place in the general structure of the secret hierarchy. What we see in daily life is only the performance the GRU wish is to show us. Internal relations in an undercover residency have no bearing whatsoever on external official ranks. Military ranks play an insignificant role. The important role is the actual job of the officer in the residency. There have been cases where residents with an eye to cover have occupied completely insignificant posts within embassies. At the same time, the resident remains the resident and his authority is unshakable. Frequently willful boss, who during his briefings will frequently attack the military attaché, is even though in his life, as seen by the outside world, he plays the part of doorman for those same attaches. Within the residency, he remains the strict tyrannical. The second most important person, the deputy resident, may only be a lieutenant colonel with operational officers who are colonels, but this does not prevent him from talking to them as he would to captains or lieutenants. They are only operational officers, while the GRU has decreed that he, a lieutenant colonel, is better than them, full colonels though they may be, and has given him full powers to dispose of them, and order them about. Official cover, again, plays absolutely no part. An operational officer may assume the official duty of assistant to a military attaché or military attaché himself, but still have the deputy resident as his own personal driver. The deputy resident is no way suffers from this. His situation is analogous to that of the Sicilian waiter, who off-duty is senior in rank to the restaurant owner within the mafia hierarchy. All operational officers are legal equals, from senior lieutenants to full colonels. Their seniority in the residency, however, is established by the resident exclusively on the basis of the quantity and quality of their recruitments. Recruitment work is the sole criterion for all GRU officers regardless of age, rank, or official duties. Their relations with each other in the residency might be compared with the relationships existing between fighter pilots in time of war. They also, in their own circle, pay little attention to length of service or military rank. Their criterion of respect for a man is the number of enemy aircraft he has shot down, and a lieutenant who has shot down 10 aircraft may patronizingly slap on the shoulder a major who has not shot down a single aircraft. The attitude of the operational staff engaged in recruitment work to other officers may be summed up by comparison with the attitude of the flyers and the ground staff at a fighter base. I fly in the sky and you shovel shit. The only exception to this attitude is the radiocipher officer, to whom all show the greatest respect, because he knows much more about intelligence matters concerning the residency than the deputy resident. XXX. Let us take a typically large residency as an example and examine it. Everything is factual. The resident is a major general, and his official cover, relatively unimportant, is First Secretary Embassy. Directly beneath him are a group of 5 radiocipher officers, 3 very experienced operational officers, one of whom runs an agent group, and 2 others who run especially valuable agent sources, and 4 deputy residents they are. Colonel B. Cover Deputy Trade Representative. He has 12 GRU officers below him, all working in the trade representation. He is in contact with 1 agent. One of his officers runs an agent group of 3 agents. Another is in contact with 2 agents, and a 3rd officer has 1 agent. The remaining officers have as yet no agents. Lt. Colonel C. Cover Assistant to the Naval Attaché. He has many operational officers beneath him, 2 of whom work in the Merchant Navy representation, 3 in Aeroflot, 5 in the Embassy, and 10 in the departments of the military. Naval and Air Attaché is all 3 of the military departments are considered to be a diplomatic union. it independent from each other and from the embassy. However, in this case, all officers entering the 3 military departments, including the 3 attaches, are, beneath one assistant military attaché, the deputy resident is in contact with 1 agent. 12 other operational officers subordinate it to him have 1 agent, each the remainder have acquaintance, is who are to be recruited within 1 to 2 years. In addition to his agent running work, this deputy resident is responsible for information work in the whole residency. Colonel D. Cover First Secretary Embassy, Deputy Resident for Illegals. This deputy resident has no agent and does not carry out recruitment work. He has no officers beneath him, but when he is carrying out operations in the interests of illegals, he can make use of any of the best officers of the first and second groups. Old Colonel E. Cover Second Secretary Embassy, he is in contact with 1 agent. 1 operational officer is subordinate it to him, disguised as the military attache's driver, and this officer runs an agent group. In addition, this deputy resident controls the following: 1 technical service group, 6 officers, 1 group for the study of operational conditions, 4 officers, 1 group of operational technique, 2 officers, the radio monitoring station, 3 officers, 5 officers of the internal security guards for the residency, and 1 accounts officer. XXX. In all there are 67 officers in the residency, of whom 41 are operational staff, 20 operational technological staff, and 6 technical staff. The residency has 36 agents, of whom 25 work independently of each other. In some cases, part of the undercover residency, under the command of one of the deputy residents, functions in another city, permanently detached from the basic forces of the main residency. This is true, for example, of Holland, where the undercover residency is located in The Hague, but part of the residency is in Amsterdam. Such an arrangement complicates work to a considerable degree, but in the opinion of the GRU, it is better to have 2 small residencies than 1 big one. In this case, any failure in one of the residencies does not reflect on the activities of the other everywhere. It is possible the GRU endeavors to organize independent residencies. For this, it has to observe 2 basic conditions: the presence of official Soviet diplomatic representation and embassy, consulate, military attaches department, military communications mission or a permanent UN mission, and the presence of an officially registered radio station in direct contact with Moscow. Where these 2 conditions obtain, residencies can be quickly organized, even the very smallest possible, consisting of 2 men, but independent and self-contained. Apart from the security angle, this practice also ensures parallelism, as the GRU can control 1 resident by means of another. Such possibilities are open to Soviet intelligence in many countries. For example, in Paris, there is one of the most expansionist undercover residencies of the GRU, independent of it in Marseille. There is another smaller residency. Their performance is vastly enhanced by the fierce competition between them in West Germany. The GRU has been able to create 5 residencies. Wherever there is official Soviet diplomatic representation with radio transmission, there is also an undercover residency of the GRU in many cases. There is also an undercover residency of the KGB. But while the residencies of the GRU are organized in any official mission, civil, military or mixed, those of the KGB are not. In Marseille, New York, Amsterdam, Geneva, and Montreal, the Soviet missions are clearly civil, and in all these cities there are undercover residencies of both KGB and GRU. But where the mission is clearly military, as for example the Soviet observation mission in West Germany, the KGB may not have a residency. This also applies to the numerous missions of Soviet military advisors in developing countries. The KGB presence there is only for the maintenance of security among the genuine military advisors. In speaking about the undercover residency, we must not forget to mention another category of people participating in espionage activities, co-opted personnel. These are Soviet citizens abroad who are not officers of the GRU or the KGB, but fulfill a number of tasks set them by these organizations. The co-opted person may be of any rank from doorman to ambassador, and he carries out very different tasks, from studies of the foreigners surrounding him to clearing dead letterboxes. The KGB has always been interested in the exploitation of co-opted persons, following the principle of don't stick your own neck out if you can get somebody else to stick it out for you. The GRU is not so keen using co-opted persons only in exceptional case. Its guiding principle is don't trust even your best friend with your motor car, girlfriend, or agent. The rewards for a co-opted person are monetary ones, which, unlike the basic salary, are not subject to tax. Usually in every embassy, consulate, and trade representation, out of every 10 clean officials, 7 are co-opted ont. The KGB staff, 1 ont. The GRU staff, only the remaining 2 are clean. Either they are complete idiots or the sons of members of the Central Committee, whom wild horses could not force to have anything to do with intelligence. In other words, in Soviet official institutions, it is a very, very tricky matter indeed to meet a man who has no connections with intelligence. Chapter 3. Agents. In present day Soviet intelligence terminology, the term agent has only one meaning. An agent is a foreigner recruited by Soviet intelligence and carrying out secret tasks on its behalf. All agents, irrespective of the grip or section of the GRU to which they belong, are divided into 2 groups, the basic agent and the supplementary agent. Basic agents fall into 4 categories. They are residents or group leaders. They are providers of information. They are executive agents whose main task is to kill, or they are recruiting agents. In the supplementary group are wireless operators, legalizing agents, documentalists, the owners of safe house, addresses, telephones, and radio transmission points. Head agents are the leaders of agent groups and agent residents. Head agents are selected from the most experienced agents available, men and women who have had long years of service and have given proof of their devotion to duty. They are invested with wide powers and possess significant financial independence. In cases where the organization entrusted to them collapse, the head agent must take the decision to away with unwanted people who pose a threat to it. In this and other emergencies, he can always count on the full support of the GRU. The difference between the group leader and the agent resident is that the group leader may take a whole range of important decisions concerning the group entrusted to him, but he may not recruit agents at all. The agent resident has a wider range of interests, the most important being recruitment. The group leader may be subordinate to the residency, to the illegal undercover or agent residency, or directly to the center. but the agent resident may only be subordinate to the center. Source is, these are agents who directly obtain secret information, documents or samples of military technology and weaponry. In the recruitment of such people, it is first and foremost their access to political, military, technological and other secrets which is taken into account. It is clearly unnecessary to recruit an officer from the Ministry of Defense if one can recruit his secretary. In other words, the GRU has contact with people occupying relatively unimportant posts, but with possibly greater knowledge than their superiors. With this in mind, apart from secretaries, the people of special interest to the GRU are workers in printing and typing office, which produce secret documents, cipher officers, diplomatic couriers, computer operators, communications clerks, draftsmen, and other technical personnel. Executive agents. These are agents recruited to carry out assassinations, diversions, or sabotage. The recruitment of executive agents is not usually carried out by the central GRU, but by the local organs of the GRU, the military district departments. Sometimes even strategic intelligence needs similar specialists, but in smaller number. Executive agents are recruited from criminal elements and from that band of naturally brutish characters who with passing time become accustomed to executing any orders they are given. Frequently, agents who have been acting as providers of information are transferred by both the strategic and operational branches of the GRU to the category of executive agent. In cases where they may have lost their access, agent recruiters. These are the most devoted and thoroughly tested agents, people who either never had access or who have lost it. As their name suggests, the GRU is them solely for the recruitment of new agents. The most successful will eventually become group leader or sometimes agent resident. Agent legalisers. These are subsidiary agents. They work in the interests of illegals and as a rule are recruited and run only by illegals. Candidates for this category of agents are sought among officials of the police, land, passport departments, consular clerks, customs and immigration officials, and small employers of labor. Agent legalisers are subjected to especially thorough vetting because the fate of illegals is entrusted to them. When a Soviet illegal arrives in a country, the task of the legalising agent is to ensure the issue of documents by making the necessary entries in the registration books, and to ensure that the illegal is in possession of the necessary documentation. In the history of the GRU, quite a few priests carrying falsified documents and registers of baptism and death have given immense service to illegals who, on the basis of false entries, have been able to obtain the necessary documents. A similar role to that of the legalising agent is played by the documentation agents. These are recruited by the undercover residency, and their job is to obtain passports, driving licenses, and samples of official police forms. In contradistinction to the legalising agents, documentation agents do not have any direct contact with illegals. Although they obtain tens and sometimes hundreds, even thousands of passports, they have no direct knowledge of how and when the GRU is going to use them. Frequently, the GRU is the passports obtained through the good office is of documentation agents only as a sample for the preparation of similar falsified copies. Documentation agents may be recruited from among criminal classes who are occupied with the forging and selling of documents on the black market, and also from clerks concerned with the production. Inventory, storage, and issue of passports, frequently documentation agents have successfully worked among poor students, persuading them for a financial consideration to lose their passports. Couriers. These are supplementary agents engaged in transporting agent materials over state frontiers. Obviously, it is not necessary to employ special couriers to transport the material in the Soviet Union or its satellites. The basic flow of agent material, which is not subject to particular suspicion, goes from countries with hard regimes in countries with more soft regimes. In the opinion of the GRU, an opinion fortified by the experience of many years, the hardest country is Great Britain, followed by France, the United States, the Federal Republic of Germany, Belgium, and Holland. As soft countries, the GRU includes Finland, Ireland, and Austria, among others. The GRU also makes very wide use of countries of the Third World for this purpose, and couriers may sometimes make very long journeys before the material finally arrives in the hands of the GRU. Examples are known of material obtained in the United States going first to Latin America, then to Africa, and only from Africa being conveyed to the Soviet Union. In recruiting couriers, the GRU pays particular attention to the drivers and guards of long-distance trains, commercial travelers and sailors of merchant fleets. When hijacking of aircraft became more frequent and controls at airports became stricter, the GRU virtually gave up routing the crews of airliners. If it is these at all, it is only for transporting small-sized non-metallic objects. The owner of a safe house or flat. He is a supplementary agent occupying a position of great trust, usually recruited from among house owners, concierges, and hotel owners, in a word, all those who possess not one but several flats or dwelling places. The term safe flat should be understood not only in its generally accepted meaning, but also as a well-equipped cellar, attic, garage, or store. For safe flats, the GRU selects quiet, secluded places where they may want to be able to hide a man sometimes for a length of several months to carry out meetings, briefings, and debriefings, to change clothes and change appearances, and to hide stolen materials and photograph stolen documents. The owner of a safe house or flat is known in the colloquial language of the GRU by the abbreviation KK. The safe address owner. He is an agent who receives and transmits secret messages for the GRU, usually recruited from among those people who receive copious correspondence from abroad. The work is normally restricted to inhabitants of soft countries. Sources who have obtained information and intelligence in hard countries send letters in SW to these addresses, and the owners transmit the correspondence to officers of the undercover residency. One interesting aspect of recruitment is that the GRU prefers middle-aged people who would not be affected by general mobilization in the country, so that the chain of communication is not interrupted. The possessors of secret telephones and more recently renters are recruited by the same rules applied to the owners of secret addresses. In GRU language, these types of agent networks and their possessors are known by their abbreviations KA, KT, KTP. The owners of transmitting points are used for transmitting agent materials within the limits of one city or area. Usually they are street sellers in small kiosks, stalls, or paper stalls. An agent who has acquired intelligence will stop and hand over the material to the owner. Hours later, sometimes days, GRU officers will visit the stall to collect the material and hand over money for the agents together with new instructions. This avoids direct contact between the GRU and the agent. Increased security might mean the source agent using a dead letter box, which the stall holder will empty not knowing who has filled it. The GRU will announce the dead letter box is whereabouts to the transmitting point only after it has been filled. A different one will be used for each operation. And so even if the police discover that the GRU has a special interest in the small shop or stall, and subsequently establish is that this stall serves as a transmitting point, it will still be very difficult to discover the source agent. To mount a surveillance operation in the neighborhood of the dead letter box is impossible, since the transmitting point only acquires its location after it has been filled. The agent himself has disappeared long before the transmitting point is known by the abbreviation PP. XXX. In examining different kinds of agents, people from the free world who have sold themselves to the GRU, one cannot avoid touching on yet another category, perhaps the least appealing of all. Officially, one is not allowed to call them agents, and they are not agents in the full sense of being recruited agents. We are talking about the numerous members of overseas societies of friendship with the Soviet Union. Officially, all Soviet representatives regard these parasites with touching feelings of friendship, but privately they call them shit-eaters node. It is difficult to say where this expression originated, but it is truly the only name they deserve. The use of this word has become so firmly entrenched in Soviet embassies that it is impossible to imagine any other name for these people. A conversation might run as follows: today we've got a friendship evening with shit-eaters, or today we're having some shit-eaters to dinner, prepare a suitable menu. Officers of both the GRU and the KGB have very much more respect for their agents than for the shit-eaters. The motives of agents are clear and easy life and plenty of money. If you take risks and lose, then no money and no easy life to the end of his life. The agent will not be able to tear himself away from this servitude, as is the case in the criminal world. But the behavior of the numerous friends of the Soviet Union is utterly incomprehensible to Soviet people. In the Soviet Union, everybody without exception is to be abroad, to go absolutely anywhere, even if only with one eye, to look at Mongolia or Cambodia. Oh, to be abroad is the cry led by the children of Brezhnev, Gromyko, and Andropov. When Soviet people want to say that a thing is outstandingly good, they say, really, this must be foreign. It does not matter which country it comes from, or what its quality or age, it has to be foreign. But suddenly one finds these friends of the Soviet Union who enjoy all the fruits of civilization down to Gillette razor blades, who can buy anything they want in the shops, even bananas. And yet they praise the Soviet Union. No, these people are nothing but shit-eaters according to Soviet intelligence. The contempt felt for them does not prevent the GRU and KGB from using them whenever they can. They do everything free, and they will even come to meetings in secure places like the Soviet embassy. The recruitment of such people is not recommended by the Central Committee, but why bother to recruit them when they bring such advantage is without being recruited. The GRU usually makes use of the shit-eaters in the dark, in other words, not saying what they are used for or how much they benefit from their services. They usually ask from them information about their neighbors, friends, acquaintances, fellow workers, and so on. Sometimes one of them is asked to organize an evening party with one or another of his acquaintances, after which the GRU thanks him and tells him to forget what has happened. They are very good people, they forget everything. Chapter 4. Agent Recruiting. Agent recruiting is the most important task of both strategic and operational intelligence. No real problems can be solved without agent penetration in basic government, military and technological centers of the enemy. In the previous chapter, we examined the types of secret agents and also the various differences between them. It would not be an exaggeration to say that any citizen of the West, having been recruited by the GRU, may be used very effectively for intelligence purposes. Some for the acquisition of secret documents, some for assassinating people, and some for the transporting of agent materials. No citizen of any age and other sex would be idle for long once he or she fell into the hands of the GRU. Nevertheless, basic importance is attached to the provider of information. Long experience has persuaded the GRU that it is essential above all to recruit sources, and only after the GRU has acquired through these sources all possible material may the source himself be used for other purpose, as a recruiter, head agent, or supplementary agent. The GRU is convinced that a former source who is now working, for example, as the owner of a transmitting point will never on his own initiative go to the police. But the same cannot be said of agents who have never provided secrets for the GRU, who have not had firm contacts with them. The search for suitable candidates is implemented at the same time in certain different ways. The scrupulous collection of information on persons of interest to the GRU, including government institutions for staffs, military bases, design bureau, and people connected with these targets. The study of all foreigners without exception who have any contacts at all with officers of the GRU, and the gradual widening of circles of acquaintance is among foreigners. If an operational officer has 100 acquaintances, one of these must surely be a potential provider of information which will be of interest. A candidate for recruitment must fulfill the following conditions. He must have agent potential. That is, he must be in the position to provide information of real use to the GRU, either to steal or copy secrets, to communicate secret information by word of mouth, or to recruit new agents. There must exist motives by means of which he may be recruited: displeasure with the regime or other political motives, personal financial problems, or private motives like a desire for revenge on somebody or secret crimes which he is trying to hide. It is desirable that he be sympathetic to communism without being a communist. Communist parties everywhere have been compromised to a certain extent by their contacts with the KGB and the GRU, and it is always recommended that agents recruited from communist parties should leave the party. After the selection of a candidate for recruitment, the second stage, tracing and vetting, commences. Details are collected about the candidate, details which may be obtained through reference books, telephone directories, and the press. The task of obtaining all available information about the candidate may well be given to other agents. The GRU may equally want a surveillance on him to collect extra data about his daily life. This process sometimes gives very gratifying results. Up to now, the person himself does not suspect that the GRU exists, and he has had no contact with its representatives, but it already has a considerable wealth of detail on him. Subsequently, the GRU enters the process of cultivation, which consists in a further definition of motives which will be used in the actual recruitment of the person. It also tries to exacerbate his weaknesses. For example, if the man experiences financial problems, the GRU will endeavor to make them worse. If he is displeased with the political regime, the GRU will endeavor to turn his displeasure into hatred. The cultivation process may be carried out after the establishment of an acquaintanceship with the candidate. The whole process, from the beginning of the search for a candidate to the completion of a cultivation period, normally extends for not less than a year. Only after this does actual recruitment take place. There are two principal methods of recruitment: the gradual approach and the crash approach. The crash approach is the highest class of agent work. The GRU may authorize the resident to mount such an operation only if the resident has been able to provide good arguments for the taking of such a risk. Quite a few examples are known of recruitment at the first meeting, of course, following the secret cultivation which has gone on for many months. It was in this way that many American creators of the first atomic bomb were recruited. Their subsequent argument was that it was as a mark of protest against the bombing of the Japanese cities that they, on their own initiative, established contact with Soviet intelligence. However, for some reason, they forgot to add that this contact had been established long before the first experiments with the bomb, when there was no cause for protest. They also evaded the question as to how several people, simultaneously and independently from one another, established contact with the undercover residency of the GRU in Canada, but not with the undercover residency of the KGB in Mexico, for example. The crash approach, or love at first sight in GRU jargon, has a number of irrefutable advantages. Contact with the future agent takes place only once instead of at meetings over many months, as is the case with the gradual approach. After the first contact, the newly recruited agent will himself take action on his own security. He will never talk to his wife or tell her that he has a charming friend in the Soviet military attaché who is also very interested in stamp collecting. In the gradual approach method, this sort of thing happens very, very often. The candidate has as yet not felt the deadly grip of the GRU, has not yet understood what it wants from him. He still nourishes his illusions, and naturally he will not hide his good friendship with such charming people. However, the gradual approach method, despite its shortcomings, is frequently used. The fact is that the GRU is not always, indeed not even in the majority of cases, able to collect a sufficient amount of material about the candidate without his knowledge to prepare him sufficiently for recruitment. In many cases, it is necessary to establish contact and to use each meeting with the candidate to study his motives and to carry out vetting and cultivation. Having established contact, the operational officer tries by every possible method to avoid blowing the candidate. That is, he tries to hide the connection from the police, from friends and acquaintances of the man himself, and also from his own fellow countrymen. The only people who should know anything about an agent and therefore about candidates for recruitment are the resident, the deputy resident, and of course the cipher officer and the center, nobody else. In order that he should not blow the candidate from the very first meeting, the operational officer will try to carry out meetings in secluded restaurants, cafes, bars far from the place where the candidate lives and far from his place of work. At all costs, he will try to avoid the candidate telephoning him either at home or in the embassy. He will try to avoid the candidate visiting Soviet official institutions and places where Soviet people gather together. He will decline invitations to meet the candidate's family or visit his home. The particular pretexts I used were that my office was far too busy or I was never there, so the candidate would not ring at home. I would tell him there was a small baby who slept badly. Of course, in order to appear serious, I had to give him the telephone numbers with my business card, after the acquaintanceship has ripened. The GRU officer will try to make every subsequent meeting as interesting and useful as possible for the candidate. If they exchange postage stamps, then the Soviet, by apparent mistake or out of friendship, will give the future agent a very valuable stamp. The officer may then ask for a very innocent and insignificant favor from the man and pay him very generously for it. During this stage, the most important thing is that the future agent becomes accustomed to being asked favors and fulfilling them accurately. It does not matter what sort of favors or services. Maybe he will be asked to accept at his address and forward to the officer's letters ostensibly from his mistress, or to buy a complete set of telephone directories and give them to the officer as if he did not know how or where this could be done. By degrees, the tasks become more complicated, but the payment for them grows equally. Perhaps he will be asked to acquire in his name some works of reference which are not on sale and are distributed only on signature, or he will be asked to talk about and describe his friends who work with him. In many cases, the actual recruitment proposal is never made, as the candidate gradually becomes an agent of the GRU without having fully realized it. He may consider that he is simply doing his business and doing favors for a good friend. Then, much to his surprise, the man will one day find that all ways of extricating himself have been cut off, and that he is deeply ensnared in espionage work. After he has become aware of this for himself, the GRU informs him what the affair is all about, and there begins a new stage. The tasks become more serious, but the payment for them gradually decrease. As this is done on the pretext of his own security, what can he do? Go on strike. There exists yet another method of recruitment, perhaps the most effective and secure. This method was worked out by the GRU in the first decade after the war and seems not to be used by the KGB. It can only be used at exhibitions, and only against the owners of small firms which produce military material. In spite of the fact that the method has so many limitations, including the impossibility of recruiting generals and their secretaries, and equally its complete unacceptability for illegals, it does, however, give positive results. It is very similar to the direct approach, but is distinct from the classical love at first sight in that a lengthy search for a candidate, his tracing, vetting, and cultivation are absent. Before the opening of exhibitions of military electronics, armaments and military technology, shipbuilding and engine building conference, air shows, and so on, hundreds of which take place every year, a scientific delegation appears at the GRU residency with a list of everything which is essential for the Soviet military and the armaments industry. The experts, of course, know that at the exhibition there will be demonstrations of models whose sale to the Soviet Union is categorically prohibited. Nonetheless, the delegation will carry suitcase, is crammed full of money, with full powers to spend it as they wish. All expenditure is approved and justified. The examination and construction of such samples as they have been able to obtain in the Soviet Union will occupy much more time and money. The delegation visits the exhibition and looks at the stands of the big corporations only to disguise its real object. At each of these stands, these are several salesmen and guides, any, one or all, of which may be from the security services. The delegation is only really interested in the stands of small firms where the explanations are carried out by the owner or a director himself. The delegation gets in conversation with him, and an officer of the local GRU residency acts the part of interpreter. The experts pass themselves off as an official Soviet delegation. At the same time, they manage to let the operational officer know that they have arrived at just such a firm as could be of use to them, and that the exhibit is not just a model but an actual piece. Is it really forbidden to buy such a piece? Oh, what a pity, nothing to be done. But tell us, how much does it cost? 20,000. How cheap we would pay 20 times that much for such a piece. Great pity that it is not for sale, all this in a light-hearted way, as if incidental. The conversation turns to another subject. After a few minutes, the delegation takes its leave in a friendly way. The interpreter stays behind for a few seconds. It was so nice meeting you. Could we not continue our talk over dinner this evening? No, you're busy. What a pity. Many thanks. It was very nice to make your acquaintance, and that is all. Nothing criminal, just a short, friendly conversation. The Soviet delegation did not propose anything to anybody. It did not ask. It did not demand. It was merely interested. In the meantime, the delegation goes on with its inspection. The exhibition is huge, hundreds of firms, and the list of essential things is too long. Another stand, another firm, the same result. It does not matter, not everything has been lost. There are still more stands. How much does this piece cost? 25,000, only 25,000. We would give 500,000 for that. Great pity that it's not for sale. The delegation goes on. The interpreter stays for a few seconds. Could I not invite you to dinner this evening in the restaurant? Aunt, I don't know whether that would be all right. We hardly know each other, and that is all. Recruitment is accomplished. The delegation continues its inspection. New interpreters are provided, drinking martinis in the bar. They wait their turn. The exhibition is huge. Hundreds of firms, and the list of equipment wanted by their government is very long. The GRU's calculation has shown itself to be unfailing. The owner of a small firm, even a very successful one, is always at great risk, always keen to strengthen his situation. When he receives a proposal to sell his own wares at a price 15 to 20 times the highest normal price, he thinks to himself, this is a matter of industrial espionage, which in several countries is not even considered a criminal offense. From the first moment he knows what is wanted from him, and carefully evaluates the step that he decides on. In any case, if he sells his product, he can hide the fact from the authorities. It is equally easy for him to hide the money he has received. The only thing he has not taken in consideration is the wolf-like greed of the GRU. He hopes to dispose of the products of his firm. Supposing that this will be sufficient, he is deeply mistaken. Having bought the first model or set of documents, certainly at a staggering price, the GRU will later on lower the prices and finally dictate them. One might object that the really big secrets are all in the hands of the big firms, but this is not absolutely true. Very often, Soviet designers are not interested in the whole rocket or the whole aircraft, but only in some small part an engine, a steering system or some particular instrument in many cases, is not even an important part but only a membrane, a heat sink or some such thing, exactly the sort of thing that would be produced by a components manufacturer. And of course recruitment in small firms does not in any way hinder the GRU's attempts to penetrate large firms. Far from it. After he has been milked, the owner of a components manufacturing firm, now turned agent, must turn his attention to the recruitment of other agents in the big firms to which he supplies his parts. Then suddenly in the Soviet Union, an aircraft exactly like Concorde appears to blame the GRU for the trials and difficulties of the two. Konkordsky is not justified. Weak Soviet industry using antediluvian technology was simply not able to copy the aeroplane properly despite having all the necessary drawings and documents recently. The number of exhibition recruitments by the GRU has steadily increased. They have been facilitated by the fact that in these recruitments the GRU does not spend 1 ruble of its own money. The money which the delegation brings with it to the exhibition comes out of the budget of the armaments industry, which is ready to spend as much money as it has to in profitable business. For its money, the armaments industry receives essential documents and samples, and the GRU, without paying a penny, receives an agent who will serve it for long years afterwards. Exhibition recruitments are also attractive because they can be carried out with complete impunity. Only one case of detection is known: an air show at Le Bourget, when the assistant Soviet military attaché was detained for endeavoring to carry out just such a recruitment. He was detained, but not for long, because a military diplomat cannot be held. Declared persona non grata, after 3 years he went to another country in another official capacity as a deputy resident. The only thing which is not clear in all these stories is the attitude of those countries who joyfully accept these supposed diplomats. As for GRU illegals, they basically use the first 2 methods. The work of illegals, of course, is made easier by the obvious simplification of the search for candidates and their tracing and vetting. Since they very often play the part of bona fide business people, they come in frequent contact with the owners of firms producing military material, and by means of proposing advantageous deals, they gradually attract these people to play the part of agents. There is another very important factor: illegals hardly ever recruit in the name of Soviet intelligence. They always assume another guise. In Japan, for example, they may pass themselves off as American industrial spies. In Northern Ireland, as an organization going in for terrorist activities against the English military presence. In Arab countries, as anti-Zionists. In countries with dictatorial regimes, GRU illegals recruit people in the name of anti-government organizations carrying on the underground struggle against tyranny. A method often used by illegals is to pass themselves off as supporters of separatist movements. It is only necessary for the illegal to know some of the important political views in order to be able to adopt them for himself and begin recruiting. Sometimes such recruitments are implemented very quickly and without problems. We are representatives of such and such a liberation army, this or that Red Brigade. Can't you help us? If you can't, we ask you not to let anybody know about our visit. The candidate is then recruited in the name of an organization for which he feels sympathy, and he gratifies his conscience all his life with the thought that he is a revolutionary and defends ideals near to his heart. Not even suspecting the existence of the GRU, and its illegals, he is so full of pride that he has been selected for such secret work that he may not even tell those who think likewise about it. There is one last method of recruiting. This is when a foreigner comes in and says, "Please recruit me," however strange it may seem. Every year, hundreds of such people come in. Soviet embassies, and the same answer awaits them all. This is a diplomatic representation, and not an espionage center. Be so kind as to leave the building, or we will call the police. The police are usually not called, but the embassy staff chase the would-be agent out quickly, even if the GRU and the KGB, for that matter, is sure that the caller is not a young reporter anxious to publish a sensational article, or somebody purporting to sell secret documents, but really only selling some nonsense. How can they be sure that the caller is not a police agent who wants to know who in the embassy is concerned with secrets? Thus the answer to all is the same: you have got the wrong address. We are not concerned with such things. This does not mean that it would not be interesting to have a look at what the caller has brought. But long experience has shown that the person who really wants to be recruited and really has something to sell does not say very much, but simply hands over the material, together with instructions as to where he can be found, and leaves. He might add a note to the effect that this is not all the material I have, but only a part if you are interested. Elementary psychological analysis shows that this is perhaps the only way to convince the GRU that they can trust the person. Indeed, if a person has decided to entrust his life and the happiness of his family to such dark and unknown personalities, why on earth should he not hand them some papers? By such a gesture he not only draws attention to himself, but he gives time for reflection on his proposals, and for the necessary checking with higher authorities and checking of the material. However, if the visitor brings papers and documents to the embassy and begins to demand immediate financial reward, this leads one to think if, after careful consideration, he has decided on this step, if he is really ready to entrust his life to us, why does he think that we would deceive him and not return the papers if they were of no use to us? And where is the guarantee that the papers which he has brought are not forgeries? Who would carry the con if we paid him money for papers which afterwards turned out to be forgeries? No, we are not interested in such things. That these walk-ins are an extremely unpredictable form of recruitment is perhaps best illustrated by two examples, both of which occurred at the same residency in West Germany. An American sergeant came to one of the Soviet observation missions in West Germany, each of which is a GRU residency, bringing with him the block of a cipher machine used in one of the American bases. The sergeant announced that for a certain sum he could bring a second part of the machine, and added that there could only be a deal on condition that the GRU would not subsequently attempt to The residency immediately accepted both proposals. The sergeant got his money and an assurance that the GRU would forget all about him immediately after the deal was done. The cipher machine, which was obtained, or more accurately, two of its basic blocks, enabled the technical services of the GRU to decipher thousands of American radio communications which had been intercepted earlier but remained undeciphered. They also enabled them to study the principles of cipher work in the American Army and in the armies of its allies, and by exploiting the American principles to create more complete Soviet examples. What about the sergeant? Of course, he was immediately recruited. On another occasion, a couple of years later, an American major approached the same Soviet residency proposing to sell an American atomic artillery shell. In proof of his good intentions, he handed over free of charge to the Residency detailed plans of the atomic depots and instructions on checking procedures and standing orders for work with atomic equipment. These documents by themselves were of great value, although the Major's main proposal was of vastly greater interest. The Major announced that he would demand a substantial sum for the shell, and imposed the condition that the Soviet side, having studied the shell, must return it after 2 months. Some days later, the specialists of the GRU Information Service confirmed the genuineness and very great importance of the documents which had been acquired. The GRU leadership decided to buy the atomic shell and to pay the price demanded for it by the American. A number of the senior officers of the Residency were called to Moscow and given a crash course in American atomic technology. A week later, on a dark rainy night in a clearing in the middle of a forest, 2 motor cars met. In one was the American Major, in the other 3 operational officers. There were 2 more Soviet cars hidden near by, ready to intervene if necessary. Many people did without sleep that night. The Soviet consul dozed by his telephone in full readiness to come tearing out to the wood and, in the name of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, to defend the military diplomats. On the orders of the Central Committee, many highly placed officials in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and TASS were also on alert. Of course, they did not know what was going on or where, but they were ready to announce to the world that the imperialists had mounted yet another provocation against the Soviet Union. In fact, the TASS and Ministry of Foreign Affairs announcements were already prepared, but everything went according to plan. The American and the 3 Soviets transferred the shell from one car to the other, and a thorough check was carried out. The operational officers knew before hand the serial number, the level of radiation, the exact weight, and the markings which would identify it as a genuine shell. All was as it should be. The Soviets handed over a briefcase full of bank notes to the American and agreed to meet in 2 months' time for the return of the shell. Once the shell was in the Soviet car, with diplomatic number plates, it was tantamount to being on Soviet territory. The police could stop the car, but they did not have the right to search it nor remove anything from it. Diplomatic immunity is not to be trifled with. In the event, nobody stopped the officers and the car drove peacefully in the courtyard of the Soviet diplomatic mission. Later, the shell was transported in a diplomatic container under armed guard to the Soviet Union. The GRU chief joyfully informed the Central Committee of the successful outcome of the operation. "Where is the bomb?" asked a voice on the telephone. "We have it in GRU headquarters, in Moscow, yes." A long and largely unprintable tirade ensued, whose import was roughly as follows. "And what happens if there is a little spring inside this shell and it explodes right in the middle of the Soviet capital and turns Moscow into Hiroshima?" The GRU had worked out the whole operation with the maximum number of precautionary measures, and the plan to acquire the shell had been confirmed by all departments from the chief to the general staff up to the Central Committee. However, nobody had seen the possibility that there could be a timed device in the shell, and that the Central Committee, the Politburo, the KGB, the GRU, all the ministers and departments of state, the general staff, all the military academies, all the principal design bureaux, in a word, everything which constitutes Soviet power, could be instantaneously destroyed. There was no answer, no defense was possible. One shell, and the whole system could have gone up, because every everybody and everything is controlled from Moscow. The possibility of such an occurrence had only been realized in the Central Committee when the shell was already in Moscow. Instead of the expected decoration, the GRU chief received a service incompetence note, a strong warning that in the future even the most trivial mistake would lead to dismissal. The shell was taken for the time being to the central aerodrome, and a military transport aircraft speedily transported it to Novaya Zemlya. The shell did not explode. At the same time, there was no guarantee that it would not explode while it was being dismantled and destroyed. The leading Soviet specialists were working on it. So the dismantling was conducted in a special pavilion hurriedly constructed on the atomic testing ground. Preliminary work on the shell had already disquieted the Soviet specialists, as it was much more radioactive than it should have been. After protracted arguments and consultations, the shell was dismantled with the greatest possible care. Only then was it found that it was not a shell at all, but a beautifully executed copy. The American major from the Depot for Atomic Armaments had known to the last detail how to do this. He had taken a written-off practice shell, or, as it is called, a standard weight equivalent, had painted it as a real shell, and put on a corresponding marking and number. Inside the shell he had put some radioactive waste which he had obtained. Of course, he was not able to regulate this to the extent that the level of radiation would conform to the level of radiation of a genuine shell, but this was not necessary. At the time when it was first checked after having been handed over to the operational officers, there had been no attempt to determine the exact level of radioactivity. The officers had only been interested to see whether there was radiation or not. After all that had happened, the officers who had taken part in the operation, of course, received no decorations, but at the same time they were not punished, and neither was the GRU chief. The Special Commission of the General Staff and Central Committee established that the forgery had been very skillfully and thoroughly executed, and that there had been little possibility of exposing it at the time of the handover. All the same, the GRU was not happy about it. It began a search for the American major. The first attempts proved unsuccessful. It was established that he had been posted to the USA immediately after the sale of the forgery, and it would not be so easy to find him there. He had apparently known of the imminence of his posting and chosen his moment perfectly. Steps were taken to find him in the United States, and at the same time the GRU asked for permission to murder him from the Central Committee. However, the Central Committee turned down the request on the basis that the major was incredibly cunning and could well outwit the GRU a second time, as he had outwitted them earlier. They were ordered to forget about the major and stop searching for him. Now, whenever a walk-in appears at a Soviet embassy and suggests the purchase for an exorbitant price of technical documents of exceptional importance, GRU residents always remember the American major. That it is extremely difficult to find real volunteers is a simple fact. It is much, much harder to discover a volunteer than an agent whom the GRU has spent a year and more in processing. But real volunteers, however warmly they may be welcomed, do not take into consideration another simple thing. The Soviet operational officer, having seen a great deal of the ugly face of communism, very frequently feels the utmost repulsion to those who sell themselves to it willingly. Even amongst those few who still believe in communism, the intelligence officer will make a great distinction between the agent he has recruited by using a whole arsenal of tricks and traps, and the volunteer. And when a GRU or KGB officer decides to break with his criminal organization, something which fortunately happens quite often, the first thing he will do is try to expose the hated volunteer. Chapter 5. Agent Communications. GRU theoreticians officially admit that agent communications, that complex of channels for transmitting instructions and material, is the weakest link in the chain. It is the fault of communications, they say, that there are so many failures, and to some degree, they are right. Whatever the theoreticians say, however, we in the field know that by far the greatest damage to Soviet intelligence is caused by the defection of GRU officers. Enormous damage was done when Igor Gusenko went over to the West. By this one gesture, the whole powerful current of technological intelligence on the production of atomic weapons, which was flowing like a river in the hands of Stalin and his blood-thirsty clique, was stopped dead, and historians will remember with gratitude the name of the GRU, Colonel Oleg Penkovsky. Thanks to his priceless information, the Cuban crisis was not transformed into a last world war. Nevertheless, it is indisputable that after the phenomenon of willing and mass defection to the side of the enemy, which was clearly absent in the old Russian intelligence service of the pre-revolutionary period, agent communications is the most vulnerable sector of Soviet intelligence. All agent communications are divided in personal and non-personal. Personal contact is the most vulnerable element, and preference is always given to non-personal contact. At the same time, in the first stage, is especially during cultivation, recruitment and vetting, personal meetings are an inescapable evil with which one has to come to terms. Later on, as agents gain experience and involvement in their work, personal contacts gradually give way to non-personal ones. Many of the most experienced agents have not had a personal meeting with their case officer for several years. If such meetings are absolutely unavoidable, the GRU prefers that they should take place either on its own or on neutral territory. Routine meetings are organist beat when agents, however, for example, an illegal will meet his agent or officers of the undercover residency, their agents. The details for these meetings are worked out previously. Whoever is the senior man will give instructions to the junior as to where, when, and in what circumstance they will meet. Experienced agents are often given a program of meetings for 6 months ahead, sometimes a year, and in some cases even 5 years or more. Routine meetings usually take place in cafes, restaurants, cinemas, nightclubs, or parks. Both parties try to give the impression that it is a normal meeting between ordinary people discussing important topics. Frequently, they will try to give the impression that they are collectors of such items as postage stamps, postcards, or coins, and will have these objects spread out in front of them in the restaurant or cafe where they are meeting. Sometimes these meetings take place in cinemas or public conveniences. Longer meetings, especially during the vetting stage of agents, will take place in hotels and camping places, caravans, yachts, or boats, which either are the property of the agent or are hired by him. In all cases, and this also applies to other operations involving agents, GRU officers will try to avoid city quarters which are known to be the haunt of criminals or prostitutes, and railway and police stations, airports, guarded state, military, or commercial undertakings. In other words, all those places where police activity may be expected to be at its highest. The alternative meeting is a carbon copy of the main meeting, for which arrangements are made at the same time as the main meeting. If one of us should be unable to get to the meeting, we will meet in the same place in a week's time. A complicated system of alternative meetings is set out for experienced agents, and there may be up to 3 or 4 alternative meetings for each main meeting. With so many alternatives, it is essential that places and times are changed. This system of alternative meetings is introduced by GRU officers long before recruitment. A man who has as yet done nothing for the GRU, who does not even suspect its existence, is already being indoctrinated in secrecy and is already being introduced to the system of agent communications. Usually, the subject is introduced in various quite innocent ways. For example, the officer says, "I shall be very pleased to meet you again, but I simply don't know whether I shall be able to be on time. The life of a diplomat contains so many unexpected happenings. If I am late, then don't wait for me more than 10 minutes. In any case, we will meet again in 3 days' time, if you have a good friend in the Soviet embassy, and he says that sort of thing to you, and at the same time has 100 reasons why he cannot use the telephone in such a simple case. Be sure that the GRU has a thick file on you, and that sooner or later you will receive a proposal of recruitment and notice with astonishment that all ways out seem to be blocked. At the other end of the spectrum, there is the emergency meeting. This access is accorded only to the most experienced agents, and those who may communicate information of such outstanding importance that it brooks no delay at all. The agent is told how he should go about calling the officer on stipulated telephones or telegrams or signals. In the same way, the agent is also given the possibility of communicating danger. For example, if he rings up on the telephone and says, "I need John," then the officer will come immediately. If the agent says, "Ring John," then they will reply that he has made a mistake. If the agent is the second variant, then he is showing the GRU that he has been arrested by the police, who are trying to get to the case officer through the agent. Brush contacts are for handing over material instructions, money, and so on. The officer and the agent carry out only one contact in very populous places in the underground, on full buses, at peak hours, and when the crowds come out of stadiums, for example. Brush contact must be carried out with great precision, otherwise the crowd may separate those taking part. On the other hand, the transmission of the material must not attract attention, especially if one of the participants is under strict surveillance. The check meeting is carried out in the same conditions as the routine meeting. However, the most junior of those taking part must not suspect that it is not a routine meeting and that he is in fact being checked. A number of GRU officers take up position before the meeting in places where they can easily observe what is going on. For example, on observation platforms for tourists where there are powerful binoculars and telescopes installed, the entry of the agent to the meeting place is checked from a great distance. They check his punctuality, his behavior. They watch for anybody who follows him. They observe the presence of any suspicious movement in the area of the meeting place prior to the meeting. After the agent has realized that nobody is going to come and meet him, the GRU officers may observe what he does, where he goes after the aborted meeting, and what action he takes. The secret rendezvous Yavka is often confused with the secret house or Yav. Naya Kvartera. At the present time, the term secret house is not used in the GRU. It has been replaced by the term secret flat or KK, but the word Yavka is used to mean a meeting beat, between two men who are unknown to each other, for example, two illegals, or an agent with his new case officer. The secret rendezvous as an element of agent communications is given to all agents without exception. They are given the place, time, recognition signals, password, and answer because the secret rendezvous is essential for re-establishing lost contacts. For example, if in extreme circumstance is the whole of the Soviet embassy was declared persona non grata and had to leave the country, the agent who had lost contact with his case officer would be obliged to go to a certain place on the 31st of every month, which has 31 days, that is 7 times a year, having previously agreed recognition signals, briefcase in left hand, book in right hand, and so on. In the appointed place, another person will come towards him and will give the previously arranged password, to which the agent gives the proper reply. In giving the correct reply, the agent shows to his new leader that he has not made a mistake, and secondly, that the agent acknowledges the authority of his new case officer. If nobody comes to the prearranged place, the agent is obliged to repeat the process until such time as somebody does appear to re-establish contact. As the agent becomes more and more involved in his work, elements of non-personal contact gradually take the place of personal contact. The most experienced agents have only one element of personal contact, the secret rendezvous or Yavka, and several elements of personal contact. Let us examine these. First, there is the long-range two-way radio link, generally imagined as a special portable radio set which may transmit information directly to the receiving center on Soviet territory or to a Soviet ship or satellite. This classical element in all spy films is in practice only used in wartime. Instead, agents and illegals are issued with small written instructions containing several types of ordinary current components which may be bought in any radio shop, and the means whereby they may be put together to make a long-range two-way set. This solves two problems at the same time. If an agent is arrested, there is only to be found in his flat a pair of good Japanese receivers, a tape recorder, and other components which can be bought in any shop. There is therefore no way that he can be suspected of any criminal activity. And secondly, the problem of the transportation and secret storage of a radio set of comparatively large proportions is avoided. The GRU is continually looking at the market as regards radio sets and components, and working out new recommendations as to how they should be assembled. In times of war, however, quick-acting and ultra-quick-acting sets are used exploiting technical means of radio transmission in seconds or microseconds. Satellites are used in conjunction with these sets, and this makes it possible to transmit information on a narrow radio beam vertically overhead. The long-range one-way radio link does not replace but augments the two-way link. The most convenient, reliable, and secure type of link is inevitably the one by which the agent receives from the center. One-way radio links are usually broadcast by Soviet radio stations or special ships or polar stations to be received anywhere in the world by ordinary radio receivers. Instructions to the agent are transmitted in the form of previously agreed phrase or numbers in ordinary radio programs or as a simple numerical code. Even if a police force should by some means or another guess that the transmission they are hearing is not a coded transmission for cosmonauts or warships, they cannot possibly determine for which spy it is destined or even which country, The agent who hears such a transmission is also not exposed to any great risk. However, for the GRU, it is often necessary that the agent himself transmits. For this, the short-range radio link exists. Like the sort of walkie-talkie sets which can be bought in any shop, and which are used for guiding model airplanes and ships, one cannot help noticing how many aerials there are on the roof of the Soviet embassy. The agent transmits information to the Soviet embassy with the help of small transmitters. In this type of radio exchange, the GRU takes the cover of a fireman, ambulance driver, construction worker, or a policeman. All radio conversations within the city limits are thoroughly studied by GRU specialists, and any of them may be used by the GRU for its dark ends. A short-range special link is an alternative to short-range radio links. In connection with increasing the monitoring of radio exchanges, the GRU frequently undertakes the transmission of signals underwater. One fisherman will transmit signals by means of a rod put in the water, and another several kilometers distant from him will receive the signal by using the same method. Or water and gas pipes can be used. Significant research is also going on in the field of electro-optical communications. Dead letter boxes are the favorite GRU means of contact. They have the most universal application, and in addition to communications, they may be used for the storage of everything that has to do with a spy's work, documents, money, radio sets, special photographic equipment, for example. Thousands of types of dead letter boxes are known, from cracks in gravestones and brickwork to specially devised magnetic letter boxes in the form of metal nuts, applied to the structure of a bridge among thousands of similar nuts and rivets. This device is easily hidden and just as easy to undo. The GRU also makes wide use of boxes constructed in the form of a plastic hollow wedge with a lid. These can very easily be pushed into the ground in any public park. Underwater dead letter boxes are also widely used. Their selection is always a complicated and responsible business. The primary criterion is that, as far as possible, they must not be prone to accidental discovery. They are threatened by many possible happenings. They may be found by children, by the police, even by archaeologists. There may be floods, or the heat of summer may affect them. Someone may start building on the site. All this must be taken into account. Equally important is that the dead letter box's location must be easy to describe to another person, even by somebody who only knows about it at second hand. It must also be located in a place where it is possible for the case officer to go at any time with a plausible cover story for his presence there. Some random examples from GRU practice are worth describing. As a general principle of security, each dead letter box DLB may only be used once. Documents on all DLBs are stored in the GRU command point, and after the completion of a DLB operation, the document is stamped used and transferred to the archives. An officer at a command point working in a GRU top secret archive once discovered the description of a DLB on which there was no used stamp. The document was very old, pre-war. The DLB has been selected in 1932, and 3 years later, some material had been put in it, money and valuables for the use of the illegal residency in case of emergency, apparently in various currencies, to a total sum of 50,000 American dollars. The officer carefully inspected the document again, but there was nothing on it to show that the DLB had been emptied. The officer informed his chief of what he had found, and he, in his turn, informed the GRU chief, who decided on an investigation. The affair was not complicated, and a week later, the investigation disclosed that the dead letterbox had belonged to the Hamburg illegal residency, which in 1937 had been recalled to Moscow lock, stock and barrel for instructions and shat. All the materials of the residency had been handed in to the archives, together with the document about the unused DLB. The new officers who took the place of those who had been shot were completely inexperienced and started work with new sets of documents. There was no time in any case to look into the old documents. Then the new GRU staff was also liquidated. So there were many documents which were completely forgotten and simply collected dust in the archives. The GRU chief took two decisions. Firstly, to nominate a group of specially trusted officers for permanent archive work. Perhaps something else of interest might be discovered, and secondly, to give an order to one of the GRU residencies in West Germany to find this old unused DLB, suppose it was still there. If it was, then the value of its contents would have increased many times. In fact, the DLB had survived in spite of the war, the fierce bombing of Hamburg, the rebuilding of the city after the war, and the enormous expansion in the development of the city. The DLB consisted of a hermetically sealed container about the size of a small suitcase, which had been buried at the bottom of a lake in a quiet park. For greater security, it had been covered with an old tombstone which had been sprinkled all over with sand and silt. The container was removed to Moscow and opened there. Much to the disappointment of all those present, all that was inside was a few dozen old-fashioned silver watches of very little value, 100 or so American dollars, and a few thousand crisp German marks of the time of the Third Reich. The second dead letterbox was in the very center of the American capital. At the beginning of his lunch break, the agent would go in a park and hide top secret documents in the hollow of a tree. Some minutes later, a Soviet diplomat would appear, remove the documents, and with the help of two other diplomats, copy them in his car, which was parked at the Capitol. The operation was an especially daring one, and succeeded several times after the GRU chief had sanctioned repeated use of the DLB. The copying of the documents in the car did not take more than 20 minutes, and the agent, on his return from his lunch break, was able to walk in the park for a few minutes longer and retrieve his documents. One day, the case officer was making his way towards the dead letterbox. Suddenly, his attention was attracted by a sheet of white paper blowing about with the first yellow and red leaves. The officer picked it up and, horrified, saw the stamp "Top Secret." He looked around. All over the park were dozens of similar sheets of paper. The officer realized that squirrels getting ready for winter had taken up residence in the hollowed-out tree. The pieces of paper had got in their way, and they had thrown them out. He immediately set about picking up the pieces, many of which were torn by the sharp teeth and claws of these lovable little animals. At that dramatic moment, a policeman appeared in the park. He evidently took the Soviet diplomat for one of the White House workers who had had his papers blown out of his hands by the wind without a word. The policeman also started to collect the papers. Having gathered a considerable number, the policeman held them out to the embarrassed case officer. The latter took them and smiled in the most foolish way, even forgetting to thank his savior and helper, who saluted and withdrew. Nevertheless, the situation remained highly critical. There was absolutely no time, as the agent had already appeared on the opposite side of the park. The case officer hurried to meet him, although this was strictly forbidden. Quickly outlining the situation, the officer suggested two possible ways out. Either the agent should tell his department that he had in error torn up the papers and thrown them into the waste paper basket, but then had remembered in time, or he should wait for 4 days. The agent chose the second option. Within hours. An officer with diplomatic rank had made 2 changes of aircraft in Europe and arrived in Warsaw, where a fast fighter interceptor was waiting for him. Again, only hours later, the GRU had carried out a complete forgery of the documents, and a day later, they were returned to the agent. Of course, all this time he had been threatened with exposure, but the GRU's swift action had saved him. A third dead letter box was in a small drainage pipe on the embankment of a river in northern Europe. The officer had to lower it. The pipe, a small metal box with a magnet attached. The magnet was very strong, and normally there would have been no risk that the box would come unstuck. Pretending to tie up his shoelace, the officer carefully lowered the little box in the drainage pipe with the magnet and took out his hand. But the first frosts had started, and the officer had not taken it. Account the fact that the interior of the pipe was covered with a thin layer of ice. The box slid down the pipe, giving out a harmonious ringing noise, and after a few seconds flew out into the river, which was unfortunately also covered with a thin sheet of ice. Had the river not been iced over, the box would have sunk, and that would have been that, but instead it skidded on the ice right to the middle of the river. The ice was too thin to walk on, and nor was it possible to throw things at the box across the ice to send it to the other side. In the box was a film with instructions for an agent. There was only one way out. The officer ran into a shop and bought a fishing rod. Then, for an hour and a half, to the astonishment of passers-by, he cast his hook on the ice until it was taken by the magnet. By carefully winding in his line, he succeeded in retrieving the valuable box. This happened in the heart of one of the western capitals in broad daylight. Signals, too, are a means of exchanging information, which is highly favored by the GRU. Office pins are used as signals stuck in a predetermined place. Dots, bands, crosses, signals are made with chalk, pencil, paints, lipstick. A car parked in a prearranged place at a prearranged time may serve as a signal, or a dial placed in a window of a house. These are used as warnings of danger, requests for meetings, confirmation of the reception of radio instructions, and for hundreds of other intentions. Usually an agent who has worked for some years with the GRU will have as a minimum the following elements of communication: the secret rendezvous, long-range one-way radio link, short-range radio line or special link, and a system of dead letter boxes and signals. An agent group, in addition, is obliged in every case to have a long-range two-way radio link. Chapter 6. The practice of agent work. And there has been worked out for him a complicated system of agent communications, including both personal and non-personal forms of communication, and also the actions to be taken in case of a sudden break of all channels of communication. So, our agent has been recruited, trained during long, routine meetings, perhaps in a small hotel off the beaten track. Elements of non-personal communication have been gradually introduced and have gradually preceded the personal meetings. In these meetings, the agent has handed over photocopies of secret documents and has received in exchange small sums of money. Attempts by the agent to protest or refuse to work have been successfully suppressed. The material received from him has been thoroughly compared and checked with analogous material received from other source. So far, all is going well. What happens next is a new stage, the thinking behind which includes the segregation of the agent from the Soviet embassy and from all meetings with official Soviet representatives. Up till the Second World War, not only the agents of undercover residencies, but also illegals and agents subordinate to illegals were tied to the embassies. With the outbreak of war, when the embassies were closed, all contact with the powerful agent network was lost. The flow of agent information was cut off at the very moment when it would have been of the greatest value. The deputy head of the GRU was sent into occupied Europe with several radio officers and unlimited powers. Within a short time, he had successfully organized a small illegal resident network on the territories of Belgium and Holland. Subsequently, by means of secret rendezvous, he was able to re-establish contact with all the illegal residencies. However, the agent radio station by the name of Sever, which had been established before the war, proved useless. Nobody had supposed that the advance of the Nazis would be so precipitate, and the radio station had not been designed to deal with such long distances. The ships of the Soviet Baltic Fleet were blockaded in their own base, and could not be used for the reception of agent transmissions. Then the GRU organized a receiving center on the territory of the Soviet embassy in Sweden. Information from all the illegal residencies came to the illegal residency network, and from there was transmitted directly to the Soviet Union. This was perhaps the only possible solution at the time, and of course, it had many disadvantages. First of all, the agents, their case officers, and the illegals found themselves in one gigantic residency, a state of affairs which compromised many hundreds of men. It could not be long before it collapsed, and the collapse began in the most vulnerable place, deep in the nerve center of this most unprecedentedly powerful underground organization. One of the illegal radio operators, wishing to obtain the favors of a girl, boasted to her that he knew all the latest news in the world, as he regularly listened to the radio, which was, of course, forbidden on occupied territory. The girl, in her turn eager for the favors of a certain German corporal, informed him of this fact. So, the most powerful underground intelligence organization in history was discovered, this organization which had penetrated many of Germany's most sensitive secrets. Referred to by the Germans as the Red Orchestra, the organization was completely neutralist, and all the agents and illegals of this gigantic octopus rested. The GRU learnt its lessons very quickly. Already, only a few months after what had happened, illegal residencies were functioning on the territories of its true allies, the United States. Great Britain and Canada, which were completely separate from the embassies, this now cast iron rule is observed by the GRU everywhere. Undercover residencies support illegals, but only on instructions from the center, without having any idea for whom they are working. All operations in support of illegals are worked out in such a way that the officers of the GRU undercover residency do not have one crumb of information which is not necessary. Operations are planned in such a way that there is no possibility of the illegals becoming dependent on the actions of the undercover residency. Another lesson learnt from the rest of the Red Orchestra is the division of residencies into even smaller independent parts, especially as this concerns illegals. And thirdly, and significantly, there is the separation of agents from the embassy, which is our present concern. The recruited, tested, and trained agent must be kept separate from official Soviet institutions abroad. The process of separating the agent is undertaken only after he has handed over to the GRU a significant quantity of secret material that is made it impossible for himself to go to the police. The separated agent comes in three guises: is the separated acting agent, the agent grip, and the agent residency. The most valuable agents, those that provide specially important material, are taken out of residencies very quickly. The moment the center feels that such and such an agent is handing over material of exceptional importance, it will immediately demand that no more information or documents are taken from him. All attention is switched from questions of obtaining information to questions of security and training. The GRU will then take the step of sending him immediately to a soft country to undergo his training there during a holiday, perhaps. If circumstance is permit, he may be transferred from the soft country to the Soviet Union. Thence he will go back to his own country, but as an independently acting agent. He will be run exclusively by the center in concrete terms, the head of a section, even in special cases, the head of a directorate, and in extreme case is the deputy head of the GRU or the head himself. The running of such an agent is thus carried out exactly as the running of illegals is. A complex system of non-personal communications and contacts must be worked out for an independent agent. Usually he will transmit his material by means of dead letter boxes. The residency which was responsible for the agent's recruitment may receive the order to empty such and such a numbered dead letter box of films. It will not know from whom it is receiving these films, whether from a local illegal or a transiting illegal, an artist on tour, as they are still called, or from an agent who has been recruited by that particular residency. The processing of films, which are called shchit, the Russian word for shield, is carried out only in the center. The film will be a dual purpose. One, firstly, a pseudo-secret document is photographed on the film by the GRU. Then the film is given to the agent and he photographs genuine secret material on it. Any attempt to develop the film outside the walls of the GRU Technical Operations Scientific Research Institute leads to the real secret text being destroyed and only the pseudo-secret text appearing, which is designed to lead the police on a wild goose chase. The Scientific Research Institute of the GRU has done much important work in developing films of the shchit type. Hundreds or even possibly thousands of formulae have been worked out. In each case, for each and every valuable agent, a separate and unrepeatable formula is used. The GRU tries by all possible means to limit the number of personal contacts with independent agents, which is why they are taken out of the residencies. If personal meetings have to take place, they are only carried out in soft countries or secretly in the Soviet Union. In any case, they are carried out extremely rarely. Other agents recruited by residencies are gradually organized in agent groups of 3 to 5 men, each usually agents working in one particular field of espionage are put together in one group. Sometimes a group consists of agents who for various reasons are known to each other. Let us suppose that one agent recruits 2 others. A group automatically organizes itself. The GRU obviously considers family groups containing the head of the family and his wife and children to be more secure and stable. The members of such a group may work in completely different fields of espionage. the leader of an agent group is called a grupovid, and only he is in contact with Soviet officers. Thus, to a certain extent, the members of agent groups are completely isolated from Soviet diplomatic representation. The agent group is in contact with the undercover residency for a period of time. Then, gradually, the system of contact with the residency comes to an end, and orders begin to be received directly from Moscow. By various channels, the group sends its material directly to Moscow. Finally, the contact with Moscow becomes permanent and stable, and the agent group is entirely separated from the residency. With gradual changes in personnel at the residency, like the resident himself, the cipher officers and the operational officers with whom there was once direct contact, nobody outside the center will know of the existence of this particular group. Should it happen that operating conditions become difficult, or that the embassy is blockaded or closed down, the group will be able to continue its activities in the same way as before. The GRU tolerates personal contacts with group leaders only in exceptional circumstances and where there is favorable security. Agents going in. Agent groups do not by any means always know each other, nor is it necessary that they may know the group leader alone, not guessing at the existence of other agents. An agent group may gradually get bigger as the group leader or his recruiting agent continues to recruit other agents. If the center permits a group leader to recruit agents independently, his agent group, even if it consists of only 2 men, acquires the status of an agent residency, and the group leader becomes the agent resident. This status was acquired by one of the American nuclear physicists, whom the GRU permitted to recruit his colleagues at his discretion. Interestingly, this agent resident never made a mistake. Sometimes the GRU will post 1 or more illegals to an agent residency. The presence of even 1 Soviet illegal, he is of course considered as the leader in an agent residency of any size, automatically transforms that residency from an agent residency into an illegal residency. This process of increasing the numbers and the gradual self-generation of independent organizations continues endlessly. The process is similar to the spread of a fearful illness, with the difference that in this case, surgical intervention always gives excellent results. Hundreds of examples have proved this. If the GRU feels that there is likely to be a clampdown, and that operating conditions will become more difficult at any moment, it takes measures to ensure that it does not lose the agent network, which has already been recruited, but not as yet separated from the undercover residency. With this aim in mind, some of the most experienced officers of the undercover residency are in a continual state of readiness, so that at any moment on the order of the center, they may go over to illegal status and run the work of their agents. These officers are in possession of previously prepared documents and equipment, and gold, diamonds, and other valuables which will be of use to them in their illegal activities will have been hidden in secret hiding places beforehand. In case of war actually breaking out, these officers will unobtrusively disappear from their embassies. The Soviet government will register a protest and will, for a short time, use to exchange its diplomats for the diplomats of the aggressive country. Then it will capitulate, the exchange will take place, and the newly fledged illegals will remain behind in safe houses and flats. Afterwards, they will gradually, by using the system of secret rendezvous, begin to establish the system of contacts with agents and agent groups, which have recently been subordinated to the undercover residency. Now they all form a new illegal residency. The new illegals never mix and never enter in contact with the old ones who have been working in the country for a long time. This plainly makes life more secure for both parties. The formation of new illegal residencies where there were already old ones in action is yet another example of the constant striving for duplication. However important the problems of recruiting agents, training them, and organizing agent networks may be, there is still one overriding objective: the acquisition of secrets belonging to an enemy or a probable enemy. The material acquired by the GRU breaks down into information, documents, and specimens or samples. Information includes commentaries and reports. Documents are not the subjective opinions or observations of agents, but official secret papers, books, drawings, or copies of them. Specimens or samples are self-explanatory actual weapons, examples of military technology, instruments and equipment which the GRU is for study and copying. The photographing of documents and eavesdropping on conversations are in real life exactly as they are portrayed in spy films. But how does the agent contrive to steal secret equipment and remain undetected? Many ways and means exist. We have already examined one of them when we discussed the recruitment of the owners of small private companies producing military equipment. The owner of a small firm has not much difficulty in producing one extra specimen of an instrument or a gadget, and it is very advantageous for him to sell it to the GRU. But what about really big objects like a tank, an airplane, or an atomic reactor? Not only does one have to obtain such an object without its loss being noticed, but it also has to be transported to the Soviet Union. There is perhaps surprisingly a number of solutions to these problems. Samples of objects which can only be used once, rockets, torpedoes, shells, cartridges, are usually stolen during instructional periods, military displays, or tests. An entry may be made, for example, in the official accounting documents, that there were 100 launchings of a certain anti-tank rocket, whereas in actual fact there were only 99. The 100th rocket will have been quietly sold to the GRU without anybody noticing. Very often written-off equipment is able to be sold because there exist official documents certifying that it has been written off or destroyed. One agent suggested to the GRU that he should obtain for them a lateral scanning radar for aircraft, which permitted the aircraft to carry out intelligence work on the territory of the enemy while it was actually over its own territory. The GRU, of course, agreed to the suggestion, although the agent said that he did not know exactly when he would be able to acquire the apparatus. It might be within a day or two. It might take years. The GRU agreed to wait. Several months later, the agent obtained the apparatus, and a year later it was taken in service with the Soviet Army. The agent worked in an experimental training ground, and when an aircraft equipped with the required apparatus crashed, the agent, in spite of very strict control, was able to steal a broken radar. This was quite sufficient for the Soviet Army to catch up with the United States in that particular field. Frequently, agents go as far as deliberately damaging secret arms and equipment so that they can be written off and then sold. Wide use is made of countries of the Third World which receive equipment from Western countries, as was made clear in the GRU's unsuccessful attempt to acquire a French Mirage III from the Lebanon. Any armed conflict or change of government is usually accompanied by intense GRU activity, because this is the most favorable time for stealing military technology and armaments. The diplomatic mail is the most often used method of transporting specimens to the Soviet Union. The main problem is to transport the specimen in the Soviet embassy. From that time onwards, of course, it crosses all frontiers in sealed packing cases and accompanied by armed diplomatic couriers. Sometimes the difficult problem arises is of a specimen weighing several tons which cannot be accommodated in the diplomatic post. This happened when, in one of the countries which had bought Leopard tanks in the Federal Republic of Germany, GRU agents were able to steal a written-off tank engine, an item of exceptional interest to Soviet industry. The theft went unnoticed, but the engine weighed more than a ton, and there was no way it could be accommodated in diplomatic containers. The Soviet consulate then bought an old cruising yacht. The yacht was straightaway sent for a refit, and for a very substantial sum, the small repair workshop installed the heavy tank engine in the yacht. The yacht went to sea on a number of pleasure trips, and during one such trip fortuitously met a Soviet trawler. A special team of fitters literally tore the tank engine out of the yacht in a few minutes. The yacht put to sea several times after this to maintain its cover before being sold. Another, more reliable method of transporting heavy equipment exists. After an item has been acquired, GRU officers in the guise of a trade delegation will poach from a firm some completely unnecessary item of quite innocent nature. The important thing is that the quantity of containers and their weight approximate to the packing of the secret equipment. Subsequently, the markings on the packing cases are changed, and they make their way innocently through customs control. So items of exceptional importance are transported to the Soviet Union in the form of equipment for, say, a canning factory. Sometimes, too, specimens are sent to a safe address in one of the third world countries where they can be loaded on Soviet ships without any trouble. In general terms, the GRU leadership is quite confident that it is capable of obtaining any technological secret from the West, provided it has been allocated a sufficient sum of money. Only one technological secret exists which the GRU is incapable of obtaining. Even if it did obtain it, the Soviet system would not be able to copy it, since for that the whole structure of communism would have to be changed. Yet this technological secret is of vital importance to the Soviet system. It is the Achilles heel of socialism. Strike at it, and socialism will fall to peace. Is all invasion national, accession and collectivization will cease. This secret is nothing more than the means of producing bread. Socialism, for all its gigantic resource, is not capable of feeding itself. How easy it would be, one sometimes thinks, to place an embargo on the supply of bread to the Soviet Union until Soviet forces no longer found themselves in occupied Czechoslovakia, Lithuania, Estonia and Latvia, until such time as the Cubans no longer held sway in Africa, until the Berlin Wall disappeared. It would only be necessary to withhold supplies of grain for a few months, and the whole edifice of socialism might fall to pieces. Chapter 7. Operational Intelligence. Operational intelligence marks a complete departure from the kind we have talked about until now. It embraces intelligence organizations subordinated to operational its fronts, fleets, groups of forces, military districts, armies, flotillas whose job is to aid in the implementation of the military activity. Essentially, the Soviet Army consists of 16 military districts and 4 groups of forces in Germany, Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary. In war or at the time of preparations for war, the groups of forces and military districts are transformed into fronts and army groups. Each military district, groups of forces and front has a staff, each with its own intelligence directorate called RU, or Second Directorate of the Military District Staff. The chief of the Second Directorate of the Military District Staff is the chief of all intelligence unit. It's of the military district. He is officially called the head of military district intelligence. All 20 heads of military district intelligence and groups of forces are under the command of the head of the GRU 5th Directorate. The GRU 5th Directorate is the activity of the intelligence directorates, carries out the posting of senior officers of operational intelligence, collates the work experience of all operational intelligence and issues corresponding recommendations and instructions. In addition, the head of intelligence is subordinated to the chief of the military district staff. The chief of staff directs the daily activity of the head of intelligence. The head of intelligence of a military district works exclusively in the interests of his military district, in conformity with the orders of the chief of staff and the commander of the military district. At the same time, all information obtained is forwarded to the GRU 2. The role the GRU plays is to collect information from all heads of intelligence and forward to them information obtained by other intelligence organs. Sometimes the Intelligence Directorate of the military district may work directly in the interests of the GRU, but this must be done only with the agreement of the military district commander. The chief of the general staff is the supreme arbiter in disputes between the commander of the military district and the head of the GRU. However, in practice, such disputes occur extremely rarely. Each front group of forces and military district consists of armies normally. A front has an air force, a tank army, and 2 to 3. All arms armies. Each army consists of 4 to 7 divisions. Sometimes a corps is included 2 to 3 divisions. Each army and corps has a staff among whose members is an intelligence section, which is called RORAS, Vedivitelny Otel or Army Staff Second Department. The head of the Army Intelligence Section is the head of all intelligence units. It's belonging to a given army. He also ranks below 2 other officers, the chief of staff of his army and the chief of intelligence of the military district. His relationship with his chiefs is based on similar lines. He works exclusively in the interests of his army, obeying the orders of the army commander and the army chief of staff. At the same time, all information acquired by him is also forwarded to the intelligence chief of the military district. A reciprocal arrangement exists whereby the intelligence chief of the military district forwards information to his heads of army intelligence which he has received from other armies. The intelligence directorates of the military districts and the GRU. The Soviet Navy consists of 4 fleets, the Northern Pacific, Black Sea, and Baltic fleets. Each of the fleets is the equal of a military district, group of forces and front, and has a staff which includes an intelligence directorate or naval staff, second directorate. Its head is the chief of naval intelligence. The naval directorates have the same organization as those in military districts, fronts, and groups of forces. The difference lies in the fact that while the army directorates are subordinated directly to the 5th Directorate of the GRU, the 4 naval directorates fall under an organization called Naval Intelligence. In its turn, Naval Intelligence comes under the head of the GRU and is controlled by the 5th Directorate. The reason for this extra organ, essential step, is that ships of all four fleets frequently operate in all oceans as combined squadrons. For this reason, the ships need information not about a narrow sector like the troops of a military district, but on a much wider scale. Naval intelligence was created to coordinate naval information from every ocean of the world and is a component of the High Staff of the Navy of the USSR. In addition to its normal powerful apparatus for gathering information, there is also the Naval Cosmic Intelligence Department. The Soviet Union therefore possesses two independent cosmic intelligence organizations, the GRU's own and the Navy's Cosmic Intelligence Organization. Although naval cosmic intelligence works in the interests of the High Commander of the Soviet Navy, all information from it is handed over to the GRU. The cooperation between the two cosmic services is coordinated by the Chief of the General Staff. Should a very serious situation arise, the same task may be set at the same time to both services, and the results arrived at then collate and compared. The Organization of Intelligence directorates Rus on the staffs of military districts, groups of forces, fronts and fleets is standardized. The Intelligence Directorate consists of 5 departments and 2 groups. First Department or Department of Reconnaissance directs the activities of the reconnaissance unit. It's of the tactical wing, that is, reconnaissance battalions of divisions and reconnaissance companies of regiments in naval terminology. This department is called the Ship Reconnaissance Department. It directs the collection of information which comes directly from serving surface vessels and submarines at sea, bearing in mind that what is meant here are normal warships and not special intelligence collecting ships. The training of officers of first departments is carried out in the intelligence faculty of the Franz Military Academy and the corresponding faculty of the Naval Academy. The officers of first departments are usually experienced Army and Navy officers who have considerable experience of service in reconnaissance units. Second department or department of agent intelligence is concerned with the recruitment of secret agents and the obtaining through them of intelligence information of interest to the staff. The recruitment of agents and the creation of agent networks is carried out on the territories of contiguous countries where the military district concerned would expect to operate in wartime. Naval intelligence is interested in recruiting agents from all territories, especially in large ports and naval bases. An intelligence center and 3 or 4 intelligence points are subordinated to the second department, which is directly concerned with agent work. The center is concerned with the recruitment of agents in the contiguous state, whereas the intelligence points only recruit agents in specific sectors and areas. They work independently from one another, although they are coordinated by the chief of the second department. The training of officers for work in the second departments and also in centers and points is carried out by the third faculty of the Military Diplomatic Academy, the Academy of the Soviet Army. The third department or Spets, as department, is concerned with the preparation and carrying out of diversionary acts on enemy territory, the liquidation of political and military leaders, the destruction of lines of communication and supply, and the carrying out of terrorist operations with the aim of undermining the enemy's will to continue fighting. A Spets as intelligence point is subordinated to this department, and this carries out the recruitment of agent terrorists on the territory of any possible future enemy. There is also a Spets as brigade, which consists of 1,300 cutthroat soldiers, the officers who work in the Spets as intelligence points, and those who direct their activities in the 3rd Department are trained rather incongruously in the 3rd Faculty of the Military Diplomatic Academy, although for the Spets as brigade and the officers connected with it, training takes place in the Franz Academy. Analogous organizations can be seen in the Navy, with this difference: the brigades are called Spets as naval brigades, not to be confused with naval infantry brigades, and the same diplomats direct the activity of all agent assassins in the fleets. The 4th Department or Information Department carries out the collection and collation of all intelligence coming in the Intelligence Directorate. The 5th Department is occupied with electronic intelligence, and this department directs 2 regiments, the Radio Intelligence Regiment and the Radio Technical Intelligence Regiment. Radio intelligence carries out the interception of radio signals, and radio technical intelligence is concerned with tracking emissions from the enemy's radar. The Intelligence Directorate Technical Facilities Group is occupied with the interpretation of air photographs. The training of specialists for such work is carried on at the 2nd Kharkov Higher Military Aviation and Engineering School. The Interpreters Group, or the Inquisition, deals with the deciphering and translation of documents obtained, and with the interrogation of prisoners of war. Specialists for this group are prepared at the Military Institute of Foreign Languages, the Intelligence Department of the Army Staff. This may be seen as an intelligence directorate in miniature. It has very similar organization, 1st Group or Reconnaissance Group, analogous to the 1st Department of an Intelligence Directorate and concerned with directing tactical reconnaissance. The difference being that it is only responsible for the divisions of one army, whereas the 1st Department of an Intelligence Directorate is responsible for all the divisions of its military district. 2nd Group or Secret Intelligence Group, 3rd Group or Spets as group, responsible for terrorist acts in the area of operations of its army, a specialist company of 115 cutthroat soldiers is part of it. 4th Group Informational. 5th Group, which commands 2 battalions, Radio Intelligence and Radio Technical Intelligence. The Intelligence Department likewise has its own interpreters. It would be a mistake to think that operational agent intelligence is a kind of second-class citizen compared with strategic intelligence. Every intelligence directorate is a kind of GRU in miniature with its electronic facilities, information service, is secret agents, and even where the fleet is concerned, its independent cosmic service. During the course of a war, or immediately before war breaks out, the power of an intelligence directorate is immeasurably increased by the infiltration in the enemy's rear of thousands of Spets as saboteurs. The intelligence directorates taken altogether form a very powerful intelligence conglomerate, and in no way inferior in its scope to strategic intelligence. In other words, the GRU, in the form of strategic and operational intelligence, has created 2 agent networks independent of one another and each duplicating the other. In countries like Norway, Sweden, West Germany, Austria, Turkey, Afghanistan, and China, the operational intelligence agent network by far exceeds strategic intelligence in strength, effectiveness, and invulnerability. This can be confirmed by examining the task of the different intelligence directorates. Northern Fleet covering Norway, Great Britain, France, Spain, Portugal, Canada, and the USA. There is no doubt that Northern Fleet intelligence is mainly restricted to targets on the seashore or coastline, although this certainly does not preclude deep agent penetration of the whole territory of the country being investigated, including the central government organs. Baltic Fleet covering Sweden, Denmark, West Germany. Black Sea Fleet covering Turkey and the whole Mediterranean coastline. Pacific Fleet covering the USA, Japan, China, Canada, and all countries of the Pacific Basin. Leningrad Military District, Norway and Sweden. Agent intelligence work is not carried out on Finnish territory, since this country is well inside the Soviet sphere of influence, and its behavior, please, is the Kremlin much more than that of certain war. Saw pact countries, for example, Romania, Baltic Military District, Sweden, Denmark, Soviet groups of forces in Germany, the Northern Group of Forces in Poland, the Belarusian Military District, all are concerned with the study of the German Federal Republic. Central Group of Forces in Czechoslovakia, covering the German Federal Republic and Austria. Southern Group of Forces in Hungary, Austria. Carpathian Military District, covering Greece and Turkey, from Bulgarian territory. Kiev and Odessa Military District, Turkey, Austria. Transcaucasian Military District, Turkey, Iran. Turkestan Military District, Iran, Afghanistan. Mid-Asian Military District, Afghanistan, China. Transbaikal and Far Eastern Military Districts, China. Moscow, Northern Caucasian, Volga, Ural and Siberian military districts. These do not run agent networks in peacetime. Taking two countries, West Germany and Turkey, as examples, let us analyze the strengths and facilities of strategic and operational intelligence networks and likewise the KGB networks. West Germany has been infiltrated by the GRU strategic agent network, several illegal residencies and agent groups, 5 undercover residencies in Bonn and Cologne, and 3 Soviet-controlled missions in British, American, and French sectors. The Berlin direction of the GRU, it is also covered by the GRU operational agent network. Here, completely independently, work is also carried out by the Intelligence Directorate of the Baltic Fleet, Soviet troops in Germany, and the northern and central groups of forces in the Belarusian Military District. In other words, West Germany is subject to the attentions of the agent networks of 5 intelligence centers, 5 Spets, as brigades and up to 15 to 20 Separ, its Spets, as companies belonging to the same organization which are at full alert to carry out terrorist acts. The total number of cutthroats is up to 8,000 men. 15 to 18 intelligence points plus 5 intelligence points belonging to the Spets as group. This accounts only for GRU activities. The KGB agent network also runs several illegal residencies and agent groups and undercover residencies in Bonn and Cologne. Turkey contains a similar proliferation of Soviet espionage, a GRU strategic agent network in the form of an illegal residency and 2 undercover residencies in Ankara and Istanbul. A GRU operational network in the form of 5 intelligence centers belonging to the Carpathian, Odessa, Kiev, and Transcaucasian military districts, and the Black Sea Fleet. 15 to 20 intelligence points, plus 5 Spets, as intelligence points and a corresponding quantity of Spets, as brigades. The KGB provides a strategic network, 1 illegal residency and 2 undercover residencies, and a KGB operational network, This network is subordinated to the KGB frontier troops. These two examples provide a blueprint for intelligence activity in many other countries, especially those having common frontiers with the Soviet Union or its satellites. The basic difference in working methods between strategic and operational intelligence in the GRU is that officers of operational intelligence do not in peacetime work on the territories of target countries. All operations concerning the identification of suitable candidates, their vetting, testing, recruitment, training, and all practical work are carried out on the territories within the Eastern Bloc or from inside its frontiers. It may be thought that operational intelligence does not have the range and potential of the strategic branch, whose officers mainly work abroad, but this is not so. Without the possibility of recruiting foreigners in their own countries, operational intelligence seeks and finds other ways of establishing the necessary contacts. Its officers exploit every avenue of approach to attract foreigners visiting the Soviet Union and its satellites into their network. Prime attention is paid to students undergoing instruction in Soviet higher educational institutes and to specialists visiting the Soviet Union as members of delegations. Naval intelligence actively works against sailors from foreign ships calling at Soviet ports. And operational intelligence is equally careful to study the affairs of Soviet and Eastern Bloc citizens who have relatives in countries of interest to it. Operational intelligence is quite unceremonious in using methods of pressuring its candidates, seeing that the recruitment of foreigners is taking place on its own territory. Having recruited one foreigner, the intelligence directorate then uses him for selecting and recruiting other candidates without a Soviet officer taking part. Frequently, one recruitment on Soviet territory is sufficient for the agent who has been recruited to return to his country and recruit several more agents. Contact between agents who have been recruited and their case officers in the Soviet Union is usually carried out by non-personal channels, radio, secret writing radits, dead letter boxes, and couriers are greatly used to. People like train drivers and conductors, crew, members of aircraft and ships, and lorry drivers. Personal contact with operational intelligence agents is only carried out on Soviet Bloc territory. There exist numerous examples where meetings with agents take place only once every 5 to 7 years, and cases are known where agents have never met their case officer and have never been either on Soviet or satellite territory. A useful example is that of a lorry driver belonging to a large transport company who was recruited by Soviet operational intelligence whilst visiting Czechoslovakia. Subsequently, having returned to his own country, he recruited a friend who worked in an armaments factory and his brother, who lived not far from a very large military airport. The lorry driver only occasionally visited Eastern Europe and rarely had contact with Soviet officers because there was always a driver's mate with him. However, every time a journey to Eastern Europe was planned, he notified his case officers in good time by means of postcards. Postcards with prearranged texts were sent to different addresses in the Eastern Bloc, and every time the driver crossed into Soviet-controlled territory, officers met him either at customs or in the restaurant or even the lavatory to give him short instructions and money. The meetings were carried out in the shortest possible time so that the driver's mate would not suspect anything. The absence of contact with agents outside territory under the control of the Soviet Union gives GRU operational intelligence exceptional advantages. Firstly, it is extremely difficult to unmask and expose such agents. Secondly, and perhaps more important, the Soviet officers of operational intelligence have no chance to defect to the West and expose the activities of the agents recruited by them. In strategic intelligence, this occurs quite regularly, but we have as yet not one example of it happening amongst operational intelligence officers. Yet another important advantage of operational intelligence, and one which gives it exceptional invulnerability, is its diversification. But an officer of the operational network who did succeed in defecting would be able to reveal only one or two intelligence points or centers, and there are more than 100 of these in the Soviet Army. A defecting officer from strategic intelligence can say a lot about the activities of the central apparatus of the GRU. Each of them is carefully isolated from the others and, to a great extent, camouflaged. Centers and points are mostly found on the premises of military buildings of exceptional importance, and consequently with the maximum possible protection. Even if an officer did succeed in disclosing the true significance of a particular building, he could only say that it was, for example, a store for nuclear weapons or a rocket depot. It would be almost impossible to determine that in addition there was also an intelligence point. Cases are known where intelligence points have been located on the premises of the personal country house of important generals, or the well-guarded premises of punishment battalions. In other words, military prisons, and the diversification of the operational networks in no way indicates the absence of coordination. All these organs and organizations are included in a rigid pyramid system headed by the 5th GRU Directorate in turn of course, subject to the head of the GRU. However, in the activities of the intelligence directorates there exists a certain freedom which invariably engenders useful initiative. The GRU central apparatus prefers not to interfere in the daily running of the intelligence directorates, provided that they work in a productive manner and toe the line. The GRU will occasionally interfere in cases where two different directorates have recruited the same agent, although it will always encourage a situation where different intelligence directorates recruit agents for the same target. For example, the intelligence directorate of a group of forces once recruited an agent for an important scientific research target. Unwittingly, the intelligence directorate of another group of forces recruited another agent for the same target. Both agents provided almost identical information, which was eventually received in Moscow, where it was carefully analyzed. The moment one of the agents began to provide false information, it was spotted by the 5th Directorate, which demanded that work should stop with one agent, and that there should be greater vigilance in the work with the other agent. Independent penetration is, as we know, practiced at all levels in the GRU. The head of an intelligence point may check his agents and reveal negative aspects in their work in good time. The heads of intelligence in military districts check the heads of points and centers, and the head of the GRU checks his heads of military district intelligence. An illegal agent network may be used to check the agents of the undercover residencies and operational agent networks and vice versa. Of course, nobody suspects that he is engaged in checking somebody else. All anybody knows is that he is procuring material for the GRU. Spets as intelligence is the sharpest and most effective weapon in the hands of the heads of intelligence directorates or departments. It consists of two elements: spets as agents and spets as detachments. Spetsnaz agents are recruited by an intelligence point, and the whole process of recruiting and running agent saboteurs is identical to the work with ordinary agents of operational intelligence. However, their tasks differ in essence. The basic task of the procurement agent is to provide necessary information. The task of the Spets as agent is to carry out terrorist acts. Intelligence directorates try to recruit these agents from within the most important economic and transport targets. On receipt of orders, they must be able and willing to carry out acts of sabotage upon these targets. For the GRU, the most important thing is to render unserviceable power and transport targets, electric power stations, electric power lines, oil and gas pipelines, bridges, tunnels, and railway equipment. Great stress is placed on carrying out acts of sabotage, which will have a strong effect on the morale of the inhabitants over a wide area, such as the blowing up of a large dam or the burning of oil storage tanks. Spetsnaz agents form the so-called slipping agent network, which does no work in peacetime but springs in action the moment hostilities break out. Operational intelligence tries to limit its meetings with these agents to exceptional cases. The Spetsnaz detachment is quite different. It is the true elite of the Soviet armed forces. Its members are crack soldiers and officers. On Soviet territory, they wear the uniform of airborne troops. On satellite territories, they are disguised as auxiliary detachments, normally signals units. Of course, they have no connection with airborne troops or signals. 8 divisions of airborne troops are subject to the commander of airborne forces, who, in his turn, is answerable only to the Minister of Defense. The airborne forces form a strategic element acting exclusively in the interests of the higher command Spets, as detachments are an organ of the operational field and act in the interests of fronts, fleets, and armies. The Soviet Army includes 4 naval Spets, as brigades 1 to each fleet, 16 Spets, as brigades 1 to each group of forces and the basic military districts, and 41 separate companies. A Spetsnaz brigade consists of a headquarters company, 3 or 4 airborne battalions, and support detachments. In all, there are 900 to 1,300 soldiers and officers ready to carry out terrorist operations in the rear of the enemy. A Spetsnaz naval brigade is similar, containing a headquarters company, a group of midget submarines, a battalion of parachutists, and 2 or 3 battalions of frogmen. Sometimes the Spetsnaz naval brigade is confused with the brigade of the Fleet Marine Infantry, mainly because naval Spets use the uniform of marine infantry to disguise their soldiers and officers. Spetsnaz companies in armies and tank armies consist of 3 platoons of saboteurs and 1 communications platoon. This means that all told there are in peacetime alone 27,000 to 30,000 first-class saboteurs available. During mobilization, this number can be increased by 4 or 5-fold by recalling reservists who have previously served in these detachments. The deployment of saboteurs in the enemy's rear is normally carried out by parachute, though in the fleets, frogmen also take part. Spetsnaz hardly ever use helicopters because the deployment generally takes place at a considerable distance from the front line. Small groups of Spets as brigades are dropped at a depth of 500 to 1,000 kilometers to act in the interests of the frontal forces, who will be attacking through areas cleared by atomic action, air attacks, and sabotage activities simultaneously with the dropping of the front brigade each army taking part carries out the dropping of its own Spets as companies. These are also dropped in small groups, a maximum of 15 consisting of 5 or 6 men, each at depths of 100 to 500 kilometers. There are usually 3 or 4 armies and 1 tank army in each front. So, in the course of an attack, at a frontal level, there are 1 brigade and 4 or 5 separate companies operating at a depth from 100 to 1,000 kilometers in the rear of the enemy. In other words, around 250 grips, totaling 1,500 to 1,700 men. It must be added that on West German territory, for example, preparations are in hand for not 1 but 4 or 5 fronts to operate. At the same time, the Spets as agents are activated. The Spets as detachments have 2 basic duties: the destruction of the system of the state government and its armies, that is, the destruction of staff command points, networks and lines of communication, and the destruction of nuclear weapons and the means of supplying them, attacks on depots and stores of nuclear weaponry and rockets, aerodromes, rocket launchers and launching pads. Simultaneously with these 2 basic tasks, the Spets as detachments strive to disorganize the internal life of the state and army and to sow uncertainty and panic. In carrying out the first task, the leading role is allocated to the staff companies of the Spets as brigades. These companies differ from other detachments of Spets, as in that they are not manned by soldiers who are serving their time, but by professional men in science. These Spets as staff companies are specially trained for the kidnapping or destruction of state leaders of the enemy, members of the government and senior military commanders. Their existence is cloaked in the very strictest secrecy. Frequently, many officers and sergeants of Spets as brigades do not even suspect the existence of such companies in their brigades. They are kept apart from the normal brigade and camouflaged as parachutists, boxers, wrestlers, unarmed combat experts, marksmen, even sports teams of the military district. The staff company of the Spets as brigade is the only unit which carries out its tasks not in camouflaged uniform, but in civilian clothes or in the military or police uniform of the enemy. These companies are also the only ones amongst the Spets as detachments which in the course of military operations may establish contact and act together with the agent saboteurs of Spetsnaz. All the remaining units of saboteurs undertake night flights, mine laying, and the seizure of prisoners in order to obtain information. Tanks and other armored fighting vehicles, AFs, belonging to the enemy are of special interest for saboteurs. And all groups have the task of making sudden attacks on AFs with the aim of stilling them for future use in attacks against given targets. Several groups may take part in an attack on a certain target, and after the attack they will disperse and go their own ways. There is a constant alternation between the collecting of information and the carrying out of sabotage acts. A group may collect information on enemy troop movements in a certain region and transmit the information to its staff. Then it may destroy a rocket launcher in another area. Then go on to collect more information on troop movements. Everything depends on the tasks set to the group and the initiative of the group commander. When prisoners are taken, the saboteurs know no laws or humanity in their methods of interrogation. Nobody who has been in any way connected with Spets as will deny their brutality, which extends even to their own members, because speed of results is paramount. They will kill their own wounded. The group cannot transport a wounded man, nor can it let him fall into the hands of the enemy. And if a rocket launcher or an aircraft carrying nuclear weapons is ready for action, they will attack it even if it means the inevitable destruction of the entire group. Let us examine one case study which underlines both the importance and effectiveness of operational intelligence. The greatest interest for the staff of military districts is not the political situation or technology, but pure military information, the deployment numbers, equipment, and plans of the troops of a probable enemy in sectors where an attack by Soviet forces is likely. An agent who had been recruited by the 2nd Department of the Intelligence Directorate of the Belarusian Military District on West German territory selected places for parachute landings by the Spetsnaz groups. He photographed these locations and made diagrams. Obviously, since the prime motive was sabotage, his choices were near important bridges, dams, and narrow passes in lakeland areas. His photographs were transported by courier in East Germany to one of the intelligence points of the Belarusian military district. Copies were also sent to the 3rd and 4th departments of the Belarusian Military District Intelligence Directorate. While they were being studied, an officer noticed a group of American soldiers who kept on appearing in close-up. The soldiers were doing something at a kind of metal hatchway on the side of the road, and the suggestion was put forward that they were laying a cable for military communications. This was scutched by officers of the 5th Department, who had been invited for consultations, and who said categorically that the Americans would not have a cable in that region. The laying of military cable on West German territory would in any case be discovered by agents of the military district. In the opinion of the signals officers, the photographs showed that the soldiers' work was unlikely to be concerned with cables. The photographs were immediately dispatched to the GRU information service, where a new suggestion was put forward. Could these not be anti-personnel landmines which are prepared in peacetime where Soviet sabotage units might be active in the event of war? This suggestion greatly alarmed the GRU leadership. The 5th Directorate immediately gave orders to all intelligence directorates running agents in West Germany to pay particular attention to the activities of small groups of soldiers in the neighborhood of important bridges, dams, railway stations, and crossroads. At the same time, the 1st GRU Directorate gave similar orders to all its residents in West Germany. A month later, the information service of the GRU had at its disposal thousands of photographs of groups of soldiers working at metallic hatchways. Every hatchway that had been discovered was marked on a map. This alone did not permit a final conclusion to be drawn about the significance of the hatchways, and the GRU had a series of enlargements taken from a distance of not more than 1 meter. The photographic interpreters were interested to see that the thickness of the hatchways was no greater than that of the wall of a good safe, but the locks would have been the envy of any bank. This led to the opinion that the landmines were of a more complicated design. Further analysis showed that the mine shafts were very deep and sometimes placed at some hundreds of meters from the object which they were supposed to destroy in case of war. It was this which finally convinced the specialists that it was not a case of ordinary landmines, but of a nuclear variety, whose purpose was not to counter a parachute attack, but to halt all Soviet troops in case they began an attack on Europe. Simultaneously, one of the GRU residencies on West German territory acquired documentary evidence confirming the conclusions of the information service. The possibility of nuclear landmines being used completely disrupted all Soviet plans for a blitzkrieg attack on Europe. The General Staff, the Ministry of Defense, and the Central Committee would now have to find new ways of attack, new methods of employing their troops and ways and means of surmounting strong radioactive fallout caused by the underground explosions. In a word, all tactics, operational methods, and strategic plans would have to be changed. All this was thanks to the fact that the new NATO tactics had become known to the General Staff in good time. Chapter 8. Tactical Reconnaissance. There is yet another level to the practice of military intelligence. Intelligence organs and detachments subject to tactical units and formations of divisional strength and below, which facilitate their military operations, come under the heading of tactical reconnaissance. Their activities are under the full control of operational intelligence, which of course comes under the control of the GRU central apparatus. So all tactical reconnaissance organs have, in exactly the same way as operational intelligence organs, a two-fold subordination. The head of reconnaissance of a division is subordinated to the Chief of Army Intelligence, more accurately the first group of the Army Intelligence Department. The Chief of Regimental Reconnaissance is subordinate to the Regimental Chief of Staff and the Chief of Divisional Reconnaissance. Each motorized rifle and tank division has on its strength an independent reconnaissance battalion. The word independent shows that the battalion does not form part of the regiment, but is directly subject to the divisional staff. Each of the 4 motorized rifle and tank regiments on the strength of a division has a reconnaissance company. Reconnaissance companies are controlled by the regimental reconnaissance chiefs. Artillery and anti-aircraft missile regiments are not included, as their reconnaissance detachments are not active in the enemy's rear. A divisional independent reconnaissance battalion consists of a headquarters, a deep reconnaissance company, 2 reconnaissance companies, a company, electronic reconnaissance, and auxiliary services. Deep reconnaissance. The Deep Reconnaissance Company is the smallest but the best of all the companies and batteries of the division. There are 27 men in the company, including 6 officers and an ensign. It has a small headquarters of the commander and a sergeant major, and 5 reconnaissance groups of 4 men, each with an officer at its head. There is a total of 6 jeeps, each group having 1 and 1 for the commander. The company's task is to discover and destroy enemy rocket launchers in its divisional sector. Deep reconnaissance groups are deployed in the enemy's rear by helicopter, either with or without their jeeps, to depths of from 30 to 100 kilometers. On discovering an enemy rocket installation, the group immediately reports it to the staff. Should the rocket be ready for launching, the group must attack it. However, unlike the Spets, as groups, the group will not kill its wounded unless the action is on foot, a rare occurrence. The Deep Reconnaissance Company may also be called upon to kidnap staff officers and to hunt for their staffs, but only in cases where the commander of a division is certain that there are no enemy nuclear facilities in his divisional sector. The reconnaissance companies of the battalion have exactly similar organization. In each company there are 3 tanks, 7 reconnaissance vehicles, and 10 motorcycles. The electronic reconnaissance companies have 80 men and 30 vehicles with electronic equipment. The company operates only from its own territory. Among its tasks are intercepting and deciphering radio conversations of the enemy, taking bearings on radio stations and radio locators, and monitoring the extent to which its own side observes radio security regulations. Each motor rifle and tank regiment has its own reconnaissance company. Regimental companies operate at a depth of up to 50 kilometers as against the battalion companies' operation to 80 kilometers. All these companies penetrate enemy territory under their own power, using gaps in the enemy's defense. The basic method of obtaining information is the capture and cruel interrogation of prisoners. The Soviet Army has approximately 180 motor rifle and tank divisions. Many of these, especially those deployed in the rear, are under strength. Undermining is never allowed, however, in the case of reconnaissance detachments. There is about the same number of independent reconnaissance battalions, and there are also about 700 regimental reconnaissance companies. In other words, there are about 95,000 men directly under GRU command in tactical reconnaissance. We have not included in this number the strength of chemical engineering and artillery reconnaissance companies independent of these. Chapter 9. The training and privileges of personnel. These are the educational institutions which take part in the training of personnel for Soviet military intelligence: the intelligence faculty at the General Staff Academy, the training center of illegals, the military diplomatic academy, the reconnaissance faculty of the Franz Military Academy, the reconnaissance faculty of the Naval Academy, the special faculty of the Military Signals Academy, the Military Institute of Foreign Languages, the Cherepovetsky Higher Military Engineering School for Communications, the special faculty of the Higher Military Naval School of Radio Electronics, the Spets as faculty of the Ryazan Higher Para Shid School, the reconnaissance faculty of the Kiev Higher Military Command School, and the special faculty of the 2nd Kharkov Higher Military Aviation and Engineering School. This list gives an impression of the extent of the training of specialists for the GRU system. Some of these educational establishments are devoted exclusively to this work. Others have only one faculty. However, in any case, we are talking of many thousands of first-class specialists who go in military intelligence every year. All the higher military schools give instruction at university level to their students. The best of these subsequently enter the academies which provide a second university education. Students entering the Soviet Army's higher military training establishments undergo a period of instruction which lasts for 4 to 5 years. The minimum age is 17, maximum 24. Candidates must have finished secondary education and be of normal mental and physical development, with a suitable ideological background. They sit an entrance examination and are interviewed by a medical commission. They then take a competitive examination. The vast majority of them have no idea of the true character of the educational establishment they have chosen. In some cases, the name of the school gives a reasonably exact idea of the subjects studied in it. The Ulyanov Guards Higher Tank Command School leaves little to the imagination. But what does a name like the Serpukhowsky Higher Command Engineering School tell us if a candidate choose? Is it he may be surprised to find himself learning about strategic missile troops? Signals schools are largely the same. The candidate has little idea of exactly what subjects are studied there. He selects one of them, the Cherepovetsky School, say, and finds himself in strategic intelligence. The point is that there is no choice. Graduates of higher command schools receive the rank of lieutenant and a university diploma on graduating. Graduates of higher military engineering schools receive the rank of engineer, lieutenant, and an engineering diploma. After graduation, the officer is posted to a unit on the instructions of the General Staff, and from the first day of his service, His fight with his fellow officers for the right of entry to the academy begins. The academy is the passport to the higher echelons of the army. Without passing through the academy, the officer may serve on until major or lieutenant colonel level at the most. Success in the academy opens wide horizons and speeds up progress on the promotion ladder. The officer may submit his first application to the academy after 3 years of service. The application is confirmed at every level of command, beginning with his immediate superior. Any higher commander may hold up the application under any pretext that the officer is too young, too old, too stupid, or too clever, in which case the officer will put off his application until the next year, and the next year, and so on, possibly for all his 25 years of service. There are more than 15 military academies in the Soviet Army, but for most officers it does not matter which one he gets in. The important thing is to get in one of them. If his commanders decide that an officer is suitable, he must still pass examinations and undergo a rigorous entrance competition. The period of study at all the academies is 3 years, and they are all similar bar one, the General Staff Academy. To enter it, there is no competition and no examinations, nor are there applications for entry. Candidates are selected by the Central Committee from the number of the most successful and dedicated colonels and generals, up to and including Colonel General, who have already completed their study at one of the military academies. The General Staff Academy is the passport to the very highest levels of Soviet military leadership. The colonel or general continues to serve and never suspects that he may suddenly receive from the Central Committee an invitation to attend yet a third spell of university education. The General Staff Academy is the highest dream of the most eager careerists. Let us examine the progress of an intelligence officer on the promotion ladder. As a graduate of the intelligence faculty of the Kiev Higher Command School, for example, he will be posted to the command of a reconnaissance detachment of a regiment or division. Here begins the officer's gradual upward movement on the service ladder, from platoon commander to company, commander to commander of regimental reconnaissance and deputy commander of reconnaissance battalions. To secure further promotion, the officer must now enter the reconnaissance faculty of the Frunze Military Academy. This same faculty is also open to graduates of the Spets, as faculty of the Ryazan Higher Para-Shid School. All officers study there together and then return to their own unit. It's only this time with a higher command. So far, all this is straight forward, provided that the officers' superiors cooperate in signing the necessary documents. But one institute, the Military Institute instructing in foreign languages, is rather peculiar. This is a privileged establishment for the children of the highest echelons of the Soviet Army. The institute exists on the same basis as the military academy, although young people enter it according to the rules laid down for military schools. This means, in fact, that a candidate's father has only to worry about placing his little son on the first rung of the military ladder, and the ladder itself will move upwards. The period of study in the institute is from 5 to 7 years, depending on the faculty. The student receives education to the level of that of the military school and the rank of lieutenant. He then proceeds with his training as he would in a normal military academy. That is to say, these scions of the military aristocracy are spared the rigors of genuine military service, as well as the cruel competition between officers for the right of entry to a military academy, everything proceeds automatically. The Institute is not only a stepping stone to the highest army ranks, but to the highest ranks of the KGB too. The conditions of acceptance are naturally graded according to rank. For the children of colonel generals and higher, there are no examinations. The children of lieutenant generals undergo a very cursory examination, and the children of major generals undergo the most rigorous examination. However, in order to soften this clear class distinction, the Institute every year accepts a 10% intake of non-aristocrats, sons of colonels and majors, sometimes even of workers and kolkhozniks. Discipline and competition are fearsome. Should any student commit the slightest offense, he is speedily expelled from the Institute in disgrace. But there is a deeply entrenched set of privileges too. For the sons of lieutenant generals and colonel generals even more so, the special entrance provides for the appointment of individual tutors and the taking of examinations privately at home, so that the candidate does not get nervous. For colonel generals and above, there exists the privilege of being able to send not only their sons to the Institute, but also their daughters, who constitute a special little group. The girls are given instruction in French for the sake of prestige and in English for obvious commercial reasons. They, together with everybody else, receive officer's rank. They will find their way into the Ministry of Defense. After the Institute, its final examinations, interested organizations carry out their selection of the graduates. The first selection is carried out by the KGB and the GRU according to the principle of one for you, one for me. There is no friction, firstly, because the system has been laid down for many years, and secondly, because KGB and GRU have different interests. The KGB is quite happy to choose the sons of high ranking, serving KGB officers, but the GRU devotes its attentions largely to the proletarian 10%. For two principal reasons, the GRU has had a long-standing rule that it will not admit the sons of high-placed parents into its organization, nor will it admit children of GRU officers, whatever post they occupy, only after a father retires from the GRU can his son be considered for admission. The reasoning goes that if a son is refused something, the father may refuse the same thing to all his subordinates. Secondly, there is no father who really wants to risk his own career by linking it with that of a son who is on agent work and to whom anything could happen. This principle of the GRUs has to a very great extent eradicated corruption in the selection of officers, although corruption is in other GRU fields of activity. The KGB has adopted diametrically opposed principles everywhere within it. Are the children of Chekists frequently under the direct supervision of their fathers. This is justified by the false notion of handing down traditions from father to son. XXX. The unclassified name of the institution is Military Unit 35,576. Its secret designation is the Soviet Army Academy. Its top secret designation is the Military Diplomatic Academy of the Soviet Army. Regardless of the abundance of names, none gives any idea of what is studied there. If somebody wanted to convey an idea of its activities by means of a name, then that name would most probably be something like the Military Academy of Agent Intelligence. Very few people inside the Soviet Union know of the existence of this academy, and should any officer ever hear a rumor about it and write an application to enter it, immediately inquiries would be made to establish the source of the information, one may rest assured that a culprit would be found and put in prison for spreading government secrets. For spreading a secret like the existence of the Soviet Army Academy, the sentence is 10 years in prison, perhaps 15, perhaps even the ultimate sanction. Those connected with the Academy understand this rule and obey it enthusiastically. The GRU seeks out candidates for the Academy and secretly suggests to officers that they should enter. Before making this proposal to an officer, the officer will, of course, have been very carefully checked out by the GRU, who must not only be certain that he will agree, but will also have obliged him to sign a document about the divulging of military secrets. In this document are described all the unpleasant things which await him should he decide to share his secrets with anybody else. However, they do not tell him any secrets. They simply tell him that there exists a certain academy which is keen to welcome him as a student. To his question as to what sort of studies he will undergo, he receives the answer that the work is very interesting. There will be no soldiers and no hierarchy of rank, and the conditions of life are vastly better than those of any other organization known to him. At the outset, this is all they will entrust to him. The GRU holds nobody against his will and is perfectly frank about future privileges. For the GRU officer who completes the Academy's success is assured unless he makes a mistake, in which case retribution is equally swift. He may either be deprived of overseas work and be sent instead to work in the central organs of the GRU in Moscow. He may be deprived of work in the GRU and sent back to the army, and finally, he may be shot. All of these punishments, not only the last are regarded as harsh in the extreme, the first means the end of overseas life, and GRU officers are envious even of dustmen overseas. The second means an end to privilege and the sweet life within the GRU, and a return to the grindstone of life as an ordinary Soviet officer. The third is only marginally worse. The Soviet Army Academy is located in Moscow on Narad Polchenya Street, but many of its secret branches are scattered all over the place, disguised as innocent offices, flats or hotels. The central building reminds one of an elegant museum with its Greek colonnade and richly carved ornamentation. Around it are several large buildings, and the whole is surrounded by a very high iron lattice-work fence. The area wallows in greenery so that nothing can be seen. There are no nameplates or number plates on the building. From the outside, there is little to indicate that it is secret. Only sometimes on the upper stories and in certain windows can one see grills and casements covered in cord nets, an indication that within those rooms there is work on top secret documents being carried out. The string nets are so that no pieces of paper can be blown out of the windows by drafts. The Academy is an integral part of the GRU. The chief of the Academy has the military rank of Colonel General and is a deputy head of the GRU, not, of course, first deputy head. The chief of the Academy has 4 deputies who are lieutenant generals beneath him. These are the first deputy and the deputies for the political, administrative, technical, and academic sections. The first deputy is in charge of the graduate school, 4 faculties and academic courses. The political deputy is responsible for the state of political awareness and the morale of all officers of the Academy. The administrative technical deputy is responsible for the personnel department and the security department, with the commandant's office and a company of security guards, together with the finance. stores and transport departments under him. There are also the libraries, including collections of secret and top secret literature. The deputy for the academic section has under him the academic sub-faculties, which are headed by major generals. These sub-faculties are strategic agent intelligence, operational agent intelligence, and spets, as dealing with the armed forces of likely enemies, strategic and operational tradecraft of the Soviet Army, foreign languages and study of countries, history of international relations and diplomatic practice, and finally, Marxist-Leninist philosophy. The first and second faculties prepare their students for the central GRU apparatus. However, the first faculty is called the Special Service is faculty, and the second, the Military Diplomatic faculty, and it is officially considered that the first faculty prepares officers for civilian cover embassies, civil airlines, merchant navy, trade representations, while the second faculty prepares its students for military cover. But we must again remember that Soviet military attaches are the same GRU officers as those who work under civil cover. They face the same tasks and use the same methods as all other officers of the GRU. For this reason, the instructional program in both faculties is absolutely identical. Furthermore, when students have completed their studies in whichever of the two faculties that might be the GRU, will post them under whatever cover they consider suitable. Many of the officers who have studied in the first faculty will find themselves working in military organizations and vice versa. The artificial distinction exists in order to further the following aims: to confuse Western intelligence service and to create the illusion that there is some difference between military attaches and other GRU officers, to segregate the students for security reasons. A defector will not know all his fellow students. Only half with this in mind, the first faculty is isolated from the central block of the academy buildings to simplify control over individual students, and finally, since the academy is, after all, designated as a military diplomatic academy, it seems wise that not all its faculties should bear names connected with espionage. The third faculty deals with operational agent intelligence and spets, as intelligence, preparing officers for intelligence directorates of military districts. There exists a deep enmity between officers of the first two faculties and officers of the third. An officer of one of the two strategic faculties, however newly arrived, feels the very deepest contempt for all those studying in the third faculty. He will be going abroad, but the despised third faculty student will recruit agents from Soviet or satellite territory. Only but fate can be cruel and kind. When the worst, usually the most arrogant officers have graduated from the strategic faculties, they are sent to operational agent intelligence. In their place are taken the best of the officers graduating from the third faculty. The fourth faculty, like the first, is not located on the academy premise, moreover, its individual courses and groups are separated among themselves in conditions of the strictest secrecy. The fourth faculty trains foreigners, Poles, Germans, Czechs, Hungarians, Bulgars, Mongols, and Cubans. Naturally, not one of these has ever set foot in the academy buildings and has no idea where the academy is located. Equally naturally, the Soviet trainees in the academy must not have even the slightest contact with their brothers. For each of these students in the Soviet Army Academy, a special personal cover story will have been worked out. Frequently, many of them will study for a year in some normal military academy concerned with tank or artillery studies, For example, before spending there 3 to 4 years on secret premises, and these students do not receive diplomas from the Soviet Army Academy. Their diplomas come from, for example, the Tank Warfare Academy. Only a handful of people will know what is hidden under this name. The academic courses are something different. These are designed not to provide a complete training, but only partial one, and the period of study is only 1 year. They are attended principally by the most experienced officers and those with the greatest future prospects, who were chosen for entry to strategic faculties of the Academy, but then transferred by the GRU int. The diplomatic civil or over, sees Trade Academy, where they completed a full course of study. They are considered on a par with the other civil students and carry out their specialist training in their spare time and receive the same diplomas as the graduates of the 2 strategic faculties. Having already received genuine diplomatic diplomas, this is the most secret part of Soviet intelligence after illegals, for even genuine and clean diplomats consider them their own kind and do not suspect their intelligence connections. The academic courses are also attended by graduates of the military foreign language institute who have been chosen by the GRU for work abroad. The GRU is them in residencies mainly for duties with technical and technical operational services. After a first assignment abroad, these may, provided they have served successfully, enter the Academy in one of the strategic faculties. Lastly, the Academy receives specialists from other fields whom the GRU invites to work in technical service or on information work. There is a postgraduate school too, which prepares scientific personnel for the GRU and also instructors for the Academy itself. An officer who has completed one of the strategic faculties and has been abroad on agent work and shown good results is accepted by the postgraduate school for a period of instruction of 2 to 3 years, during which he must prepare and defend a scientific dissertation on a subject chosen by himself. The resulting qualification is a scientific degree, Master of Military Science. Who is eligible? This is a very complex problem. The candidate who hopes to please the GRU must fulfill the following conditions: racial purity. There must be no Jewish blood. As far back as the 4th generation, the KGB has no such restriction. Ideological stability and purity, membership of the Communist Party, the absence of any contact with overseas, accepting the liberation of Hungary and Czechoslovakia, and the defense of socialism in Eastern Europe. He must have a wife and children of complete ideological and racial purity. He must have strong and reliable family connections on his own side and his wife's. There must be no compromising material on the files of any of their relatives. None of his relatives may have been either prisoners of war in Germany, nor on Soviet territory under the temporary occupation of German forces. And there must be no signs whatsoever of alcoholism, sexual promiscuity, family problems, corruption, and so on, nor must the officer have any prominent distinguishing features or speech defects. One of the most difficult things in selecting candidates is to find people who understand the political situation in the world and can clearly see possible future developments without being free thinkers. Obviously, anyone who is politically inept is not acceptable to the GRU, but if a man is moderately intelligent, there is always the danger that secret doubts will begin to penetrate his head. Naturally, when this rare creature is found, he is instantly made to sit meaningless examinations and, from the very first day, accorded appropriate honors. In a classless society, everybody is equal and life is there. For happy and free, all people are friends and brothers, and nobody will try to do his neighbor down. People may pursue their ambitions without let or hindrance. Of course, if you live in the country, you cannot move to the city, still less the capital Moscow, without the permission of the Central Committee. Society may be classless, all right, but it is divided for the good of the people in parts. You have the right to live in the city, or you have not. You may rightly say that you would prefer to live in the city, but you are branded from birth. If you were born in the country, you must stay there, and so must your children and grandchildren for their own good, unless you do something like become a GRU officer. Immediately you will find yourself in Moscow with a permanent residence permit. This is good news for not only you, but your children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren, down to the 40th generation, who will all have Moscow residence permits and will legally reside in Moscow. It is as if you had moved on a higher sphere, as if you and your relations had suddenly been ennobled. You should draw your family tree on the wall of your apartment, so that future generations of your family will know who it was who lifted them up to the heights. In capitalist societies where everybody is naturally out for each other's blood, people move around chaotically, causing untold social problems. These could all be eradicated with the introduction of residence permits on the Soviet model. The Moscow residence permit, logically, is the first privilege of a GRU officer. There are others, of course. For example, an ordinary general staff officer is unable to buy a car during the whole of his life, unless, of course, he steals or is sent abroad. A GRU officer may in 3 years buy not only a car, but also an apartment. Drawing another distinction, it is often asked how much more a GRU officer abroad earns in comparison with the same officer in Moscow. It is impossible to answer this question sensibly, because in Moscow the officer spends money which is to all practical purpose, is incapable of buying anything except food of rather inferior quality and equally inferior clothes. He who is sent abroad, however, receives foreign currency and can buy everything he needs both while he is abroad and at home in the Soviet Union in the special foreign currency shops. In possessing foreign currency, a GRU officer becomes a man of completely different class, very sharply distinguished from all those who do not have it. Special shops and restaurants are open to him where he can buy anything he wants without queuing. The ordinary Soviet citizen, including the general staff officer or even the GRU officer who does not serve abroad, may not even enter these shops. So Soviet society is as racial as it can possibly be. Only race is not determined by the color of your skin, but by whether you have the right to travel abroad or not. Imagine any country, France perhaps, putting up outside shops the announcement that nobody of French nationality is allowed to enter this shop. Only those on the list of the Central Committee of the Communist Party are admitted. But in the Soviet Union there are everywhere shops, hotels, restaurants which Russians may not enter, because they are Russian. Life for a GRU officer possessing foreign currency is on an infinitely wider scale than for the 270 million who are deprived of the right to hold foreign currency. And once he has become a representative of the upper class, he becomes inordinately jealous of his right, fearing above anything the loss of the privilege which allows him to travel abroad. This is why he defends himself against any revelation about his own person, against any, even the most insignificant contacts with the police. This is why he tries to hide from his superiors even the smallest shortcomings. This is why he is capable of any dirty trick upon anybody, including his own comrades, when what is at stake is whether he should remain another year in a hot, humid, subtropical posting or return early to Moscow. Conclusion: for a GRU officer, there are countries in which he dreams of working. There are also countries in which he would rather not work. There are cities he dreams of, and cities he sees in nightmares. The dream city for a GRU officer is Peking, its infernal counterpart Tokyo. This might appear strange, because for the top brass of the GRU, quite the reverse is true. Tokyo is heaven, Peking hell. But the interests of a GRU officer are directly opposed to the interests of the top brass. The top brass desire high productivity, while the workforce has rather different aims. Imagine that you are lucky and are posted to China. What awaits you? A vast, splendid embassy behind high walls. Chit-chat with colleagues from other embassies, gossip about the state of health of the Chinese leaders and the ambassador's wife. After 5 years, you'll return home, obviously without having recruited any agents. But nobody will bawl you out for it. You will not have Europe, Paul. It is torn off. No one will call you lazy or a coward. Everyone understands that you have been in hell where serious work is impossible. And now imagine that you are an unlucky spy and the GRU post you to Tokyo. Both you and the GRU top brass know that there are no laws against spying there, that conditions for spying are ideal. So what awaits you? Exhausting, stressful work, 15 to 17 hours a day with no rest days and no feast days. No matter how many secrets you manage to acquire, it will never be enough. No matter how many agents you recruit, it will never be enough. Your paradise will be snowed under with cipher cables from Moscow, addressed to the resident saying, "You have 70 operational officers, where's your productivity? What you managed to get yesterday, we have already received from Hong Kong, from Berlin, from illegals. Where are the secrets?" You may rest assured that this question is put by the GRU daily to the resident, who will in turn ask you the same question, pounding the table with his enormous fist. He will fight for the kind of productivity that can only be achieved through merciless competition. If you're out, put is not up to scratch, you will simply be sent home and your career broken. Personally, I have never been to Tokyo, but I have had to work in a country which was considered paradise by the GRU top brass. Understandably, for us, it was hell. A weak police system in that country meant that the other residents continually used it as an intermediary, it base for their operations, and it was a busy crossing point for GRU illegals too. All of them had to be taken care of and helped. Acting as a supply base for Agent Net, work operations is rather like serving in a signals unit. It during a war, as long as communication lines are maintained, nobody remembers you. But should communications be interrupted, the signaler is sent to a penal battalion charged with the failure of the entire operation. The difference between us and the signals boys lay in the fact that no matter how well we maintained supplies, how successful our own work was, we also had to recruit agents. After all, we were living in paradise where the police was weak and Soviet diplomats were never expelled. I'd like to beg all who are responsible for the security of the West be human, do expel Soviet spies occasionally. By expelling one, you enable others to reduce their frantic activity. A spy is a human being. He bears on his shoulders the immense pressure of the gigantic GRU establishment, and he has no excuse for any lapse. As he needs one, so be human. Who should be expelled first? The answer is obvious: the resident. The expulsion of the resident is equivalent to clearing the king off the chessboard. It spells check, mate to the residenture, no matter how aggressive and successful it is. Usually the local police know who he is. He is easy to identify. He has already served abroad for 12 to 15 years. He has been very active and, judging by the signs, successful. Now here he is serving abroad again in a senior diplomatic post, and hardly ever leaving the embassy, but sitting there motionless like a spider. Clearly it is against him that all forces must be mobilized. This is not easy. He breaks no laws, does not speed up and down the motorways day and night, carries no stolen secrets in his car. But he is more dangerous than all his officers put together. There is a deep-seated and erroneous belief that known residents should not be allowed in the country. Sometimes they aren't. Sometimes they are simply not granted entry visas. This is a mistake. I will try to explain using my own resident as an example. He was a man of unflinching will and powerful intellect, a true ace of spies, careful, perfidious, calculating, and fearless. He was promoted to Major General at the age of 36, and he had a brilliant career in front of him in the upper echelons of the GRU. But all he wanted was to be a resident, and as a result he remained a Major General without any doubt. The security service is in the West knew him well. Prior to one of his postings abroad, the Soviet Ministry of Foreign Affairs asked for a Belgian visa for him. It was refused. They asked for a French one, again refused. Then a West German one, refused again. Finally, a small country with a soft, friendly government agreed to grant him entry. The GRU gave the resident his final briefing, which of course included the names and addresses of the members of the network run by the residentura. As soon as he arrived in the country, he started extending the network speedily and vigorously until it was working successfully against the USA, against Belgium, against France, against all the countries which had refused him entry. In other words, barring a resident from country does not mean rendering his network ineffective. See Appendix C. Now imagine another set of circumstance is supposing the first country approached, in this case Belgium, had issued the visa. The resident would be briefed, let in all the residenture secrets, and would arrive in the country. However, if 3 to 4 months later Belgium found some reason or other to expel him, the results of this would be threefold. 1. The resident will have had time to disrupt the existing system of work in the residency, but not to build up a new system. 2. Having to leave the country suddenly, the resident will leave his army without a commanding officer. Time will be needed for the successor's visa application and more time to brief the new resident. In the interim, the residency will remain inactive. 3. The experienced resident, on returning to Moscow, will be completely neutralist. For the following 3 to 4 years, visa applications cannot be sent for him either to France or West Germany or any other country that Belgium will have notified as an ally. 1 experienced, authoritative, demanding, and merciless resident serving in a neutral country with 10 officers under his command, can sometimes harm the West more than 200 very active GRU officers working in the USA, Great Britain, West Germany, or France. This is not only a matter of my opinion, it is also the opinion held by Moscow Center, and it was the opinion held by my first resident, who taught me unforgettable lessons in concentration on target, persistence, and mad risk. I am sincerely sorry that he has stayed the other side of the barricade. How should one go about the business of expulsion? The short answer is as noisily as possible. To expel a Soviet spy is, of course, a victory. But to expel him noisily means that you are making as much capital out of the victory as you can. The silent expulsion of a Soviet spy is an action directed against one man. The noisy expulsion is a slap in the face for the GRU, for the KGB. It is an action directed against all their spies, against thousands of unstable people prepared to listen to the proposals of the Soviet intelligence service. Here is another example encountered during my work. I had a reasonably good relationship with a young man who agreed to lose his passport. In return, he agreed to find some money. This was the first step towards the morass. Further well-tried steps were planned, which would have pushed him deeper in each time. Once in, he would never have been able to get out. However, on the day scheduled for a meeting, an insignificant local paper published an item stating that 50% of the Soviet embassy staff were spies. So at our meeting, instead of losing the money I had with me and finding his passport, I had to spend the time proving to him that the news item was a lie. And it really was a barefaced lie, as at that time not 50 but 80% of the embassy staff were spies. I managed to convince the young man. We remained good friends, but nothing more. He did not take the crucial step. Should you, young man, be reading my book, my greetings to you. I am glad for your sake, in spite of the fact that at the time I felt my failure deeply. But what can a poor GRU spy do in a situation when the powerful free Western press publishes such items at the least suitable moment? Finally, the question arises is as to how many Soviet spies should be expelled. The only answer is all. What do you need them for? Why keep them in your country? They are professionals specially selected and trained to destroy your country. If you have the evidence to prove that they are spies, expel them. Sometimes the theory is put forward that it is better to unearth a spy and keep him under surveillance than to expel him, as then a new one will be sent in, and we will not know whom to keep under surveillance. That is correct. But every expelled spy represents a nightmare to the new ones, who fear deeply being appointed as replacements. Secondly, intelligence experience is much more valuable than any amount of education, and one experienced spy is 100 times more dangerous than a young, green one. The more inexperienced spies you have in your country, the more mistakes will be made. The easier it will be to watch them. But if we expel people, runs the argument, the Soviet Union will retaliate and expel our innocent diplomats from Moscow. That is so. But to that there is an antidote. You must expel large groups of diplomats simultaneously. Look at these statistics. Holland expelled 1, the Soviet Union's reply 2. Turkey expelled 1, the reply 2. But if you increase the number to 5, the Soviet reply will be 5 or fewer. Canada expelled 13, the reply 2. France expelled 47, the reply 0. Great Britain simultaneously expelled 105. The entire staff of the GRU and KGB residencies. There was no comeback. If you take similar action against Soviet spies, I guarantee that your diplomats in Moscow will be safe. I guarantee that your diplomats will be greatly respected, and that the Soviet leadership will look for opportunities to improve its relations with you. The Soviet leadership understands and acknowledges strength, but only strength and nothing else. The Soviet Union can respect the sovereignty of any country, no matter how small it looks on the map. But the Soviet Union respects the sovereignty only of those nations who respect their own sovereignty and defend it. For GRU officers only, I was condemned to death by the Military College of the Supreme Court, according to Article E. My crime betrayal of the homeland, I still plead not guilty as charged. The betrayers of the homeland are those who are now in the Kremlin. The betrayers of the homeland are those who shut millions of the best Russian farmers. Russia has always grown wheat. Grain was its most important export. Those who have made of Russia an importer of grain, they are the betrayers who should be sentenced under Article 64. On the eve of war, the communist leaders shot the best marshals and generals. They were motivated not by the interests of the homeland, but by the desire to hold on to their power. They should be tried in a court of law for the deaths of the marshals and generals. My people paid the price of tens of millions of lives. Those who are guilty of that should be tried. Those in the Kremlin who have brought my people to complete moral and physical degradation, they are the traitors. These people are driving my comrades to their deaths in Afghanistan, demanding the deaths of innocent people. They are the criminals. If they at some future time should be judged and given their just deserts, and if then my country then considered me to be a traitor also for deserting it, then I am ready to take my punishment. But only after they have taken theirs. When I was in the GRU, I could see two ways to protest. Either I could commit suicide, or I could escape to the West, explain my disagreement with the communists, and then commit suicide. I chose the second way, which is not a whit easier than the first. It is an agonizing way. If any GRU officer now finds himself in the same dilemma to go or to stay, I advise him to think over his decision 100 times and then again. If he is thinking of fleeing to the West, then my advice to him is don't do it. Article 64 will be waiting for him, as will the shameful epithet traitor, and an agonizing death maybe even on the frontier itself. My advice would always be don't go. He shouldn't go until such time as he is certain why he is going. If you want an easy life, don't go. If you like long, luxurious motor cars, don't go. It is not worth it for the sake of a car. If you are attracted to Western women, don't go. Theirs are really no better than ours. If you think that in the West it is good and at home in Russia bad, then you are mistaken. Ours is a beautiful country. Don't go for the sake of foreign beauties and wonders. Only if you know there is no other way for you. If you consider your leaders as criminals, if you yourself do not wish to be a criminal, then you should go. If you are prepared to risk your life for 1 minute of freedom, then go. If you don't feel yourself a traitor by going, go. If by going you can bring nearer the moment when the communists are judged by the people of our country, if you can help your people, if you are then ready to stand before the people and await their decision on your fate, then you must go. You will dream of Mother Russia every night, but go for the sake of her future, and I promise you that you will be happy. Appendix: Leaders of Soviet Military Intelligence. I soon realized that a history of the GRU would be a very fraught undertaking. It is clear that the very shortest history of the GRU would fill several massive tomes and could only be written after the fall of communist power. The history written in this book consists only of isolated details, only vague outlines of a continent shrouded in the mists. The picture may be made clearer by studying the destiny of those individuals who have held the highest power in Soviet military intelligence. In their destinies, the whole history of the organization is reflected. Aralov Simon Ivanovich. He was born in Moscow to rich merchant parents and educated to follow his father's profession in 1905. He joined the Tsar's army and served in UWI as a major in military intelligence. A participant in the October Revolution, he was one of the creators of the Cheka in January 1918. He became chief of the operational department of the Moscow military district. Rapidly promoted in October 1918, he became the first chief of military intelligence until July 1920. In 1920, he moved down to chief of intelligence, 12th Army, and then regained ground commanding intelligence of the SW front. After 1921, he was a deputy of the Chief of Military Intelligence working in Turkey, Latvia and Lithuania as undercover ambassador, and later was responsible for setting up residencies in the United States, Germany and Japan. In 1937, dismissed from all posts, he was employed as a deputy director of the Literature Museum. Arrested in 1938, he spent 3 years under interrogation. In 1941, he was serving as a private in a penal battalion. 4 years later, he was a colonel, and when the war was over, he was taken back into the GRU. Then arrested in 1946, he spent 10 years in a concentration camp. On his liberation, he was immediately appointed deputy to the chief of the GRU. In 1957, he was again dismissed in the Thukov-Shtemienko purge, but lived quietly until his death. Sti Gg A. Oscar Ansevich, 1894. Born in Latvia, he served in UWI and became a communist after the revolution and a leader of the Red Latvian Riflemen. He engaged in suppressing counter-revolutionaries in Moscow and became a private bodyguard of Lenin. In October 1918, he was a deputy of the Chief of Military Intelligence and immediately moved as an illegal into Poland, Lithuania, and Latvia. In 1919, he became Chief of Intelligence of the Western Front, and in August 1920 became Chief of Military Intelligence. Reduced to deputy status after 1922, he traveled extensively as an illegal to create new networks until his recall to Moscow in 1938, when he was shot. Nikon Ovam Nikonson. It remains uncertain whether this was his real name or simply a party pseudonym like Lenin, Stalin, Trotsky, Zinoviev, and others. His date of birth is unknown. He was chief of military intelligence after Stiga, but it is not known whether Berzin took over from him or from another, so far unidentified, chief of military intelligence. He too was executed in the Great Terror of 1938. Second grade Army Commissar Berzin Yan Karlovich, real name Kuzis Petris. Born in Latvia, Berzin joined the Social Democratic Party in 1904. He was conscripted into the army in the First World War, but deserted and went underground. He took part in the October Revolution, and afterwards he worked in the central apparatus of the NKVD and in the NKVD in Latvia. One of the main organizers of the Red Terror, He initiated the hostage system. He was also a fervent supporter of the establishment of a communist dictatorship in Latvia and one of the organizers and leaders of the Latvian Red Army, subsequently the 15th Army. He was head of a special department of this army and played a part in the suppression of the Russian sailors' mutiny at Kronstadt. He particularly distinguished himself in the course of the pursuit and liquidation of captured sailors. From April 1921, he was Deputy Head of Intelligence Directorate GRU, but from his first days in military intelligence, he was de facto its head. With effect from March 1924, he became its head legally as well. He was one of the most talented, industrious, and successful heads of intelligence, the creator of the most powerful and successful intelligence organizations in existence anywhere. He personally recruited and ran the most outstanding intelligence officers: Yakov Mrach, Kovsky Gorov, Moshe Milstein, Mikhail M. Rith and Rolf Warner, Richard Sorge, Lev Manevich, Sander Ratto, Karl Ram, Aino Kusanen, Ignati Rees, and the most eminent intelligence officer of the 20th century, Konstantin Efremov. In 1936, Berzin transferred the Soviet Military Intelligence Command post from Moscow to Madrid, where he carried out his most notable recruitments while he was working undercover. Officially designated as Chief Military Advisor to the Republican government, in order to sustain this cover story, his deputies Itsky and Unschlicht carried out his duties in Moscow. On returning from Spain, he continued to lead military intelligence. On 13 May 1938, he was arrested, and on 29 July, he was shot. UNSHLIKHT Los, if Stanislavovich, an hereditary Polish nobleman and an active member of the Polish left-wing Social Democratic Party. He was one of the leaders of the October Revolution. Immediately after the revolution, he became a member of the NKVD College. He began the policy of state terror before Dzerzhinsky, and at one time he was considered by Soviet historians as the first founder of the Cheka, at the same time as Dzerzhinsky was considered the chief founder of the Cheka. A fervent supporter of the establishment of communism in Poland in 1920, he was a member of the Polish Revolutionary Government. From 1921-23, he was deputy chairman of the All-Russian Cheka and one of the fathers of the Red Terror. From 1923, he was deputy head of the Registration Directorate, GRU. In the interests of cover, he constantly filled responsible posts in the Soviet government and the Red Army. He traveled abroad several times with false documents to organize illegal work in Poland, Lithuania, and Germany. In 1935-36, during Berzin's absence, he carried out the duties of chief of the GRU, although he remained in fact only deputy to Berzin. He was shot with Berzin in the cellar of the Hotel Metropole in Moscow. Corps Commander URITSKI Solomon Petrovich, 1895-1937, was chief of the GRU. During Berzin's absence, he was shot in the first wave of the terror. Commissar General of State Security EZHOV Nikolai Ivanovich, 1895-1940. A petty official who only joined the Bolsheviks when it became clear that they had won. He occupied insignificant party posts in the provinces. But from 1927, Ezov was in Stalin's personal secretariat. In 1930, he was in charge of the Central Committee Personnel Department, and in 1935, Party Secretary-Controller of NKVD work. In 1936, he became People's Commissar for Internal Affairs and Commissar General for State Security. In 1937-38, there began under his leadership the Great Purge, which started as a purge of the NKVD and was then extended to the army, the party, and the entire country. On 29 July 1938, there was a repeat purge of the GRU, and having liquidated the whole of the leadership and the operational staff, he took over its control, thus establishing a monopoly of secret activities in the state. From this moment on, it would be impossible for the activities of the GRU and NKVD to be subject to reciprocal checking. However, the monopoly alarmed Stalin, and 29 July saw the beginning of Azov's downfall. In October, he was removed from his post. He was arrested in January 1939 and liquidated after atrocious torture. According to unconfirmed data, he was buried alive at the NKVD sanatorium at Sukhon, Vovo, one of the bloodiest careers in the history of mankind. Azov was the shortest-serving chief of the GRU and suffered the most painful death. The date of his death has not been established with certainty. There are grounds for thinking it could have been on for June 1940. There are also grounds for believing that Ivan Serov, a future chief of the GRU, played a personal part in Azov's death. Lieutenant General of Aviation Proskurov Ivan Losifovich, an outstanding Soviet intelligence officer and fighter pilot. He combined both these professions simultaneously. In 1937-38, he served as a Soviet military advisor in Spain. He took part in air battles and shut down several enemy aircraft. At the same time, he carried out a series of first-class recruitments amongst internationalists of many countries and assured a regular flow of military and military technical intelligence. On his return from Spain, he became chief of the GRU, a post he occupied from the end of 1938 to July 1940. He openly came out against the pact with Hitler. On the 4 July 1940, he was arrested, and the following day shot without trial. Marshal of the Soviet Union, GOLI, KDV, Philip Ivanovich. He entered the Red Army as a volunteer in 1918 and took an active part in the suppression of anti-communist peasant riots on the staff of the 3rd Army Special Punitive Brigades. After the Civil War, he commanded a regiment, brigade, division, and corps. In September 1939, he fought in Poland as commander of the 6th Army. In 1940, he became the chief of the GRU. After Hitler's invasion and the loss of contact with the most important agent network, he transferred the GRU command point from Moscow to London under the guise of the Soviet military mission. In October 1941, he returned to the USSR. He commanded an army, then a front. From April 1943, he was deputy to Stalin for Red Army cadres, and at the same time, from 1944, directed operations against the Russian Liberation Army and the search for and liquidation of the leaders and those taking part in the Russian anti-communist opposition. Golikov de facto directed the forcible repatriation and destruction of more than 1 million people who did not want to return to the USSR. Golikov directed the post-war purge of the army. When it was over, he himself was removed from all his posts. He spent 2 years in prison, but by 1950, he was commanding another army, and from 1956, he was academy chief. From 1958, he was head of the Chief Political Directorate of the Soviet Army and simultaneously director of a party Central Committee department. Golikov agreed to be army controller on the side of the party in 1961. He was made Marshal of the Soviet Union in May 1962. He was removed from office without much rumpus or scandal. However, Golikov may be said to have had the most distinguished career in the whole Soviet army. From July 1941 to July 1942, Alexei Pavlovich P.A.N.F.I.L.O.V. was chief of the GRU. He was shot in 1942. In 1942-43, the GRU leadership was held by Ivan H.I.L.I.C.H.E.V. He was also shot. Colonel General K.U.Z.N.E.T.S.O.V. Fedor Fedotovich, 1979. A country boy who came to Moscow and became a factory worker, he quickly assessed the situation, joined the party, and embarked on a meteoric career. By 1937, he was first secretary of the Proletarsky district of Moscow, and in the heat of the Great Purge, he showed exceptional cruelty. In 1938, he was called up into the army and appointed deputy head of the chief political directorate. He was an active participant in the army purge, which included the GRU, and from 1943, he was chief of the GRU. On his appointment, Stalin asked him whether he could be as good an intelligence officer as he had been earlier party controller of the army. Kuznetsov's reply, "Is there any great difference?" has become proverbial. Kuznetsov at work demonstrated that there was no great difference between the cruel, bloody struggle within the party and intelligence work. He was one of the cruelest but also one of the most successful chiefs of the GRU. In 1943, he received the plans of Operation Citadel, the German attack near Kursk, before General Field Marshal von Manstein, whose duty it was to implement those plans. Kuznetsov had a special role to play in the organization and carrying out of the Great Powers Conference in Tehran, and as a reward for his success in this, received the rank of Colonel General. In 1945, he played an active part in the preparations and implementation of the Yalta and Potsdam conferences, and also personally directed operations to still American atomic technology. In 1948, at the height of the post-war purges, Stalin appointed Kuznetsov Supreme Party Controller of the Army, head of the Chief Political Directorate. He held this post right up to the time of Stalin's death, mercilessly purging the Soviet army of dissidents. After Stalin's death, a slow decline set in, first to the post of head of the Chief Personnel Directorate at the Ministry of Defense, then Academy head, and finally head of the Political Directorate of the Northern Group of Forces. He retired in 1969. General of the Army SHT MYENKO Sergei Matveyevich Shtemyenko joined the Red Army as a volunteer. He completed military training and 2 academy courses, and from 1940 was on the general staff. His rise was swift. In 1943, he was head of the Operations Directorate of the General Staff and one of the principal Soviet military planners and the closest to Stalin. He accompanied Stalin to the Tehran Conference. He became chief of the GRU from April 1946, General of the Army and Chief of the General Staff from November 1948. In June 1952, at the time of the squabble between Stalin and the Politburo, he came out on Stalin's side and was by Politburo decree stripped of all his posts, demoted to Lieutenant General, and dispatched to command the Volga Military District Staff. In 1956, at Marshal Thukov's demand, he was returned to Moscow, reinstated in his rank of General of the Army, and reappointed Chief of the GRU. In October 1957, during the conspiracy against Zhukov, he came out on Zhukov's side. Once again, he was stripped of his office, is demoted to Lieutenant General, and sent off to command a military district staff in June 1962. He was Chief of Staff for Land Forces. In 1968, his rank of General of the Army was restored, and he was appointed First Deputy Chief of the General Staff, Chief of Staff of the War. Pact, he was still in favor when he died. Shtemyenko's career was feverish as well as resilient. He was pat forward 3 times for the rank of Marshal of the Soviet Union, the first time at the age of 41, but he never received the honor. He is considered to have been the most energetic, erudite, and merciless of all GRU chiefs. General of the Army KURASOV Vladimir Vasilyevich, a Russian army officer who went over to the side of the communists after the revolution. He served on various staffs and from 1940 was deputy head of the General Staff Operations Directorate. During the war, he was Chief of Staff of the 4th Shock Army and later a front. After the war, he was Commander-in-Chief of the Central Group of Forces in Austria. Promoted General of the Army, he was made Chief of the GRU in February 1949. In the same year, he was removed from this office and appointed Chief of the General Staff Academy. From 1956-61, he was Deputy Chief of the General Staff. His career ran smoothly. It has been said that having accepted the GRU post and learning of the fate of all his predecessors, Kurasov, on a specious pretext, declined the office and transferred to a less hazardous post. This story is corroborated by several independent sources. Marshal of the Soviet Union, Zakharov Matvey Vasilyevich. Zakharov was in Petrograd in the First World War and avoided being conscripted into the army. He came out actively against the war, joined the Red Guard in April 1917, and stormed the Winter Palace. He then took part in the suppression of anti-communist manifestations and held unimportant posts in the Red Army. By 1936, he had worked himself up to the command of a regiment. The Great Purge opened up many vacancies, and in July 1937, Zakharov was Chief of Staff of the Leningrad Military District, and from May 1938, Deputy Chief of the General Staff. During the war, he was Chief of Staff of the 9th Army, and later front, and, after the war, head of the General Staff Academy. He became Chief of the GRU in January 1949. In June 1952, a fierce struggle broke out about convening the 19th Party Congress. The Politburo insisted. Stalin objected. The Chief of the General Staff, Shtemyenko, and the Chief of the GRU, Zakharov, supported Stalin and were dismissed from their posts. After Stalin's death, Zakharov's fall continued, but in May 1953, he was appointed commander of the Leningrad Military District and was able to hold on to this post. In October 1957, a struggle broke out between the Politburo and Marshal Zhukov. Zakharov was fully on the side of the Politburo, and for this he was immediately appointed Commander-in-Chief of the Group of Soviet Forces in Germany. In 1959, he was made Marshal of the Soviet Union and Chief of the General Staff in 1960. In 1963, he was dismissed. He took an active part in the conspiracy against Khrushchev and, after the successful coup d'etat, was reappointed Chief of the General Staff, where he served up to September 1971, practically up to the time of his death. Colonel General SHALIN Mikhail Alexeyevich was Chief of the GRU from 1951-56 and from November 1957 to December 1958. General of the Army S.E.R.O.V. Ivan Alexievich, an officer of military intelligence. At the time of the purges of the GRU, he managed not only to survive, but also to transfer to work in the NKVD. On 12 June 1937, he appeared in the capacity of executioner of Marshal Tukhachevsky and other leading figures of the Red Army. Amongst all the protagonists of the terror, he distinguished himself as the most fervent exponent of scenes on a massive scale. He took part in the pursuit and liquidation of the inhabitants of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania in 1940 and in 1944-47. Data exists as to his personal involvement in the murder of the Polish officers in Katyn. During the war, Suvorov was one of the leaders of Smush, and in August 1946, he personally took part in the execution of the command of the Russian Liberation Army under Lieutenant General Vlasov. Subsequently, he betrayed his leaders in Smush and the NKGB, going over in time to the camp of the victorious groups. He deserted Bakumov's group for that of Beria and betrayed him, as did General Ivash. And the present GRU leader in 1953, he was deputy chief of the GRU and one of the conspirators against Beria. After the fall of Beria, Suvorov became chairman of the KGB together with Ambassador Andropov. He seized the leaders of the Hungarian Revolution by deceit and took part in their torture and execution. In December 1958, Suvorov became chief of the GRU. As an ex-KGB and Smersh officer, he had many enemies in the GRU. Under Suvorov's leadership, corruption in GRU attained unbelievable proportions. In 1962, he was dismissed and quietly liquidated. Suvorov's was the dirtiest career in the history of the GRU. He displayed a high degree of personal sadism. The years when Suvorov was chief of the GRU were also the most unproductive in its history. It was the only period when GRU officers voluntarily made contact with Western services and gave them much more valuable information than they took from them. General of the Army Ivashutin Peter Ivanovich, a volunteer in the punitive formations of the Special Purpose Units Ivash and came in Army counterintelligence from 1931. During the war, he held leading posts in Smersh. Even at this time, Ivashutin had powerful enemies in the NKGB. In 1944-45, he was chief of Smersh on the 3rd Ukrainian Front, and in that capacity waged a ferocious struggle against the Ukrainian insurgent army, and played an active role in the establishment of communist order in Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, and Hungary. It was at this time that he first met Brezhnev, and in all subsequent activities, the two men always supported each other. At the end of the war, Ivashutin took part in the forcible repatriation of Soviet citizens who did not want to return to the Soviet Union. He also played a special part in the liquidation of soldiers and officers of the Russian Liberation Army. After the disbandment of Smersh, he managed to outlive its other leaders by a timely transfer out of the Bakumov faction into that of Beria. At Beria's downfall, he went over to the Suvorov faction and was appointed head of the KGB 3rd Chief Directorate. He then took part in the arrest and liquidation of Suvorov. On Brezhnev's recommendation in 1963, Ivashutin was appointed chief of the GRU. In this position, he had a number of very serious confrontations with the KGB and personally with Andropov. However, Ivashutin defended the interests of the army with more vigor than any of his predecessors, and therefore, in spite of his past ties with the KGB, enjoyed unlimited support from the first deputy chairman of the Council of Ministers, the chairman of the military-industrial complex, Smirnov, as well as Marshals Ustinov and Ogarkov. After Andropov's coming to power, Ivashit held on to his post in view of powerful support within the army. Appendix B. The GRU High Command and leading GRU officers. The following list gives names of the most prominent senior GRU officers with their official titles where possible. This is followed by an alphabetical list of some of the known operational officers working undercover around the world. Army General Ivashutin Petrov, Deputy Chief of the General Staff of the Soviet Armed Forces, Head of GRU Official Pseudonyms Tovarish Mikhailov, Dyadia Petya. The first pseudonym is also used in connection with all military intelligence. Col General L.E. Mzenko, Kir Gavrilovich GRU, Representative in the Party Central Committee, Papa Rimsky. Col General Pavlov Alexander Grigor, Evich, First Deputy Chief of GRU. Admiral B. Krenev, Deputy Chief of GRU. Col General Zotov Arkady Vasilyevich, Deputy Chief of GRU, Head of Information. Col General Meshche Ryakovv, Deputy Chief of GRU, Head of the Military Diplomatic Academy. Col General Izotovs, Head of GRU Personnel Directorate. Col General Sidorovyi, Lieutenant Generals and Vice Admirals approximately 20. Lieutenant General Doling, Head of GRU Political Department. Lieutenant General Gurenko Vyacheslav Tikhonovich, Head of the Illegals Training Center. Lieutenant General Aviation Shatalov Vladimir Alexandrovich, GRU Representative at the Cosmonaut Training Center. Lieutenant General KOLOD Yazhny Boris Gavrilovich, GRU Deputy Chief for Internal Security. Lieutenant General Milst Ian Moshe, GRU Deputy Chief for Disinformation, a former illegal and author of Top Secret Manual, Honorable Service, Codename Tovarish M. Mikhail M. Lieutenant General Kost Inpt, Chief of GRU 3rd Directorate. Lieutenant General Engineer Pali, Chief of GRU 6th Directorate. Lieutenant General Gontar, Chief of GRU 7th Directorate. Lieutenant General Drachevim, Lieutenant General Kozlovm, Chief of GRU Directorate. Lieutenant General BERKUTOVS Information Service. Vice Admiral ROZHKO Gennady Alexandrovich. Major Generals and Rear Admirals approximately 125. Maj General Aviation CHIZHOV Mikhail Tarantyevich. Rear Admiral KALININ Valery Petrovich. Maj General Aviation KUCHUMOV Alexander Mikhailovich. Maj General SHITOV Rear Admiral KLYUZOV Serafim Timofeyevich. Maj General BARANOV Alexander Vasilyevich. Maj General LYALIN Mikhail Amosovich. Maj General BEPPA EVSU Chief of Intelligence of Group Soviet Forces in Germany. Maj General Artillery LYUB IMOV Viktor Andreevich. Maj General GONCH AROV Gennady Grigorevich. Maj General KHOM YAKOV Alexander Sergeyevich. Rear Admiral KOZLOV Andrei Nikolaevich. Maj General Mikhailov Boris Nikolaevich. Maj General Zimin Valentin Yakovlevich. Maj General ANDRYANOVV Spetsnaz. Maj General Aviation MIKRYUKOVL. Maj General GLAZUNOVN. Rear Admiral SMIRNOVM. Leading GRU officers ABRAMOV Vladimir Mikhailovich. BAYLIN Vladimir Ivanovich. BELOUSOV Mykolay Mikhailovich. BELOUSOV Konstantin Nikolaevich. BLINOV Boris Afanasievich. BARCHUGOV BORISOV Gennady Alexeyevich. BORODIN Viktor Mikhailovich. BUDENNY BOROVINSKI Petr Fedorovich. BUBNOV Nikolaev Anavich. BUTAKOV Ilya Petrovich. DMIN Mikhail Alexeyevich. DENISOV DORONKIN Kirill Sergeyevich. EGOROV Anatoly Igorovich. ERMAKOV Alexander Ivanovich. ERSHOV Yuri Alexeyevich. EVDOKI MOV Sergey Vasilevich. FEKLENKO Vladimir Nikolaevich. FILATOV Anatoly. FILIPPOV Anatoly Vasilevich. GENERALOV Vsevolod Nikolaevich. GERASIMOV KAPALKIN Sergey Vasilevich. KASHEVAROV Evgeny Mikhailovich. KOZYPITSKI Golb Sergeyevich. LOVCHIKOV Vasily Dmitryevich. LAVROV Valery Alexeyevich. LEMEKHOV Dmitry Alexandrovich. LOBANOV Vitaly Ilyich. LOGINOV Igor Konstantinovich. MOROZOV Ivan Yakovlevich. MYAKISHEV Alexei Nikolaevich. NEDOZOROV Valentin Viktorovich. NOSKOV Nikolai Stepanovich. OSIPOV Oleg Alexandrovich. PAVLENKO Yuri Kuzmich. PETROV Nikolai Kirillovich. PIVOB AROV Oleg Ivanovich. POLYAKOV Boris Alexeyevich. POPOV Gennady Fedorovich. POTAPENKO Leonid Trentevich. POTSELUEV Evgeny Alexandrovich. PUTILIN Mikhail Semenovich. RATNIKOV Valentin Mikhailovich. RADIONOV Alexander Sergeyevich. ROMANOV Anatoly Alexandrovich. RUBANOV Alexander Nikolaevich. SALEKHOV Yuri Nikolaevich. SAVIN Viktor Grigorovich. SELUNSKI Valentin Ivanovich. SEMENOV Alexander Alexandrovich. SERGEV Yuri Pavlovich. SHEPLEV Viktor Petrovich. SHIPOV Vladilin Nikolaevich. SOKOLOV Viktor Alexandrovich. STRELBITSKI Vladimir Vasilevich. STUDENIKIN Ivan Yakovlevich. SUKHAREV Georgy Nikolaevich. SUVOROV Georgy Borisovich. UMNOV Valentin Alexandrovich. VTROV Yuri Pavlovich. VILKOV Boris Nikolaevich. VINOGRADOV Felix Vasilevich. VOLNOV Vladimir Grigorovich. VOLOKITIN Vladimir Ivanovich. VOTRIN Sergeyev Ivanovich. VYBORNOV Ivan Yakovlevich. YAKUSHEV Ivan Ivanovich. YURASOV Viktor Vladimirovich. ZHELANNOV Vladimir Mikhailovich. ZHEREBTSON Alexander Vasilevich. ZHERNOV Leonid Andreevich, ZHURAVLEV Ivan Mikhailovich, ZOTOV Viktor Nikolaevich. Appendix C. Some case histories of GRU activities. Rather than sprinkling the text with examples, I have put together a representative sample of GRU officers uncovered in the course of operations abroad, as reported in the press. The number of GRU officers caught and expelled, and the nature of their activities is indicative of the power and scale of the GRU. Canada and the United States. In June 1980, the Canadians announced that they had requested the withdrawal of 3 Soviet officials from the embassy: Captain Igor A. Bar, Div Colonel E.I. Alexandrin, and the chauffeur Sokolov. The case involved an unnamed individual employed in a sensitive position in the USA who had been in contact with the Soviet embassy and been given the task of obtaining information. Soviet officials had maintained clandestine contact with the American citizen over a period of some months. France. In October 1979, the naval and air attaché of the Soviet embassy in France, Vladimir Kulik, was expelled from the country. He was an officer of the GRU working in French military circles and had been in contact with firms specializing in military supplies. In 1979, at a reception in another embassy, he had met by chance a young Frenchman employed in the armaments department of an important organization who was carrying out studies on behalf of the Ministry of Defense. Kulik sought to maintain contact with the Frenchman and in due course offered him a large sum of money for documents from his place of work. He also sought to find out details about other staff at the organization where the Frenchman worked. Kulik was arrested at the moment when he was about to receive from the Frenchman a document about a French weapon. In February 1980, the Soviet consul and note in Marseille was withdrawn. He had been detained by the French authorities between Toulon and Marseille with plans of the Mirage 2000 fighter aircraft in his briefcase. They had just been handed to him by an agent. Travkov had arrived in 1977. The area of Marseille and the Bouches du Rhône contains many installations and objects of defense interest. Travkov was officially concerned with scientific subjects connected with the port and airport, and these interests enabled him to meet people involved in the aeronautical field and to visit firms and installations. Travkov obtained copies of files on staff working on defense contracts and used the details thus revealed to build up a network of informers. 4 Frenchmen were taken in custody at the time of Travkov's arrest. Travkov had also been interested in the twin-jet Mirage 4000, which used the same engine as the 2000. The Soviet press attaché declared the French action a provocation by the police, but the documents were, of course, genuine. A few days later, Frolov himself, a KGB officer, was required to leave France too. He had been in Marseille for 2 years and had earlier had a posting to Paris. His job, like Travkov's, had given him opportunities to meet all sorts of people, and he had made the most of it. Both Travkov and Frolov were personable, charming individuals who made many friends. Great Britain. Anatoly Pavlovich Zotov, the Soviet naval attaché in London, was expelled in December 1982 after trying to set up a network of agents to gather information about weapons systems and electronic hardware used by the Royal Navy during the Falklands campaign. His interests had also extended to the Royal Navy's nuclear submarines. Japan. A retired Japanese Major General, Yukihisa Mayanaga, was arrested in Tokyo in January 1980. He was a GRU agent whose case officer at the time of his arrest was Colonel Yuri N. Koslov, military and air attaché at the Soviet embassy, Mayuniga, had been recruited as an agent in 1974 by one of Koslov's predecessors. He was equipped with and instructed in various means of clandestine communication, including particular ciphers for use with radio. Mayuniga and 2 other officers of the Japanese Ground Self-Defense Force were subsequently sentenced to long terms of imprisonment for passing military secrets to the GRU. Norway. Valery Moisevich Mesropov served in Norway as an engineer with a Russian firm in Drammen as a representative of Stankoimport from 1968 to 1970. Mesropov, who was not a diplomat, was arrested in 1970 on suspicion of intelligence activity and finally expelled from Norway for security reasons in September 1970. Igor Ivanovich Zashchir-Insky served in Norway from 1974 to 1977 as representative at the Soviet trade delegation of a number of Soviet import-export organizations. He was engaged on clandestine operations to obtain information and products of a scientific technical nature, including material classified as top secret. He too was declared persona non grata on 28 January 1977. In June 1983, Colonel Zagrebnev was expelled from Norway. He was military attaché at the embassy in Oslo and had visited a military area in the north of Norway where he had attempted to bribe a Norwegian officer to hand over secret information. Spain. Oleg Churinov, director of Aeroflot in Madrid, was arrested in February 1980, accused of espionage for the Soviet Union. His case was part of another expulsion of 6 officials who had already left. It was alleged that Churinov had bought plans of certain aviation, electronic equipment. The seller was a member of the Spanish Secret Service, who purported to be a member of a Spanish firm. Churinov was an engineer who had been Aeroflot representative in Canada before coming to Spain. He was very popular with staff and pilots at Madrid Airport, where he had shown interest in radio frequencies and the security regulations at the airport. He had also tried on one occasion to get a Spanish pilot to introduce him into the American airport at Terrigen. The Spanish security authorities themselves claimed that Churinov was a member of the GRU. In May 1982, the Aeroflot director in Spain was again expelled for spying, this time with another official. Vasily Fedor and Vladimir Tutushnikov were accused of trying to obtain information on the supply of U.S. military materials to Spain and on Spanish weapons manufacturers. Sweden. In March 1979, Stig Bergling, a Swedish police inspector and reserve officer, was arrested in Israel. He had been an agent of the GRU for some 10 years. In January 1969, he had begun service with the police board, and from 1971-75 was given leave of absence to serve in the Defense Ministry and to do duty with the UN. Bergling had access to information about security, police personnel, and counter-espionage organizations, and about defense establishments and Swedish defense plans. He was equipped with radio to receive messages from the GRU, and also made use of microdots. He kept in touch with his case officers in a number of countries, particularly in the Middle East, having been trained in East Berlin.